Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the final day of the Slovenian Poker Tour, KK Half Million Master, the main event. And let me tell you, we have a massive featured table for you. Right off the bat, we will jump into the action here, playing for over 70k up top. But without further ado, take a look at this table. You might have heard and seen these names before. So we start with Valentin Dumitra, second at ESPC, second a couple months ago here. He's hoping to convert this time his feature table and maybe even final table appearance, given that he's got a lot of chips right now, into a win finally here at King's Resort. Jakub Skurczynski, absolutely massive name. If you guys don't know him, Google is your friend. He is a League of Legends esports pro gamer, $80,000 plus in his career earnings in League of Legends, and he also won a huge tournament here in 2024. This man is the man to watch. Number one and number two, definitely the two favorites, if not of this featured table, to make it through of the entire tournament. And I am absolutely excited to see them. Let's see how the other players can match up against them. We do have some other legends that we will talk about. For example, take a look at Pel, let me pronounce it correctly, Nieuwenhuis, the Dutch legend. He is crushing in Namur, multiple second and first place is there. He actually won a side event just last week here at King's Resort. So we have all these players to look forward to. As you can see, we have 3 Polish players. We have 3 Germans right here. But for me, it's Valentin from Romania and Jakub, who will be the 2 players to watch. They have the biggest stacks. They have the most success recently at King's Resort. And I can't wait to see how this table develops. And by the way, guys, Slovenian Poker Tour, if you don't know what it is, this is the biggest tournament for Slovenians. Actually, in 2024, 2 years ago, I have bubbled this very same event. It was absolutely brutal. That sad walk home at 3 a.m. I don't recommend it to anybody. And now, 2 years later, I get to see all these successful players coming in and fighting for that first place. 500k guaranteed. This has been the biggest in SPT's history, I believe. And let's see what happens. So look, I send right off the bat, guys. This is King's Resort. This is our stream. We wait for nothing. Before we start, hello everybody in the chat. Jay Vicello on Twitch. Bird is here, our superstar moderator. We of course are watching YouTube as well. Let us know if you are watching us over there, but nothing to wait for. Take a look at this. Pel is peeling in the big blind. And we will see, we will draw the first blood. Obviously, Lukáš hits that 2-pair right off the bat. Now look at this, sneaky. Did we just see this? A check back from the pre-flop raiser. And guys, we do have that cut shot. We do have that 1 over to the 10, 2 overs to an 8. Pel might actually go ahead and start firing at this. I would not be surprised at all. This man, remember, he likes to play in Belgium, but also here at King's Resort. He won a side event last week. And take a look at this. Lukáš's trap has picked up a customer. Obviously, Lukáš is trying to make his hand look like an ace high, but oh my goodness, this is very unfortunate for him. The trap backfired. Pel had nothing on the flop. He turns a little bit of equity, but now he suddenly gets there with the queen. But the question is, how much should he bet? A small bet, try to induce a little bit of a call from his opponent. It should be good, but oh, look at this. We're firing half pot. Those are the white 100k chips. And for Lukáš, the problem always is when you are on the river and you decide to trap on the flop, it's always tougher to lay your hand down. Because, hey, your flop was to induce those bluffs. Make your opponent go ahead and start bluffing. a lot of the hands that could be bluffing got there. Very nice laydown. Look at this. Lukáš, right off the bat, didn't get swayed by his line on the flop where he was trapping, pot controlling, and Pell takes it down with a lucky queen. A very, very nice laydown there that psychologically is very tough for a lot of the players to actually be making. So guys, I'm very excited about this. We don't even have the proper time to introduce all these players, but it is what it is, you know. We start right away. We fire quickly. I'm very excited. Stratos1379. Is Kings going to just have rotating commentators from now on? We do have APK for the big events, guys. Unfortunately, that's the thing. I would love to do more commentary. I will try to do as much as I can. But the thing is, Stratos, I travel the world covering events. I'm leaving for my 15th and then my 16th and 17th event. So I would love to be here a little bit more frequently, but you know us poker commentators and us big shots that are not just at Kings, but we travel the world. You really have big caliber commentators. So sometimes we can't make every single event. Obviously, we will try to be as consistent as possible. When we can make it, we try to make it. But right now, it might look like we're rotating, but trust me, the consistency, we like to keep it up. Look at this. Jakub, our superstar, open raises with a queen 8 suited. Jaroslav goes ahead with that free bet. King Jack suited. Love to see it. A lot of the tournament players that just play live, they don't have too much experience. They always just call that King Jack suited. But really, it is a good idea to mix it up, to go ahead and put in that free bet, put that pressure on your opponent, pick up some folds. And look at this beautiful flop for Jaroslav. Jaroslav, I'm assuming Polish origin, but now living in Germany. He actually checks back. What's going on today, guys? We are seeing checkbacks, probably against the perceived big stacks that can be aggressive, and Jakub isn't waiting for nothing. The pro gamer, the League of Legends esports master, goes ahead and starts bluffing, and usually when you bet with a hand like this one, you might consider firing again. Let's see if he actually goes for that. Most of the players would just slow down on a card like this one, but the clubs did get there. A 10 still beats almost everything that Jaroslav would check back. Is Jakub going to put in that big bet? Remember, guys, this is an absolute pro. He won the EPM 2 million here at Kings in 2024. He is a League of Legends professional. He's not afraid of anything. There we go. We're betting in right away. 800K for Jaroslav. This is a nightmare. There's nothing you can do, really, is there? You just have to let it go. Wow. That checkback did not pay off. And Jakub, this man, a man with this pedigree, the man with this CV, there was no doubt that he was going to go for it. I think 90% of players would consider just giving up when the board paired on the river, but not him. The clubs got there, you know, he can have them, he can easily represent the 10. This man is no stranger at crushing it here at King's Resort. He won 415,000 euro. In 2024. And now he is a strong contender to have another big payday. Again, guys, welcome to the chat. I like BHA. Worst river for Lukáš. 90% of bluffs get there. Yep, that was a nice fold there in the first hand that we commented on. Again, when we check back that ace-8, sometimes on the river, a lot of the players will talk themselves into calling since they were quote-unquote chopping on the flop, pot controlling, but not him. So we see some very strong plays right away with some unorthodox checks as well. And look at this, Jakub, the man who just pulled off a big bluff, continues that aggression. Kacper, not afraid though, 9-4 suited. Solid defense, you have nice odds in the big blind, so why the hell not? And Jakub, again, any spade on the turn, any 6 is a nice barreling card, and the ace or a 7 improves your hand, so why not put in a little bit of a bet? And for Kacper, unless he wants to be really aggressive, most of the time you would just be calling. It might be a potential to turn this into a bluff some of the time against the hijack, tight ranges, and continue bluffing, but really 23 left. You are trying to get to that final table. The ICM pressure is pretty strong. There's no reason to get out of line, and we have that call that we expected. And now let's see, Jakub already has shown the aggression. And this is interesting. Remember in the last hand, Jakub went for that bluff on the paired board, but I don't think that this is the same situation, especially with the ace high. Probably should be just giving up. So after Kacper inevitably checks, let's see what this Polish on Polish spot will bring. But I would be very surprised if we see more aggression from Jakub. But remember, guys, this man has been a League of Legends pro gamer. You never know with those LOL guys what they're gonna do. But yeah, here we go. There's that check back. And in Kacper's shoes, I mean, this is interesting. I would imagine that he can actually be calling with some weaker hands before the flop. On the flop, sorry, and it's not too much incentive to turn this hand into a bluff. Of course, you do kind of have the option. Wow, look at this! Is that a block bet or is that a big bet? 275. Yeah, we're trying to get some value exactly from hands like this one. Very, very interesting. Very, very nice bet by Kacper. Wow, chat, let me know if you like it. Would you actually make this value bet? That's a very strong play. Jakub doesn't fall for it, but yeah, that block bet, I must say, very interesting. You don't really want to face a big bet yourself, so betting small and folding to a big raise. Very interesting play. And the second Polish player strikes back right here at our feature table. Re-race Chili Dog. Oh my goodness, we have the most amazing moderators right here. It's such a pleasure to have you here, guys, on Twitch. Let me know, guys, are you watching on YouTube? Who is on YouTube? Make yourself known in the chat. And looking at that shot clock, by the way, guys, there was a big discussion. There's a new discussion about a different shot clock. I believe it's Triton. They are bringing in the chess clock. So you have a personal time bank, basically, just like online, and you can run out of it, but it's personal just for you. I'm very curious how the test run works out, and if some people will think that, hey, maybe we should bring that to Kings as well. And Pel Nieuwenhuis, guys, this guy also is a big name. This is a big, big name. No stranger to Kings. He won the Kings Million No Limit Hold'em Closer. It was only 5K, and it was a 5-way deal, but it still counts. It was just last week. He does have a lot of good scores in Namur, Pel, so obviously a very strong player. And let's see how he plays this paired board. Jay Vicello's favorite hand, does he? Is it Jack 9 of Hearts? Why would Jack 9 of Hearts be anyone's favorite hand, guys? I don't understand that. You explain that, please, to me in the chat. As Pel goes ahead and bets on the flop. Again, you have to check in 9, the overcards. You have the potential to draw those hearts and, well, interesting. Against the cutoff, you could consider calling, but the problem is if you give your opponent respect, if you think that Pel is a strong player and he will continue bluffing and betting, it's not as enticing to just call the weakest ace high you can have. Against some passive players that you expect to just bet on the flop and check it down with those queen highs, you can actually consider calling that ace, but you see respect given to his opponent. And I must say, guys, This is one of the stronger feature tables that we've had in a long time here. And it never stops. Look at this, Jakub. The most famous man at this table, arguably, has the checks, the hated hand by most people. But when you are facing somebody with just 17 big blinds left, you are a very happy camper. And it will be very interesting how Lukáš will proceed against Jakub's free bet. And if you guys don't know, the background of Jakub is a League of Legends professional gamer, esports player. It's a 5-on-5 MOBA, people call it. So you have a team of 5 and you play against the other team of 5, and every player has a different role on the team. I'm actually not sure. If you guys can tell me on the chat what is the position that he plays in League of Legends, we can even try to extrapolate that and guess his playing style for poker from that. But obviously, a lot of great poker players have come from the pro gaming and esports scene, and Jakub is one of them. And oh my goodness, look at this. Absolute disaster on the flop for Jakub, as Lukáš outflops him with trip 8s. This is as bad as it gets. It will be incredibly tough not to double up Lukáš right now. And look at this. Yep, there it is. All in and a call. It is just inevitable. Jakub can't believe it. He's scratching his head and shaking his head in disbelief. Oh my goodness, the infamous checks strike again. Nobody likes this hand. And yet again, they bring some heartbreak to the player who decides to play them aggressively. But there was nothing he could have done. Can the jack come on the river and redeem the reputation of the pocket jacks? No, it cannot. And Lukáš, with a huge bad beat against Jakub, steals away some of the wind. And look at this, Jakub.
Tragiczne zagranie, ale to tragiczne zagranie.
Pentru mine e bine, că el a fost să ia și acum nu mai e nimeni aproape de mine la fixe. L-a și luat de la masă.
Well, I'll let you hear that exchange, guys, but as you can hear that, he is not very happy. Obviously. This was a spot where you're supposed to be really, really strong, and Jakub, being a League of Legends player, no offense, I actually played the other game, the competitive game, Dota, and the League of Legends players are known for tilting and for going crazy a little bit. So we saw some of that pedigree that Jakub has came from right there, as he was very, very verbal about losing that hand and running into that ace-8 and the trips. Yeah, by the way, on Twitch, people are looking at the payouts and the amount of money that people have earned. Yeah, Jakub, 466,000. The best live cash came here at Kings. I know he's very, very proud of that one. It was for 415k euro. The action never stops. Look at this now. Valentin against Jakub yet again. He finds himself in yet another spot. This time he actually flops that mid pair, which is not very good for him, as he is facing the 8s of Valentin, and unless something crazy happens, we will basically see him losing yet another hand. Now the question is, in Valentin's shoes, he probably will find it very tough to find another value bet right here. And he finds that bet. Look at this. Very nice bet from Valentin. Basically, he's forcing Jakub to find that call. Nice value bet there on that turn. I don't think he will find another one, though. It would have to be an absolute sicko. Yep, there we go. There's the check back. And Jakub will not be happy about this either. And Jakub started really strong, but now he's just unlucky. There's not much he could have done about these hands, but listen, guys. This man knows how to be competitive. He knows the ups and downs from his pro gaming career. I have no doubt that he will recompose himself. Even though we have seen him angry already, I do believe that he's been in these situations time and time again. E. Petrov, how can we see who is still in? We don't have the info on the outer tables. Actually, guys, speaking of which, I'll give you a little bit of a surprise. Maybe you don't know about this, but King's Resort has a new app. You heard that right. King's Resort has a new app. If you don't know about it, go ahead, Google that King's Resort app. You can go to your Play Store, and there, actually, you can see who busted out. You can actually see who busted out. I don't want to spoil anything. I'm not sure if we're behind the stream or not, but actually, yes, we can. So 23rd place is Manuel Wolfgang Schulze, 1,310 euro, and Berserk from Ukraine, he busted in 22nd. How do I know this? I have the King's app, okay? King's has a brand new app. King's Live, it's called. So go ahead, go to your Play Store, search for King's Live. It's in the Google and also the Apple stores, and you can go into live, into tournaments, and if you click on Slovenian Poker Tour, you can go into prizes, and then you will see who won which money. Unfortunately for those players, it means that they have won a bust out. Yeah, so E. Petrov, I don't know who is still in, but you can see who actually busted out by using the King's Live app. It's a brand new thing. I absolutely love it. It brings us to the new century. But hold that thought, Valentin Dumitra, we have not seen anything from the chip leader of this table. I believe he's the chip leader of the whole tournament. And now he wakes up with kings. Bill Hurley, he should be letting go of the King 10 offsuit, but again, Bill is also one player that hasn't been seen so far. That's a time bang, oh my goodness, maybe he's seeing something that isn't really there. With King 10 off, he should be letting it go, but if you think that your opponent is weak, if you believe that you have been tight so far and you will get a lot of credit, hey, maybe you want to get adventurous and just jam in with King 10 offsuit. Nope, he lets it go as he should. By the way, guys, Valentin Dumitra, he just this year, just a couple of weeks ago, ESPC, he was second for 29,190 euro, a runner-up. Only Hussein Arkun took him down. He lost in a coin flip, but obviously he wants to be up there. Valentin wants some redemption. He is the chip leader. He wants to be finally on the podium here at King's Resort. He was so close. Maybe Pell, the man that is crushing mostly in Belgium, but he also won a side event last week here at King's. Maybe he will pay him off, but it seems very, very unlikely. Valentin, even though it's exciting, wow, he hit the set. For him, it's not that great because both the ace and the king are scare cards for his opponent. He could actually consider checking back. We go for that min bet. But in Pell shoes, there's not much really you can do here. Yeah, you simply have to let it go. So we have been seeing those slow plays, not this time from Valentin. But I don't think that he lost much value. There's not much he could have done to milk those sixes, guys. What's the name of the app? So it's Kings Live. Let me see. So it's Kings Resort, Kings Live. Let me make sure I give you the exact name. It's brand new, guys. It's absolutely brand new. Only a couple weeks in operation. Okay, so the official name of the app, I'm going to type it in the chat. Kings Resort. And if the moderators are listening, maybe we can have the bot to actually tell people what it is. And it is the Kings Resort app. If you are playing at Kings, guys, you have to get it. You're crazy if you don't. You see what cash games are running. You see what tournaments are running. You see the tournament clock in there. You have all the phone numbers for all the shuttles. You can even, if you are at Kings Prague, you can check yourself in without going to the reception. It works like a charm. And I'm so proud. I'm so proud that we finally have an app. I know it's been tested for many, many months. Now it's finally out. And if you are wondering who busted out of this tournament, guys, 21 left. Who were the two players that busted today? You can go to Kings Resort app and you will see who got those payouts. It's a little bit of workaround. You don't see who's left. You see who got the money. But obviously, if someone's 23rd and 22nd, you know that they were not lucky in the tournament in the end.
Yeah, I was thinking, you have so much respect, not even leave.
Thank you very much, JV Cello, adding the Kings Resort app. I think many people don't even know it exists. I think it's so new and so fresh that people are not even aware. And it's an absolute marvel. You can skip the queues, guys, finally. And now look at this, Jakub down to 30 big blinds. Obviously 30 big blinds is a lot of ammunition that a strong player can play with. He's not out of this tournament by any means, but obviously not as high as when we started. And on a board like this one, you probably want to put in a bet. The thing is, you have 75%, that's true, but every single turn card pretty much is a one you don't like that allows your opponent to try to represent some bluffs. So even if he folds basically everything that you're beating right now, you just don't mind taking it down with a hand like this one. Obviously a reasonably big success for your hand, and he does just that. Congratulations. By the way, guys, what a week we've had. One thing that a lot of people don't know as well, during the Slovenian poker tour, there was a guest side event. It was the beer poker tour, one I went to. It's pretty much a small tour that goes around all sorts of small casinos, and finally they go to Kings Resort, just as a side event to SPT. And you can check out their social media. It was a lot of fun. You can see the logo at the bottom of your screen below Kings Resort. There are the two beers. So this was one of the side events here that we had at Kings this week. And it's an absolute blast. You have a mini player party, I think every break pretty much. And it's super relaxed. The Merrivan, my friend, came in, flew in from London to try to make the SPT a little bit special with his side event. And the atmosphere is always phenomenal. So, fun side events, but obviously now we're looking for that big pay, big money up top. And Ball Hurley waves the white flag, allows Yaroslav to take it down with ace-10 offsuit. Good choice. And I have asked the organizers, so maybe we'll give you some info. We are still waiting for it. But I know all the guys at SPT, and we're hoping to get some behind-the-scenes information about this. But look at this. Valentin Dumitrov, second finisher at ESPC, now with 5.3 million. Jakub Skulczynski, the superstar League of Legends player that banked a massive score here in 2024, has dropped down, but is still second at this feature table, but he has his work cut out for him. And then the rest of the players, but these two still are the two players to watch. Look at this, he actually folded Queen 10. I think it was offsuit, but very interesting. It's a hand we could see him actually raising. Jaroslav Pilarski is now facing Kacper, who has ace-deuce of hearts. Generally, it's the weakest of those suited aces. You can actually go either way. You can go ahead and fold, call, or free bet. He decided to just go for that call. We really are in that danger zone. If you saw, most of these players are around that 30 big blind mark, where every single blind matters. You don't want to go into that short stack territory. If you go even 5, 6, 7 big blinds above those 30, suddenly you are ahead of the other players at the table. You can put pressure on them. So there's no shocker that with 21 remaining, these players around those 30 bigs will try to play cautiously. And Dirk Schellenberger has the best position, the 6-9. I'm just kidding. He's in the big blind, but with those great odds and the win race, he gets to come along. And let's see if he can steal it away with the 6-9 suited from those two middle to premium hands. Well, we have a gut shot for Dirk. Jaroslav with the top pair. And Kacper also hits a little bit of something. We have that backdoor flush draw. Backdoor not flush draw. So let's see. What Jaroslav decides to do now will really determine how the hand will be played. Yeah, we decide to go for that c-bet. No waiting for it. 100k. A very small bet, but this is very tempting for Kacper, I must say. Mr. Pisarski, what are you going to do? It's a small bet, you have position. Well, he lets it go because Dirk is behind him. And Dirk! We have that gut shot. We have those back doors. It's a very small bet. We probably should be continuing. Now the question is, do we go with the raise, just the call, or do we play conservatively? The problem is he only has 17 big blinds. It will be tough to check raise and then put on the pressure. Looks like this is what he might be doing. Oh my goodness! Oh, he wanted to do it. Dirk! Oi, 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 oi. He wanted to raise. You saw that. He was grabbing those raising chips. But in the end, decided not to go for it. Last minute decision to just let it go. And definitely, guys, he could have gone all three ways. A raise and a call and a fold. All reasonable. But again, we do have 21 left. A lot of the stacks are close to each other. He knows that all those 30 big blind stacks, they can knock each other out and allow him to try to ladder up, try to go further. Poker Bradster, how to register that up? You have to make an account. I think you have to go to Kings itself. I think the first registration needs to be with your ID. Well, that's the thing, guys. I have my Kings card for ages. I haven't tested it without having an account, so. But I would assume because of anti-money laundering, you know, and everything, to have an account, you do actually have to present yourself at Kings for the first time, and then you have it. I made my account a couple of years ago. I go obviously to Kings. I went to EPT as well very frequently, so I didn't have to do anything. My card was simply working. My account was valid, but I do suspect that the first time you make it, you do have to show us your ID in person. JV Selo, you've been at Kings? Yes, yes, yes. I think it works that way. You have to have been to Kings Resort. You have to have visited us at least once. As long as you have done that, you will have an account. You have to show that ID, but once you have it, then you can register for the app. And it will have your account. You don't have to do anything. Just confirm your email, and bam, you are in. As long as you give the email that you used with the registration. So watch it if you want to be careful, guys. Though you will see half an hour ahead of us. If you do have the app, you will see the clock. 30 minutes before us, you will see how many players are remaining. You don't see the list of players, but you see who busted out. I don't have it. Poker Master, maybe try your email. It's possible that you just use your email address that you gave Kings and it works. I'll take a look at this Pel. This layer of Namur. For some reason, he loves that casino. He has a bunch of first places. I think 90k was his biggest score. Second places. He does have a victory from last week in a side event here after a multi-way deal at Kings. He open raises with the sixes under the gun. Jaroslav Pilarski, 33 big blinds. Really? Maybe you can mix in some of the times a free bet, but vast majority of the time you will do exactly what Jaroslav has done. And the nice thing about this is you are basically dominating all those Jack 10, Jack 9 suited that can be opening. It's a very strong Broadway hand that you have here. And you have the backdoor flush draw in Yaroslav's shoes. Well, for Pel, look at this. Pel is now going for the check back, for that pot control, which opens the door to Jaroslav. And really, in Yaroslav's shoes, what else are you waiting for if you don't bluff this situation? I am actually shocked that we don't see any aggression from him. Maybe he's going for that check raise, maybe he's waiting for that river, but really, Jaroslav, we will never know because he hit that king. But on a board like this one, when in the big blind, you hit so many strong hands here, especially at this stack depth. You should be putting in the aggression, turning your hand into a bluff, but look at this. We are playing very, very tight. Jaroslav decided to even check that king. He was expecting Pel to maybe stub at it with some give-ups. But very surprisingly small pot we have seen right now in a very passive line. And you know what, guys? We can't really blame them. 21 players left. We have a lot of money up top. So I understand it, but we know players like Jakub would definitely go ahead and fight for this. And the first place, if you don't know, you can take a look at the Nightbot on Twitch, guys. Payouts on YouTube. We need to change them, by the way, guys. I'm going to ask them to change our payouts. Change Casco production. Well, it's 71k up top.
Could you put twice in front because I don't see from this position? Thank you.
Look at this. So we asked for that, guys. On Twitch, the payouts are correct. We do have 71,600. Including that KMEC package up top. So a lot of money. It's understandable that these players want to get there. Even 9th place is 5.8k euro. That's why oftentimes in these stages you will see some tighter plays. Unless you are Jakub, who calls with the 4s on the button, and can he restore some of that stack that he has lost over the course of this featured table. It doesn't look that way. It's just about the worst board for you. You know that even against really weak hands, you don't have too much hope. Now let's see if Kacper will actually allow him to start turning his hands into a bluff. We know that Jakub likes to do that. Oh, he does check. Wow, this is very interesting. You might be thinking, hey, I have the backdoor diamonds. I really don't want to see any turn here at all. I have been aggressive at this table, though, so I'm very curious what Jakub decides to do. But look at this, League of Legends, pro gamer. Aggression is his middle name, and he decides to go for it on the flop. Protection bet right now, but I wouldn't be shocked if he actually decides to turn it into a bluff on future streets. Of course, Kasper wants to go with that call. But once he does call, Jakub has to realize that he's not good at in showdown very frequently. He must know that surely, but it's going to be really tough to bluff at this board. And Kasper, Pisarski. Pisarz means writer in Polish, by the way. Let's see what story will he write right here on the turn. I'm assuming that a check is the most likely one. He tries to... What the hell? What's going on here? So we decide to check call the flop and bet the turn. What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? We are block betting right now. He's basically telling Jakub that, hey, I have a queen. It's so tough for Kasper to actually have absolutely nothing here. So Jakub just has to give up. Very unorthodox line, I must say. And Pisarski, Pisarz means writer. He has written a very confusing story for his opponent, but it has worked out. He got some extra value on the flop, and he protected his hand, and he's scooping that pot. And Jakub is taking a hit after hit after hit to his stack and to his hopes of repeating another run at King's Resort. And going back to those glory days of the EPM 2 million when he won 415,000 euro here at King's Resort. Poker Brat serve. Yes, it's not working. Email the floor. Yes, of course, guys. Don't be shy. Our app is relatively recent. Obviously, a lot of time was spent on testing, but any help that you can give us, if your email address changed, for example, contact King's Resort. I'm sure we'll get that sorted. I'm almost shocked at how well the app is actually working right off the bat. I think some of the German players that started, you couldn't see it in the Play Store, but besides that, at least for me, it works like a charm, which definitely doesn't tend to be the case when you roll out a big app like this. So, really proud point for King's Resort. And look at this. Finally, after a massive string of raises and calls and middling size spots, we finally have that small blind and big blind spot. And let's see if Pell will put in some pressure against Valentin. We do have that gutter. Yep, here we go. It's very interesting when you are Valentin, when you are in Valentin's shoes. It's basically two schools of thought. Hey, I think the other players, they should be playing pretty tight right now, especially as we near that final table bubble, where the ICM pressure on your stack and on your chips is the second highest after the actual money bubble. I will go ahead and push them around. So far we've seen him not really do anything crazy. He's preserving his chip stacks. He's waiting for good spots. Nothing too wrong with that, especially if you are playing against a table that likes to put on the pressure. We do have a lot of action players here. Like Pell, like Jakub, and those guys like to put the foot to the pedal, so you maybe don't have as much opportunity to try to run them over as the big stack. Speaking of Pell, again, time and time again, this man is in pots, same as Jakub, SG suited, obviously. It's time to raise it up. We go with that min raise. And for Valentin, again, now is the time to see how he wants to play this. Does he want to be the big bully, big stack and free bet this? Or will he play passively? Nope, he knows that with a hand like this one, with all the pressure he can put on, it's time to free bet. And Pell will be in a very uncomfortable position right now. You have 18 big blinds left. You have seen Valentin play pretty straightforward. Oh my God, he goes for it! Bell! You crazy Dutchman! He actually goes ahead and shoves against Valentin, who hasn't really shown much aggression so far at this featured table. He doesn't care. He goes against that big stack with the worst ace. Obviously, you can see that the chopping probability is pretty high. But can he get him off the ace free? I think he will. Beautiful, beautiful play. Great shove from the Dutchman. He won a small side event here last week at King's Resort. He has not had enough. He's going for that win. And there's no big stack that can scare him. All in with the ace-deuce suited. Very nice play. Oh, check the stream, he says. Yes, you should. Adam Barci says pretty debatable flats against EP44. Yeah, again, Adam, I mean, come on. Jakub is a League of Legends player, okay? He actually made $80,000 playing video games in his lifetime. You can actually check the profile online. Jakub has made 80K as part of a team, so his team made 5 times that. In League of Legends. And League of Legends players, they're known for anything but calmness, okay? So I feel so far that if Jakub can play a hand, he actually wants to play it. But yeah, I have to agree with you. It's kind of borderline, especially now that he's dropped to about 30 big blinds. And bull from him, we haven't seen much. Is he going to go ahead and jam? Nope. He's slowly bleeding. By the way, Valentin, look at this guy. The chip leader decided to finally press the issue. He open raised with Queen 5 offsuit, as he should. With that big stack, everybody else is either short stacked or around those 30 big blinds where you don't want to lose a single chip or you fall behind the opposition. And Valentin decides to finally use that big stack to his advantage, and in most likelihood he will get Bull away from his hand. And Bull can't believe it, the German. Little bit of a surrendered look right there. He really needs to summon some energy, Bull. He has to grab the game by the horns and try to find a good double up spot. Because I have a feeling that the table is starting to wake up. Now that Valentin finally is getting out of line himself, it will be very tough for the short stacks here, unless they decide to be aggressive and punish that aggression from the players. Jaroslav Pilarski, King Queen offsuit. An obvious race. Kacper, as I believe Adam in the chat has said, probably should be just a laydown. But he is thinking about it. We do have those 32 big blinds. Yep, this time we see a fold from that small pair. And Bull Hurley, King 10 offsuit. Are you going to pull that trigger? It would be a disastrous time to do it. You are against King Queen, but really, we have 6.3 bigs. Do we wait another orbit, or do we just stick it in right now? Time bank is coming out. Obviously, he is hurting from calling before the flop and just having to fold in the last hand. I understand that you just want to put it in. But arguably the Jack 10 off might have been a better spot against the button than the King 10 off is against +1. Yeah, he actually lets it go. At least he is consistent. Now Dirk Schellenberger, A7 suited, also has the option to just stick it in, but
No, not yet. I mean not yet. Already not. Already not yet.
A call, definitely an option for him. He does have 14 bigs. We have that time bank. We want to just use that suited ace. Put all the chips in, put the maximum pressure against Yaroslav. Or do we just call and play it safe? A lot of the times in these situations, you kind of see if the player is playing to win or if they are playing to ladder up. Try to outlast the other players. Outlast those short stacks. Look for those good spots. Yeah, we just see that call from there.
See now? I got 4-bet jam.
Actually, yeah.
He was thinking about that jam, of course. Fortunately for him, Yaroslav Pilarski hits that top pair. Good kicker. And Dirk does have a backdoor here. Backdoor straight draw. But really, when you have 13 big blinds in your stack, you want to protect that. You want to keep it. To fight another day. You want to have the chance to put these chips into the face of your opponents and still make them hurt. So that will make, in this situation, it that much less likely for him to try to be cute and play back. We don't know how Dirk plays. Maybe he's feeling adventurous. Maybe he's looking for those life tells. He's staring his opponent down. There we go, just like before the flop. He's taking his time. A lot of time banks accrued over the course of this tournament. He saved all of them for these crucial moments in the top 21. And with his backdoor straight draw with the ace high, will he decide to just call, fold, or put in a raise? Did I see a little bit of a smile from Dirk? Yes. He is weighing all his options, using those time banks, but finally just lets it go. And Yaroslav has mercy! Yes, Yaroslav the Merciful showed him the queen, and Dirk, he will be very happy about his laydown right now. And Hati 1004 is coming in. As you can see, 71,600 up top, including the package. And the ninth place gets 5,800, which is a really big payday, considering you just started with 300 euro here. Speaking of payday, guys, World Series of Poker Europe, I can't believe it. It's coming. It's almost here. This is such a huge milestone for Kings. On one hand, I am kind of sad that we lost the WSOP here in Rozvadov, but really, this stop will be probably a historic one of a kind in the history of poker, history of Europe. The very first one in Prague. That will be absolutely insane. Look at this, Dirk. Because he did not get queued before, he still has quite a lot of ammunition here. And now he can put in the tens, go with that all in. We're using the time bank. I like that he's consistent. When you save so many time banks, when you do have only 12 big blinds, it does make sense that you actually use them when you have a weak hand. Now he's using it when he has a clear as day shove with those tens. Again, staring down his opponent. And here we go. The inevitable has happened. We actually left 1.1 bigs. We left a little bit behind. Just to be cute, it wasn't quite an all-in, but for all intents and purposes, obviously that was just a jam. And one that worked out for him. One that's obviously good for you if you have a little bit more big blinds because you just didn't decide to float in the previous hand. So yeah, guys, Slovenian Poker Tour, but then World Series of Poker Europe. We are all looking forward to that. I'm really wondering how the turnout will be. Obviously, in Prague at King's Casino, there has been the EPT time and time again, so everybody is experienced in running these big events at Hilton. But the anticipation is in the air. This is a completely different animal that is coming to Prague. And I can't wait how it turns out. To see how it turns out. So many big names are confirmed, by the way. But right now we are here in Rozvadov, and Jakubs Kuczynski, the pro gamer, wakes up with ace-10 offsuit, a premium hand, especially for him, blind against blind. And look at this! Wow! Jaroslav Pilarski just folds with Jack-9 offsuit. Big respect fold. Against Jakub, you definitely should be calling there, unless you think that your opponent will push you around and you don't feel like you can defend this. All the time 100. Welcome to the chat. And by the way, guys, if you're wondering what the extra package is for the players, we are talking about the World Series of Poker Europe coming very soon, but the King's Million European Poker Championship is coming on the 30th of September. So World Series of Poker Europe is coming to Prague, but here at King's Resort in Rozvadov, we have another massive event replacing the World Series of Poker Europe that just departed last year, and that will be in September. And look at this, Bill Hurley, he finally finds a hand that he is happy with. Everybody's smiling, so is he. They know how tight he has been so far. And he finds an ace-9 of clubs. And with a big grin, that was the worst poker face of all time from Bill, I must say. His opponents now know that he can't have aces or kings. I don't think you would laugh like this with aces or kings here ever. But it doesn't really matter. You just don't have too much to play with. And in Pell's shoes, wow, he actually did let it go. Very interesting. Bull Hurley has been so tight so far that Pell actually lets go of ace-5 suited. Very interesting. Maybe he actually read into that laugh in a different way. Again, there was the anti-poker face. And hold that thought. We have that update. Valentin Dumitra still leading 62 bigs. Jaroslav Pilarski, our second place now. Kacper at 32. Jakub fell all the way to the middle of the pack with 29 bigs. Pell is right there with 27. Dirk Schellenberger, 17 bigs. And Bull Hurley, finally, he found that all in. With a big laugh on his face. Has chipped up to 9 big blinds, but really, Bull, you need to keep charging if you want to have a chance at the 71,600 euro, including that King's Million European Poker Championship package.
Good one, no respect for seat number 5. 1-7.
Now we see a raise with the King-Jack offsuit. Of course, a strong one. And Dirk, Queen-Jack off, you should really be letting it go. But we know that this guy likes to take his time. He likes to weigh his options. And he finally releases that hand. Let's see what Pell does here. Looks like we are just calling with the sixes, which allows the big stack Valentin to come along as well. But he decides to just play tight, let it go. Doesn't want to be dominated against all the other stronger aces. Heading to the flop here. Pell has been very aggressive, but it's Kacper who outflops him here with that second pair. And a bigger stack than Pell. Not really, both options are fine. The more natural one, I suppose, should be to check it back, and yes, we just go for that. Not too many worse hands are actually calling against you, and Now the ball is in Pel's corner. This time he doesn't choose the aggression. We have seen him be aggressive really and pull the trigger, go all in before, but not this time. When Kacper checks back on the flop, it's really, really suspicious. If you have a bluff, if you have nothing, why would you ever check back the flop? Why not just go ahead and bet? So now when he decides to check back the flop, it's pretty obvious that most of the time he will have some sort of a hand. And in Pel's shoes, there's just not anything that he can really do or should do. And here we go, he lets it go. Nice little pot for Kacper. But he didn't get any extra value here from Pel. It's absolutely fine.
So we're playing now, yeah?
Apparently we have a couple online qualifiers here. We're having some backdoor info. So
Stai emozionando Marin, ma.
Kacper, looks like Kacper and Lukáš Sen, those two guys actually qualified from online. It's always nice when you go ahead and play online, get to the live event, and then you go really, really deep. You get even more money. And by the way, looks like we lost a player. 20 players remaining out of 1,120. Now, if anyone is curious as to who the player that we lost is, there's only one way to find out. And the only way is to go to your Play Store or your Apple Store, whatever that's called. I'm an Android guy. Download the Kings Resort app and you can actually see the live clock and you can see who busted from the tournament. So in 21st place, we have a player with the nickname Barty German. Barty German takes down 1,310 euro. Info courtesy of our Kings Resort app that you can get yourself right now. As long as you have been to Kings Resort at least once, your email should be working there. So if you want to get spoiled, we have a half an hour delay. You can actually see who busted already and where the clock is half an hour in the future by using the app. Top hitters 80, hello from Netherlands. Top hitter 80. Re-race Chili Dog. Lemon, did you see the final table of Kings Million last week? I have actually been at the Norwegian Championships, believe it or not. I was making content there. Unfortunately, I had to miss it. But I know it was a heads-up deal and an Italian player actually won it. So obviously a huge, huge event. And I'm wondering if anything crazy happened. You let me know, Re-race Chili Dog, if something crazy happened there. Oh yeah, so Daniele Santaniello, I heard that story. Yes. I heard it on the King's Facebook and on the Instagram. There's a beautiful story made on our Instagram. Head to Instagram, click on King's Resort, and there is a story of Daniele Santaniello. Absolutely incredible story. So he went from 4.5 big blinds to winning it all after a deal. They made a deal, then he crushed the opponent as well. Top hitter, yes, there is a 1 NL player. Now the question is for you guys. You guys tell me if he will count him as a player from the Netherlands. Pel Nieuwenhuis, hopefully I'm pronouncing it correctly. So Pel is from Netherlands. But the thing is, vast majority of his cashes are actually in Namur in Belgium. What is that about? I don't understand that. But yes, Pel has been a central point of this feature table. You can see him right now. But he has a bunch of caches from Namur, and he actually won a side event last week here at Kings. And this is the man we're talking about, Pel. We just call him Pel, guys. We're not going to mess up the surname. Yes. He has the ace-3 suited, and he already has gone all in before. Maybe a similar hand. This time they are deeper, so he definitely has the option to go ahead and free bet. Folding would probably be the default play, however. And Dirk Schellenberger, I think that this hand will be just a fold after a little bit of a posturing. We have seen him taking his time every single time. He does not want to give anything away, but it will be a fold in the end. So top hitter, Cool Cats, welcome to the chat. Obi boy, we have some Pel fans in the chat, it looks like. Yeah, so Pel has 247k, but most of that comes from Namur. I don't understand that. Why is he playing in Belgium so much when he's from the Netherlands? But now it looks like his streak has ended there and it's restarting here at King's Resort. Actually, it was the last King's Million, no limit hold'em closer he won for 4,950 euros after a 5-way deal, and now he wakes up with aces. Take a look at this. The Dutch players, the Dutch fans came into the chat, and suddenly their champion wakes up with aces and raises it to the minimum. Let's see if he can get some action, and yes, action he will get, and oh my goodness, it is Jakub, who is a pro gamer in League of Legends, who took down over 400k euro a couple of years ago here at King's Resort. He does make the call with the King Jack offsuit, but this will be bad news for him if he does hit that King or a Jack. Oh my goodness, this is not good at all for him. Both of those players have flopped a flush draw. Jakub, however, is reaching for chips, and the reason is when you have a board of 4, 5, 7, the big blind absolutely smashes it with all those 5s, all those 6, 8, 7s, 4s, all those low flushes, and he decides to play aggressively again. Guys, we're talking about the League of Legends pro gamer. He made over 80,000 playing video games in his life, so he likes to be aggressive, but now this is really bad news for him, but he does not know it yet. He hits that King on the turn. He has no reason to slow down. He will continue betting, but Pel is not going anywhere. Not against this sizing, not against any other sizing. We will most likely see a call from him right now. An aggressive line, very advanced line. From Jakub, he instantly led on the flop, out of turn. He dunked on the flop, as he definitely can a lot of the time, because the board is so good for him. Now, unfortunately for him, he has hit that King. And this might be a lucky card for Jakub. He might not bleed out completely, thanks to the one card straight. Potentially completing on the river. Let's see what he actually does here. Will he go for that block bet, or will he go for that check? Yep, we do go for the check, and for Pel, checking it back, and that 6 on the river has potentially saved Jakub a ton of chips right here. And Pel is not happy about that win. You can tell that he's dragging those chips, but he's not exactly happy here. Throwing in that laugh, yeah. He knows that that 6 on the river has lost him a bunch of chips right there.
I think he was fault.
By the way, guys, on Twitch we have some information from the chat. Namur is only 1 hour from Holland, depending on where you live. It's 2 hours from Rotterdam. Oh, it makes sense, okay. That's why this man who just took down a sizable pot from the once second place at the featured table. That's why he plays in Belgium so much, because it's just a stone's throw away. 1 hour and 15 minutes. Very interesting. That's why he does that. Although, guys, maybe, just maybe, Pel has found his new favorite venue. Remember, he took down a side event just last week, the King's Million closer, and now he is super close to making it to the end game of the Slovenian poker tour here in Rozvadov. So maybe he will move away from Netherlands. He will stop playing in Namur and he will play here at King's Resort. Day after day. And he drags down another pot. Jaroslav Pilarski decides to give up with King 7 offsuit. And suddenly it's this Dutchman who has all the momentum. But it's not really surprising. He has been showing aggression in basically all spots. He even shoved all in against the chip leader, made him to fold a better hand. So it very much looks like Pell has come here to win and add to that trophy cabinet, that win cabinet after that little side event win last week. Now the Dutchies are telling when they play. Spa, Belgium, very interesting. Jaroslav Pilarski showing that 5D's offsuit. Come on, Jaroslav, you could have gone for it. By the way, it looks like we have lost a player at the outer tables. Now, if you are wondering who that was, you can get the King's Resort app. You can click on Poker Tournaments. As long as you have already a King's account, guys. I believe you actually do have to have it. You have to have visited King's at least one time and your email address has to work. But we can tell you who we actually lost here. And Raul George Saf is who we lost in the 20th place for 1,925 euro. Nice payday if you started with 300 euros, but still you would like to go a little bit further, I assume, in Raul's shoes. But look at this, Jakub, finally, can he regain some of that momentum? Our pro gamer from League of Legends. Oh my goodness, look at this, Valentin Dumitra. How much do you have, he's asking. Ace Queen, shoot it. This is the time for Jakub to get back on the horse. The one's big stack has just about the stack size level where he can go ahead and just put it in, and there is that free bet. And let's see that poker face of Jakub's. He knows that there is only one play. He doesn't even think about it. Again, this man plays League of Legends for a living, has been playing that for a long time.
I have 170. Maybe it's yours.
Maybe it's yours, he says. Can this League of Legends superstar hold? Can we avoid that queen? So far, so good. And we have those diamonds to boot, 92%. 40 pro gamer who won over 400K a couple years ago here at King's. This is looking dangerous now. Look at this. There's actually backdoor club draw. And it is that king after some drama. Oh my goodness. Valentin almost counterpunched him with those backdoor clubs.
Deschide el 160, tribete din pic 600, azi l-am văzut, el Olin. Azi popă. Da, pune flash on turn, popă river.
And Jakub is very, I don't have to, guys, I don't have to be here. Why am I even here, okay? Jakub is commenting for us. Obviously he has friends on the rail and he shouts the hands that he had to his rail. I think this is really cute. It's amazing when you have friends supporting you. So we are recapping the action to the rail.
I'm joking because he said year of Romania before, yeah? Or it was your friend.
Yeah, he's joking, but
it's important to have fun, guys. Oh, now it's too late, brother. I cannot tell you.
160, 600.
yeah, I don't think Valentin is finding this as amusing as you are, Jakub. Remember, guys, when Jakub lost with the jacks against Ace 8, he was actually raging, okay? So I love to see it. This man, obviously, when you play League of Legends for a living, like he has been doing for years, you are not known for keeping it mellow, okay? League of Legends players are notoriously explosive. And Jakub is only proving that right now. He's having fun, he's cursing when he loses. And look at this, Jaroslav Pilarski with those aces gets no action. This is the worst feeling in the world. When you finally get aces and nobody gives you any action this close to making it near that final table with 71k up top. Oi, 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 oi. The full in the money until 19th place, please. Where can we see it? Patav Kobaika. By the way, guys, again, if you have been to King's Resort, you can go ahead and download the King's Resort app, which is on the Play Store. It's in the Apple Store as well. And the 16th to 19th is 1,925 euros right now. I'm not sure if the payouts are actually updated. I can actually paste them from Twitch. So YouTube payouts, I'm not sure if they are correct, but on Twitch we have them right indeed. Let me throw them in right now. Hold that thought. Did I hear that? All in? Yes, we did. Bull Hurley. Last time he let go of Jack 10 offsuit with a similar stack. He only called. Now he actually goes all in. Blind against blind. And we have an all-in right here. Can the queen fall? Yes, it can. But unfortunately, for that queen jack, the king is there on the flop as well. And we are down to 7% in Bull Hurley's use. Oh my god! It's a queen! The 7% came to fruition. Bull Hurley, some way, somehow, wins this one after waiting so long to put it in. And Kacper, he's just shaking his head.
What can you do?
What can you do indeed? That's a very good comment.
No worries, yes, of course.
So I'm showing you Patav Kobakia. Hopefully I'm not butchering it on YouTube. I'm showing you the payouts. But the King's Resort app has all of this. You can go into tournaments, into live, if you have been at King's Resort before. And there you will see that 16th to 19th has 1,925 euro. And you can also see that we lost Raul George Saf in the 20th place. But hold that thought. Hell, with ace-9 off, has mercy and lets it go. And Jakub Skurzinski, the one's big stack, is yet again around that 3.4 million. I believe he started with 3.8. And through his aggression, through that clutch double up with the ace-king, he's in this position where he starts dragging more pots. Re-race Chili Dog. AFK for a bit. We will miss you. And here we continue. Obviously, all these players want to go towards that final table. They want to win. But I think it's pretty obvious who are the players who decided to go for it, who are playing aggressively. Take a look at this. Bull Hurley. Are we going to speculate here with the 10-7? Nope. Back to that conservative push or fold strategy with not getting too out of line. He was already hurt. Look at his hand. Look at Bull's hand. Somehow he got hurt already. And Dirk in the small blind. 10-5 offsuit. Against Jakub. Of all the players, you probably don't want to be aggressive against him. You just know that Jakub is playing for the win. It just seems like he's very aggressive. He's taking his spots. He wants that win, he wants that glory.
No.
He is chasing that great feeling of winning a big tournament here at King's Resort that he's already tasted in 2024. Of course, today's a little bit smaller tournament. Jakub actually, to be on the EPM Kings Resort champion, he is the champ for 415k in total cashes at Kings. But adding 71,000 on top of that, obviously that's something that is the dream when you are sitting in this idle 19. Kasper takes down another pot with a6 suited. JV Solo says, I will arrive at the Kings on 8th of May for the combined IPF/Dutch Classic. Yeah, there's always tournaments, guys, here. Kings Resort never sleeps. It's amazing that you will be here. My next event at Kings Resort is the Festival Series. I'll be here basically 24/7. Ironically, I will not be commenting because I will be making content. So I'll be a man with a gimbal and a camera running around. So if you want to say hello and meet me in person, I for sure will be there. Next time you can see me is World Series of Poker Europe. I will be here 7th to 10th of April, guys. By the way, hold that thought. Dirk has found that all-in on the cutoff with the ace-jack offsuit. Let's see if it pays off for him. Well, he's taking it down, and that's always good. Every single big blind counts when you are hovering around those 10. Top hitter 80, the EPF, let's go. Info is wrong, we have to change that. So if we have our... There we go, thank you. We have that info updated. What would we do without you most amazing Twitch mods? We would be completely lost. And if you want to get the full information and the live clock, the Kings Resort app is your friend. You will actually be able to see half an hour into the future. Jaroslav Pilarski with the 7s, very strong hand of course, but Valentin, the one-time biggest stack and chip leader of the tournament, has been hurt by Jakub. Only goes for that call. The reason for just calling King Queen suited is when you get re-raised, you just hate your life. And there are no backdoor flush draws in sight for Valentin. It will be interesting if he actually decides to defend against this small 200,000 bet. If he still had that big stack, he might consider stealing, but right now, where every single chip started to matter for him, he just has to release that hand, unfortunately, and Jaroslav is adding to his stack. Valentin, by the way, if you guys don't know, Valentin's story is also one that's very notable. He has been very successful here at Kings Resort, especially this year. He took down 29k for runner-up in the EPSC. And now he tries to go for that first place, guys. It's very, very important for him that he tries to make it. But now the eyes are on this man. Jakub. This time against Jaroslav. And Jaroslav in the cutoff. There we go. Looks like we have that free bet. It's a very small one though. Look at this, we free bet to 500k only. Suddenly, Jakub might be tempted to try to see the flop. Obviously, King Jack offsuit is not the best hand that you want to see in this situation, right? If your opponent has Ace King or Ace Jack, you are not exactly excited. Same with Kings, Aces, and Queens, but it's such a small free bet that he puts in the time bank. First time we don't see him snap back. He has been acting really fast. Remember, guys, this has been a League of Legends professional gamer. So it's quite unusual for him to use a time bank and take a long time, but obviously you are just facing a small free bet. You are really confused as to what to do here. He's sizing down his opponent. He's not sure, is this a sign of strength or of weakness? In the end, he decides to let it go. That's the good decision. But if you make the League of Legends pro think, you know that you have put him in a tough situation. JV Solo, final day of 300 euro Slovenian Poker Tour, KK half million master. Now we have it updated. Perfect. Yeah, just a reminder, guys, you can use the King's Resort app, but you will be half an hour in the future. So if a player busts, you will know it half an hour before us. So don't spoil that for us, okay, in the chat. And look at this, Dirk with 12 big blinds. We know that he likes to take his time. We know he likes to put in those time banks that there's only one play with the tens, and that is the all-in. Can he take down the blinds yet again, or will he find some opposition, somebody who can put up a call against him? It doesn't look like it. Bull Hurley is not the one to speculate. Yeah, payouts are wrong. We'll try to get that sorted on YouTube. We are playing for 71k, I believe. The exact number is 71,600, including a key KMEC package. So part of Kovakia, we are sorting that. You can use the King's Resort app, by the way, to see the correct payouts, and it is 1,925 for 16th to 18th. Looks like one of the online qualifiers is merging up here. It's very interesting. Kasper in the cutoff with a queen 7 off. Lets it go, of course. Bull Hurley. He just does not want to risk it. He's just waiting for those hands. And here we go. Dirk in the small blind. He's not waiting for anything. He puts in the jam, and Jakub with 9 to 5. No options but to let it go. Let's see what action we will get. Reminder, guys, this is just the beginning of the stream. We will be here until the bitter or the sweet end. Sweet for one player, bitter for everybody else. We are playing until a winner is known. As Pell is folding with the ace-8. Let's it go here. And Dirk with the free use suited. I just think he's posturing. He's taking the same time with every single hand. But Jakub, he is not going anywhere. He's back to his comfort zone with over 3 million chips. And with the King-Jack offsuit. Looks like he's just calling. Interesting. I would kind of expect him to go ahead and raise this. Let's see if the disaster king can fall for Yaroslav. No, it does not. And now it becomes a battle of the wills. Who wants this more? Now the thing is, with Jakub, you have the best hand, really, that isn't an ace high. So we don't have too much incentive to start betting. Especially right now, so we will check it down, and looks like Yaroslav, yet again, is waving the white flag, and Jakub is taking it down. And here we go. This is the update. Yaroslav Pilarski, actually the most chips. Look at this. Jakub is second in chips. 3.5 and 3.7 million. It's basically neck and neck. Pell brought himself up all the way to 2.7 million. 27 bigs. Same for Valentin. Kacper around the 27 and 23 big blinds. Dirk up there with 14. Maybe he can just race and fold. And Bill Hurley, the never-ending short stack, entered the stream as a short stack, continues to be the short stack. We have 7 players here at our featured table. Now I'm very curious to see where this will take us. Blinds, 50k, 100k, 100k. We are inching slowly but surely towards that final line with every single bust out. Dirk, 14 bigs. Now the question is, you just want to stick it in, or will you just go for that min race now that you have exactly 14 big blinds? I think this is exactly the borderline type of stack where you can definitely do this though, and we have the all-in. All-in by Dirk, and takes it down. Very, very happy. 3 in a row. All-ins and folds. And by the way, we are fixing those payouts for you boys. Patov Kubica and Vinny Boy, we will get them sorted on YouTube. They are coming, of course. Remember, you can always use the King's Resort app to see the live clock. No spoilers though, guys, no spoilers. We have that service. I love seeing what the players are ordering. It looks like everybody has a water or a coffee, non-alcoholic beverages so far. When you go to, for example, regional events, when a lot of the Polish guys come over here to King's Resort, where you have some of the more out-of-line events, like the festival series, there's some national drinks of the Czech Republic being poured, even at high-pressure situations, during high-pressure situations, like these top 19s, but looks like everybody here is serious. We see waters all around. Nobody's just playing full ups. Everybody wants to get up there. And Pell chooses to just go with that complete in the small blind, which allows Valentin, the one chip leader, to go ahead and knuckle it. Reminder, he was second at EPSC a couple of weeks ago for 29k, Valentin. He's looking to repeat that success today. But Pell doesn't allow him with those backdoors. Any jack, any 7 would bring those barreling cards. 10 and a 9 would improve his hand. He decides to stop at it and makes the better hand fold on the flop. And Valentin, once completely on the horse, completely crashing, now has to worry. And every single chip is important for him as he is one of the mid-stacks. And careful with those spoilers, guys. Reminder that now that we have the state-of-the-art app, every single one of you can go ahead and look half an hour into the future. So don't spoil it for us here. And look at this Bull Hurley. He loves those aces. He's very, very tight. He likes to wait. And this is 640,000. Finally, he finds it. And Jakub in the hijack. I think this position might be a little bit too early to continue. But it is Jakub, the League of Legends prodigy, the professional gamer who made over $80,000 playing video games. He's not the one to just give up. He decides to call and he tries to knock out Bull Hurley, who slams his cards on the board, and Jakub gets the bad news. Now it is 34%. There's a reasonable chance for chops. Can Jakub win again in an all-in? Or can Bull finally find that double up that he's been looking for since the first one, where he hit a Miracle Queen? Can the 6 come, or will we have a chop? Oh my goodness, no. It's the 8, but Jakub, I didn't even notice, he has the nut flush draw. Can the diamonds hit? Can Jakub knock out Bull Hurley at last, who has been at the short stack for ages? Can the diamond fall on the river? No, it cannot, and Bull, for the first time at this table, is not the short stack. You can feel the relief emanating from Bull. And we had a drama with a flush draw on the turn yet again. This time Jakub was not the one who got lucky, unfortunately for him. But still, he doubled up through the chip leader. Now he lost a few chips, but he can't be too angry at the developments at this table, let me tell you. And here we go, Jakub, speaking of the devil, whose biggest success in poker has come here at King's Resort in the EPM 2 million a couple of years back, is yet again in the middle of it. And it's Bull Hurley again! Can you believe it? But this time he has 13 big blinds. We have seen him just call in the big. Will he call again, or will he pull the trigger against Jakub? No, he's just calling. Bull just likes to play conservatively, and when he just doubled up, he does not want to risk his stack for nothing. And look at this. Bull hits the dream flop because he has the ace, but Jakub has a hand that he will be aggressive with. This is just inevitable. When you are a League of Legends pro, when you are chasing that another big win here at King's Resort, aggression is your best friend, and we have that gut shot. We have that backdoor flush draw. We have so many better aces than our opponent, and I would not be surprised at all if we will see multiple barrels emptied from the gun that is Jakub Skurzinski's stack. Now the question is, will he bet now, which would most likely mean that he will be planning to pull the trigger on the river? No, he is giving up this time. And Bull must be very happy about that. And let's see, most likely we're firing that block bet. Yeah, there we go. Just over 200k. And Jakub lets it go. Preserving the chip stack. You never know with players like Jakub. He likes to be aggressive. If he would bet the turn, I would not be surprised at all. And the patience is paying off for Bull. Remember, guys, he was folding all the borderline hands. He was just letting them go. He waited patiently for his spots where he just had to put it in. And now it's paying off for him. He doubled up. Now he chipped up even a little bit more. And we are fixing it, guys. Don't worry. We will fix that Nightbot for you right here on YouTube. But if you want that live clock, no spoilers though, you will be half an hour ahead of us. You can simply download the King's Up and take it down. And Jaroslav Pilarski, take a look at this. King 10 offsuit. Wow, we actually are letting it go. Which allows Valentin to go ahead and put on the pressure. Ha, Jakub, this is kind of a borderline spot with the King 8 offsuit against two big blinds. You definitely can go ahead and call here. Sometimes we see the players just laying it down if they think that their opponent is aggressive and if they are feeling that ICM pressure, but this time we see that peel. And look at this. Jakub does have a middle pair. Valentin does not have a mate hand, but he has a nut flush draw and two overs to Jakub's hand. And this could be some fireworks. I don't think Jakub has too much incentive to do anything else but to simply call here on the flop. But I'm very curious what will happen if a blank turn comes. Is it a race? Yes, it is! What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Jakub, the League of Legends pro, put in a race with a middle pair, and Valentin has the nut flush draw right here. This could be an all-in right here, right now. But now, Valentin only with that call. And a hand that could have been absolutely small has escalated out of control, where we have just above the pot size bet here remaining. Jakub decides to check his middle pair. Now Valentin must be pretty confused as to what is going on here. He decides to bet. And a bet like this one, you basically are trying to size up a bet on the river where you either hit or you bluff with your hand if you miss. So I'm very curious to see what Jakub has planned for this hand. Is he going to reach for chips yet again? It looks like he's sizing a raising stack right here in front of him, but no, he's time bank. It's a very, very interesting hand. So we check raise the middle pair on the flop. A double check raise would be basically perfect against the hand that Valentin is holding. But is he seeing something in Valentin? Is he reading something in his body language, the way he bet? Because obviously the default play on the flop would be to just to call. And he just lets it go. Look at this. What is going on here? Valentin, just by peeling that flush draw and betting on the turn, he made Jakub fold. Now, the reason why Jakub is most likely folding is that Valentin sized it perfectly, that it seemed like he will bet the turn, but then he will go all in on most rivers. And Jakub knew that he just cannot stand to that kind of heat. On the turn and an all in on the river, he has to be folding pretty much always with that middle pair. This is why he just let it go. I'm pretty sure if there was no river, he would simply call this bet. But he just let it go in a very unorthodox line, very unorthodox hand right here. With that flop check raise and the turn check fold. Between these two players who once were 1 and 2 in terms of chips at this featured table. Bird is saying that was not well played. The raise on the flop was pretty good, but then he must continue on the turn, not just check. See, Bird, I can guarantee you that he was not just thinking about the turn. He was thinking about the turn and the river. The way the turn was basically sized, it seemed like that his opponent was going to go ahead and shove the river as well, and he didn't think he was able to call the river, so he just let it go on the turn. But yeah, I understand that there is inconsistencies in that logic. If you check raise a made hand like that, to just check fold the turn against a pretty standard bet, it's pretty unorthodox. I agree with you. But you know, in poker, sometimes you just make a play on one street and then you realize, hey, maybe I shouldn't have done that in the first place. And you reevaluate your plan and just cut your losses and lick your wounds and let it go right there, you know. I'm pretty sure that this is exactly what happened. We didn't plan the hand all the way through with that flop check raise, is what I'm saying. I was actually curious because when you take an unorthodox line like this, when you are against those flush draws, for example, I was wondering if he saw some live reads from his opponent and he was going to actually check raise all in on the turn. It seemed like it for a while. He actually did have his check raising and big chips cut out in front of him, but then he decided to let it go. And Jakub, whoa, what's going on, guys? This is a Jakub show through and through. This man, the League of Legends pro gamer with over 80,000 plus winnings in League of Legends, the man who made over 400K a couple of years ago here at King's Resort, just jams all in for 20 big blinds with king queen off. Do not try this at home. And now Pell is in a world of hurt. Jakub just doesn't give a single damn, guys. This man plays for the titles. He has a really strong following from esports. He wants to show people that he has that big trophy, those big wins. That's what he's playing for. And now he just sticks it in. And now the question is, Pell, do you want to gamble? These are the two most active players so far at this table. A lot of the players in the chat want Pell to win this. I know we have a lot of fans from Netherlands. Now the question is, Pell knows that he's very likely flipping. Why would Jakub jam with a hand like 8s, 9s, or aces or queens, right? Why would he do that? It's most likely either a small pair, maybe 7 6s, or ace king, ace jack. It basically looks like that. And he lets it go, and Jakub it continues to be Jakub's show. This might not be what the nerds would call GTO plays, but he's showing a lot of heart, and he's clearly playing for the win. Whoosh! Niet says. And if you guys don't know, if you are surprised at Jakub's play, I haven't seen him play before, guys. I have not seen his big win in 2014, but just by him being a League of Legends pro gamer, you can sort of assume that this is exactly how he will be playing. Aggressive, reckless. We have seen some raging from him after losing a hand. We have seen him laughing and having fun as well. This is pretty much what you expect if a League of Legends player jumps into poker and starts to play the game.
I'm just asking, making conversation, small talk.
League is, by the way, for you guys that are not gamers, you have 2 teams of 5. They play against each other for about 40-50 minutes. You try to destroy the other player's base pretty much. Everyone has a specific role, so you play a carry, support, all sorts of different roles. And you try to beat your opponents, and it's extremely addictive and extremely fast-paced and extremely action-based. But uh-oh, look at this. Valentin with the Queen Jack suited against that Ace King of Pell. It's just calling. And these are 2 premium Broadway hands that are clashing against each other. Unfortunately for him, for Pell that you are looking at right now, Valentin has outflopped him with the Queen Jack suited. And with the Ace King, it will be difficult to just let go here. In any other position, you would basically just fold it against the bet on the flop, but blind against blind with the Ace King, that's your best ace high. It's very tough to make pairs in Hold'em, especially blind against blind where you play 60% plus hands. We'll most likely see a call here. There we go. Now the question is, how much value can Valentin Dumitra get? This might make him slow down a little bit. But really, if your opponent has hands like 6s, 8s, 7x, he's just not folding. A lot of hands can have 1 club. So really blind against blind in Valentin's shoes, you want to reach for those chips and start betting. And here we go, it's a smallish bet. Designed to put those weaker hands under pressure. Try to pay him off with the Ace King. It's very tempting. But if you are sitting here with Ace King, you have to think, hey, if I just call here and my opponent has nothing, what is the likelihood he will just check back on the river, right? If Valentin has 1 club, how often is he just checking back on the river? If he has a made hand, he already has me beat. It looks like Pell doesn't care. The problem with calling the turn like this is you will have to call some of the rivers as well. Because again, if your opponent has air, why wouldn't he continue on the river a lot of the time? So now we will see a small bet right here. It's about 405,000, and now Pell is in a world of hurt. It might look like an easy fold, guys. But again, once you call the turn, your opponent will most likely continue with a good amount of his bluffs. So he might be tempted to call, but nope, he lets it go here. Nice fold, and Valentin picks up a pot, and look at this. He was down a lot, and suddenly he's up to almost 4 million chips. The once chip leader is right back, almost back where he started. And I must say, what a table this has been. We have the everlasting short stack bull just waiting for those big hands and then sticking it in with his hurt arm. We will see him fold yet again. We have Jakub, the League of Legends pro gamer, just he's going crazy like you would expect a League of Legends player to play. And the other guy that has been really, really active is the fan favorite Pell from Netherlands, who has been involved in many, many pots. And of course, Valentin from Romania. These three have been involved in vast majority of the pots. And It's unlikely to stop here. As Jakub, look at this. Jakub has had enough. Look, he was playing conservative, he was playing tight. He was playing reasonably for a long time. But now he decides, hey, I'm gonna go for this. I don't care about ICM. I'm playing for the win. I'm gonna play a lot of hands. I'm gonna open the 10-9 off in the hijack and see what happens here. And Yaroslav also getting out of line. You know, in Yaroslav's shoes, the juices, you can actually easily fold there. And Kacper, this allows him to come along as well for sure. I do have some info that he is an online qualifier, so maybe the pressure is a little bit bigger on him, as he came in with a lot less money. Wow, look at this! It's actually a free bet by Kacper Pisarski. We have not seen a play like this so far at the table. We haven't seen a squeeze like this, especially a light squeeze with a hand like King Jack. Pisas, it means writer in Polish. He's writing a very interesting story with his hand. And Yaroslav, the question is, will he see right through Kacper? I don't think so. He's been pretty tight so far. He's using the time bank. Is Yaroslav going to surprise us? This player with very likely Polish ancestry, living in Germany. No, not going to surprise us. And Kacper Pisarski, very, very nice squeeze. Taking down the pot for nothing, basically, with no strong hand here. Punishing Jakub for being impatient and taking advantage of Yaroslav tightness. This online qualifier is scooping a pot. Against expectations, we might say. Look at that smile. You know, it's every time this works, you know, and of course, if you come in from online qualifying, you must be happy that some of your online plays work. Obviously, when you play on the internet, this is kind of the standard thing to do. And look at this, Jakub, time and time again. This man has been just open raising. He actually shoved King Queen offsuit with the same stack size. Now he goes for the min raise with the jacks. The same jacks that brought him a world of pain where he lost against ace-8 offsuit before, ace-8 suited, sorry. And this time, oh no, Jakub! Second time he has the jacks. Second time he is in trouble because Pell, the second most aggressive player at the table, wakes up with kings, and there is only one way. This can end up before the flop. This is absolutely brutal for Jakub, who has been playing hand after hand after hand, who has been aggressive with much weaker hands. Suddenly his premium jacks are facing kings of Pell from Netherlands. This is almost disgusting. Yep, we have that all in, we have that snap call, and this could be the end of the League of Legends pro gamer Jakub in the Slovenian poker tour. Can Pell dodge that check? So Jakub against Pell, Poland against Netherlands. We're looking for the check. Oh my God, it's right there on the flop. Jakub, the pro gamer from League of Legends, flops a top set against kings. The ace doesn't change anything, and Jakub will double up through Pell.
Sakał. Ja walę tą kulę i walę przyszedł. 20 blinds. They don't escape this. Some people would fold, but they don't.
He's saying some people would fold, but I don't. What a cooler. That is absolutely brutal, especially how Jakub has been playing.
Don't talk to them anymore.
Yeah, I know. It's not like I'm talking to them.
And there we go. You heard Jakub. A suck out. Some players might get away from this, but not me. Not me.
iniziato 4,5 milioni, andato in giù, perso con il posto 2. Apre lui.
Zeus says whoosh. I know all the fans from Netherlands, they are not happy right now.
Devo mettere 9 di
That was a brutal, brutal bad beat. Jakub was supposed to be out of the tournament.
4 milioni. 4 milioni.
By the way, his nickname in League of Legends is Jacob Jak Troll. Jack Troll Skruczynski.
Mamma, la muore passerà.
Skruczynski. And suddenly look at this, he is leading this table with 43 big blinds, and Pell is left with one big blind. Oh my goodness, a chip and a chair story maybe unraveling right now.
Basta.
But this is absolutely brutal.
Loro con passione da sport.
By the way, we moved Bull to the other table, so our short stack was moved as we are down to 18, I'm assuming. But this is absolutely brutal for Pell.
Dai, ci devo stare.
A bad beat of bad beats. And look at this. Couple chips remaining. And nothing but hope with the tiny stack after losing with kings against those jacks. Such is poker. Sometimes you do everything well. Sometimes you try everything, but it just does not work. The show must go on, guys. He is not out yet. We are down to 18 players. Kasper raising it. Dirk letting it go, of course. He just likes to take his time. And Jakub just lets it go this time. And let's see who we actually lost here, guys. Let's see who we lost. If you want to see the players that busted out, but careful, you will see it half an hour ahead of us. You can head to King's Resort app on the Play Store or on Apple Store, and you will see the live clock, the payouts, and you will see who actually busted. So, oh no, we lost Jade Marie Walker in 19th place, the only woman remaining from UK. Jade Marie Walker unfortunately busted in 19th for 1,925 euros. Unfortunately, we will not see Jade on a featured table, but it is what it is. And Dirk, look at this, another jacks, and Jakub this time has a hand that can actually call the all-in. And I would be surprised if we would see a fold from this man. There we go, we're reaching for chips, and looks like he's heading for another flip. Jacks all in, yet again. This time it's not Jakub with them, it's Dirk. Jakub's trying to hit an ace or a queen. Can he win? Back to back, all in. 1.2 million, he tells his rail that Dirk has. And it is a race. Tail is all this time. Can we hit the ace or the queen? So close. It is a king. So far, so good for Dirk. Jakub is looking for the ace or the queen, the second king. Can he get there on the river and get rid of Dirk once and for all? No, he cannot. A big sigh from Dirk. He's knocking on that bell. Doubles up to Jakub. Suddenly loses his chip lead at this featured table. And this much action, this much action, I don't think we even signed up for this, guys. All in after all in, raise after raise, big pot after big pot. That's what happens when you have a bunch of action players at the table who also keep getting hands.
I know, right?
Jakub, his craft keeps changing. He was all the way up there and all the way down to under 20 bigs. all the way up there again, and now he's in the middle of the pack in this Slovenian Poker Tour main event. Big play indeed we have in the chat. Lazar Kostic, he did say GG for the previous hand. And Pel, oh my goodness, his story did not end just yet, but he is forced to be all in the big blind. 10-9 suited is just about as good of a hand as you can get. And he is dominating Yaroslav. Can Pel finally win an all-in? Can he more than double up, close to triple up with the big blind ante through Yaroslav? Or is this the end for our Dutchman? So far so good. 81% for Pel. All he has to do is dodge a 7 and a tray.
So now some things made sense.
Oh my goodness, we have some chopping outs as well.
GG.
Oh my goodness. It's the 7 on the river, oh my god, and Pel actually heads to the rail. That is unbelievable, and this run, these last couple of hands have been absolutely brutal for the Dutchman. He had it all with those kings against those jacks, against Jakub. He was about to be our chip leader. He lost that all in, and now the river kills his hopes, his chances at a chip and a chair comeback story. This is heartbreaking for him and all the fans from Netherlands. This is the fate that you have to endure when you play poker. It can be a beautiful game, but it can be a cruel one as well. So good game to Netherlands. Hopefully, guys, you will stick around the stream. We have so many great characters right now, but the last Dutch hope has departed now after 2 brutal beats in a row. But the show must go on. We have Yaroslav against Valentin, and Valentin here, 36 bigs. Look at this, decides to trap with a straight. I think it's against the wrong player. Yaroslav is not the one to go ahead and bluff too much unless he hits the ace. Very nice. Well, Valentin now knows that he should put in that bet. It's time to get paid. The question is, how much are we going to bet? Is that 300? 550! Oh my goodness! Wow, so that was the plan all along from Valentin. We check the turn to try to look polarized, meaning that we either have a big bluff or we have nothing on the river. Let's see if Yaroslav will read this correctly or if he will pay off that big bet. Yes, he does pay it off. Valentin, a master class in river bet sizing. Gets the maximum from his opponent by the turn check and big river bet. Absolute masterclass. You basically are saying, hey, I'm betting this big, but how would I have a straight when I just checked the turn? It's extremely tough to let go of your raise when you are facing this bet and the turn check. I think the river call, you just have to make it. This was just a great check and a great sizing on the river there. Very well played. Very small pot, but a very important one, especially for his confidence. Look at this. Jakub, he doesn't care, he's in the middle of the pack. He doesn't care, there are 17 players left. This man won 400k plus a couple of years ago here at King's Resort. He is a pro gamer in League of Legends. What was he saying? Too easy? GG? I'm not sure, but listen guys. We kind of knew that when a player of this caliber is at the table with a lot of chips, we were signing up for a Jakub show, but we didn't maybe we didn't expect to have So much action from him. His nickname in League of Legends is not Jack Troll for nothing. Get this. Valentin raises. Kacper Pisarski. We know that this online qualifier, he likes to mix it up. We've seen him squeeze with King Jack offsuit, with A6 offsuit. That would be very adventurous. Very, very adventurous. He decides to not to take that route. Let's see go, and let's see what Dirk does. I think all the other players, they would simply call. With Dirk, you never know. He has been very conservative. And yeah, look at this, wow. Letting go of a suited jack. Valentin's just showing him the ace, like, oh, good fold, buddy. But honestly, Dirk, you should be defending. It's true that there's only 17 players left. Let's take a look, guys. If you do have the King's Resort up, you can actually see who busted. So we have 17 left. Let's see who was number 18 that we lost here. So Jade Mary Walker was number 19, so he's 19th place. And Pell was our number 18 actually, so he's the last bust out. And look at this, Dirk with ace king, blind against blind. Against Jakub, and Jakub is not going anywhere. He will be at least calling every single time, I guarantee it. And there we go. Queen 6 suited against ace king. Dirk, who has been playing very conservatively, and Jakub, who has been playing exactly as we would expect a League of Legends professional to play. Playing a lot of pots and putting on a proper show for us. Oh my! Dirk with the top 2 pair, but Jakub with the gut shot and the backdoor flush draw. Will we see that small bet from Dirk right here? Yep, here we go. It's 175, and Jakub, from what we've seen from him so far, he's not going anywhere. Looks like we're going to be calling, basically trying to hit that gutter, trying to hit that backdoor flush draw. Maybe that queen. And here we go! Oh my goodness! Not a single hand is boring when Jakub enters the pot. And he turns the nut straight with 1 card against Dirk. This man, who has ace king. Now the question is, how much value can Jakub extract from his opponent? I think all the sizings actually make sense here. If you go big, you basically are saying, hey, I have either queen or nothing. And because Jakub has been so aggressive, I don't think it would be the worst thing in the world. Well, we go for about 250 here. So he decides to go for that small bet. Basically saying, hey, I have an ace. I have a random king, a 10, something like that. The problem for Dirk is, because he knows how aggressive Jakub is, what are you going to do when you call here and the river bet happens? And we are about to find out. My God, no! This is unreal. Dirk hits a full house on the river against Jakub's nut straight. This is almost unfair. What is this man going to do? Are we going for max value with a lead on the river, or will we check it to the aggressive Polish man? Oh my God. Always a surprise around the corner at King, says the chat. Oh, of course there is. And look at this. Ay, 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 ay. 450k. Jakub cannot get away from this, and he knows. He knows.
prinde masa finală asta?
Ah, shaking his head. There's no way you can get away. The reason why you can't get away from this is maybe Dirk can do this with the same hand as you have. He can do this with a king some of the time, blind against blind. So there was no getting away. In no universe, he is actually folding here. But you saw that head shake.
Zice că are dama, dacă are dama e clear call, că are quintă, BBB, pui mei. Da, descoperim în 30 de minute ce avea.
He keeps telling his rail what happened. I think it's just hilarious. I don't think it's against the rules. As long as you don't reveal anything that the table doesn't know, you can actually be telling what you had to the rail. The rail can't give you advice back though, most of the time. Like in the new rules, the new tournament directors, they basically ban any sort of rail coaching. So if you tell the rail what you had, and it's not secret information, basically it's information that everybody knows and everyone hears what you're telling them, that's fine. But if the rail would be sending you advice back, now that would be against the rules then. So what you hear Jakub do is very amusing. He basically tells, after every hand, he keeps telling his rail what he had. But as long as they don't give any advice back, it's absolutely fine. Now look at this, Yaroslav has the ace-10. We have not seen too much from him, and he's very likely to just call here. Yep, here we go. And in Valentin's shoes, I mean, you have a lot of chips right now. You can consider betting on the turn because, you know, there's a lot of draws here, any queen jacks, a lot of diamonds. You could actually consider betting with the intention of checking the river, but he decides to go for the standard option. And we have a check back. Yaroslav, I think Yaroslav could have found a value bet there, honestly. You do have the 10 of clubs. Your opponent did check back. It's quite unlikely that he has a flush there or straight. So I would like to see Yaroslav to go ahead and go for that value bet, but I understand it. You are against the big stack. You have 17 players left. You don't want to risk any chips before the final table, pretty much. I get it, but I would still like to see that bet. Try to push those edges. You know, re-raise Chili Dog always a surprise around the corner. Sometimes in poker it doesn't happen. You know, I actually was at one national championship. So there's a national. We have a bunch of them in Kings. You know, the Dutch Poker Mile, all of these events, and it was all super boring. It was very straightforward. The better hand always won. If it was a worse hand, it hit on the flop, and then nothing happened. But here. At Slovenian Poker Tour here at the final 17 now, we have seen those twists and turns almost every hand, and it's been extremely entertaining. And now Jakub is down to actually 17 big blinds after this race. But we have not seen any adventurous plays from the big blind, and especially against him, there's not much reason to do much. Yeah, it does look like we will have a redraw at some point, guys. We are dropping players left, right, and center down to 17. 16th place still gets 1,925 euros, but then you have a pay jump. The 15th actually gets 2.7k, so there's something to play for. And yeah, if we lose one more player, we will have a redraw, guys. I really hope we will keep having Jakub at our table. Jakub and Valentin, these two players I really want to see. We want to see their story continue. Let's see what Kacper does. Nope. Let's it go.
if I open third time in a row? Woo! Is it garbage or is it nuts?
Seb Mitchell saying commentator doesn't know his lefts and rights. Good point, good point. Sorin Petrescu is saying, come on, Romania. Kasper with the 9 deuce offsuit. That should be a give up most of the time. But not this time. Look at this. We are actually raising. And the reason why we're raising is because this man is in the big blind. Dirk has been very, very conservative so far. And looks like the table is picking up on that. And obviously with an ace, you can't really let it go. You can actually go all in here with the ace-4 if you so wish. And the main reason why Kasper is actually raising here is because he expects you not to do that. Wow, he actually lets go of ace-4 blind against blind. Kacper Pisarski, the writer, as you would translate from Polish, has written a book on Dirk. He knows how tight he is, and he takes full advantage with 9 deuce offsuit. Look at this man. The online qualifier knows how to use tendencies and live reads, let me tell you. It was a very small pot, but it shows a lot of skill. To know your customer, to know your opponent, and play him instead of playing your hand. And now yet again, here's Dirk in the small blind, but this time premium hand, Queen 8 suited, is going to be a race on the button, of course. Here we go, we are bumping it up a little bit. Well, if you fold ace-4 off in the big blind, blind against blind, you're kind of expected to let go of a hand like this one, right? Very interesting, very, very interesting. Dirk, after folding an ace, blind against blind, actually 3-bets. We checked an offsuit. What is going on here? And by the same logic, Kacper, he should not really expect Dirk to get out of line like this. When you do raise wide against him, you expect him to be too tight. But suddenly Dirk, after folding that hand, gets really out of line right here against Kacper. Can he figure out what's going on with the Queen 8 suited? I don't think he can. It's extremely difficult to play back here. You don't really want to call, do you?
What's up? Much.
Especially if you expect your opponent to be too tight.
Likewise.
Another time lane going in. I think he's thinking about just calling here.
Let's play some side bets.
Is he counting out re-raising chips? Is that possible?
You take red flop, I take...
Black flop.
Okay.
So 2 out of 3 cards.
Okay. And what's the bet?
€5 per flop.
The other players don't respect the tension. Yeah, he lets it go. I was going to be really surprised when against the same player you open raised 9 deuce offsuit, and then you would go ahead and play back with Queen 8 suited. You just expect him to be tight. And Dirk, he is zigging and zagging. He folds ace-4, blind against blind in one hand, then 3-bets checked it off into small blind the other. You just can't know what this man will do. This is crazy. This is some proper street poker. Playing by feeling, playing the dynamics, as you would say.
Now you're here.
not for my pain.
Okay.
Silent and taking all the chips from the table.
Tana Sofionat 8 freezes. The Romanian is the next winner. I don't think anyone would be surprised, honestly. Valentin, just a couple of weeks ago, he actually was second in the EPSC for 29K here in Rozvadov, so he has a lot of experience here. So if he would actually win, as Sorin Petrescu is cheering for him as well, if the Romanian would take it down, we would not be surprised. This is a very experienced player, and he's been here and he's done that at King's Resort before.
Short. Oh yeah. Good.
And Yaroslav against Jakub. Yaroslav yet again with the check back, and let's see if Jakub will take the bait. No, he does not.
Yeah, he's all in now.
And he just releases. It has been an absolute roller coaster for Jakub. Ups and downs, bad beats and suckouts. I'm really curious how his story will end. By the way, guys, once we lose one more player, we have a redraw at 18. For 16 players. By the way, one more player lost. We will redraw. You will see fresh blood on stream. 17. So one more player will lose, and at 16 we will actually redraw these tables.
Super. Just
What you should?
Now looks like that happened, ladies and gentlemen. We lost a player, and we will be heading into a break. We will bring you fresh blood. There's 2 Polish players at this table. We will see how many in total we have left in the tournament. Valentin from Romania, right back where he started, the most chips. He had a little bit more, I believe, in the beginning, but 4.3 million. Dirk and Yaroslav, the 2 Germans, 32-28 respectively. And we have our hero Jakub right there on the short stack at this table, but this all will change. We will see you after the break.
You play bomb pot a lot or no?
Not really.
There's actually a lot of skill in bomb pot.
Yeah, I mean,
Does the fish don't bluff enough in bomb pot? And bomb pot's a lot about bluffing.
Never saw any bluffing bumper. I don't know what bumper.
I haven't seen a bluffing bumper either.
I don't know what bumper to play, but.
What do you mean? Sorry. What do you mean? It's a big bluffing game. If people are...
You're a big bomb pot
No,
guy.
I think Palmer's just stone wrong
Something
here.
double board?
Yeah.
You're talking, okay,
I was gonna say that.
Oh, yeah, double board
no,
bomb.
because I ordered
No,
before.
double board bomb pot. Then there's a lot of bluffing
Yeah,
in that game.
even more
At
wrong.
least it is, if you're playing it right, you should be.
Well, he's going to get a seat in any double board bomb pound gate he wants.
Particularly when all the cards are out already. Like, there's a lot of bluffing. People can only win on one board a lot of the time. So it's hard to call all-ins when you can only win one board.
Yeah, maybe. I haven't been playing much.
I know whenever they have it, though, every hand is all-in. Like, for the most part. Like, every pot is, like, gigantic. That's lineup, too. You get a good lineup for that. Because these guys are terrible. They're literally only playing for one board. You're like, what is going on here?
Facing flush draws.
Sick people.
And now turning full is Runkin. Good check back.
6.
Oops.
Betting 6K.
Yeah,
not knowing what
sneaky
comes
check
next.
on the river by Runken with the boat. Checked both turn and river, and obviously now come in with a check raise.
Thank you.
See y'all's comments about the sound. Our producers in Korea communicating with those in Rosvedhof, so they're going to get the table sound turned up for you guys.
Show. For the camera.
Big hand, big hand.
Green 10, green
You have a
10.
bluff? You have full time?
Yeah.
What do you have?
You have green 10.
What do you have?
Like back in the day, it wasn't like that. Now everybody is either selling action or state. So you have more availability.
Yeah.
You don't need to have like a bunch of money yourself.
Yeah,
You get somebody with money, and there's a lot more business. Also, Bitcoin doing good is good for poker in general.
There you have it. Truth being told, allegedly by Nikki P.
This guy, I keep telling him, he doesn't care.
You're right. Next time.
You're not doing it on purpose. You're just in la la land.
Yeah.
And then you wake up every hour and you go, oh, I'm playing 6-10. I'm gonna raise 8-5 here. This fucking cocksucker.
Wow.
My oh my.
Good to use the image. You just fall for a while and then you make a move here and there.
What can you do when you never get a hand?
I mean, if you hit 2 pair with 10-6, that's beautiful.
Disguised.
Mamma mia.
And some
You can't punch.
guys value bet the jacks, yeah?
You can't punch.
That line is not done with the queen jack. Turn is a 4.
You look at solver a lot or no? Sometimes or ever?
No, never. Never.
Never.
Solver is still 4-10 on the river. But I still go, you know? Very bad play.
Poker exploit.
Very bad play.
The check raised to 33K with queen jack. Runken just rips it in there
Whoa. Now we're playing
with the ace king.
Let's see if I have a heart, I can't remember.
I mean, that is from the streets.
That's double street.
Power poker.
Have a best hand. Right? I don't know, you are the professional.
Ooh, kings.
And just quickly calling does not put in the 3-bet.
Shahar in there with the 7s.
respect. Unbelievable. American.
Suarez calls 8-5.
American under the gun. Well, you have these other two. I don't know, but you have a little something.
Ace 5-3. Palm out, flops Mufasa.
Just going to start betting right away. Could have gone check as well and just sort of pot control remain under-repped, but this may thin the herd. Maybe Shahar comes along. 7 of diamonds in hand, yeah.
Does make the call.
Suarez, a little taste. Bottom pair, well, middle pair. If we believe the 5 and the 8 are clean. Being laid a price to peel. Oh,
whoa.
Or just shoot it up.
To 7K.
Did not see this one coming. This is quite fascinating. Perhaps having the 5 of diamonds in his hand feels he can get a bit creative. Able to represent a hand like 5x of diamonds later on down the road. If a diamond were to present itself and gets the best hand to fold at the moment, now can he get 7s out?
Wow. Yes, he can. Bravo, Anton Suarez. Going to work with the 8-5, getting a good one through. So, Fotis, this is a good question. It helps
but you'd be heads up.
for some of our newer viewers. Can someone explain the event? Sure, this is the World Series of Poker Europe main event. The 10,350 euro buy-in. This is day 1B. You see on the top right corner of your screen, 107 entries. In day 1B, 91 players currently in the tournament.
I love folding. I watch the blood. Watch the blood.
So this is our main feature table. We have
so nice to just be on the sideline.
about 11 more just like this out in the field.
I won car accident.
One accident.
Car accident, yeah. Everyone, throw your chips in, you fish cakes. This table's huge.
10-6 deuce, top 2 for Suarez. Jack's in a bit of trouble.
And Suarez, too, opening very early position with 10-6 suited. A dream scenario. Somehow flopping top 2 on a rainbow board and up against 2 jacks lying in the weeds.
Turn 7.
Feels defensive now, Suarez. A little concerned about hands like 8-9 suited that could have been home, I suppose.
River Queen.
Mufasa decision. Do we try and get a little extra value? What are we targeting? It would have to be a 10, maybe pocket 9s, pocket 8s. The backdoor clubs did start to show. Then the Queen of Hearts on the river could complicate matters, and he is going to go for some thin value with the jacks. Snap called.
Yeah, the look on his face says it all. Is the 10-6 suited? How? How are you in there? Put up as many graphics for us as he wants. Fidel finished 5th here at the 25K GG Millions.
It'd be great if he went back to another graphic momentarily that just says, Jeff Platt is an asshole.
988. Open ender for Shields. Jacks are best.
Nice to see Apocalypse still with us in the chat, by the way.
Oh, yeah, what's he have to say?
He's just letting everyone, you know, a lot of qualifiers from Kings. Also informing folks that there's another Twitch stream.
There is.
Yes.
But it's the exact same stream.
The same one.
But yeah, watch us wherever you want.
Doesn't matter to us. But if you are here with us on YouTube, on the World Series of Poker YouTube channel, click that thumbs up, the like.
Do the same on all the Kings channels, too.
Back to the tank we go.
Anthony says, bro, get this tanker off the table. Is there going to be a world someday in which somebody's taking too long and it's just boom, you're gone?
It's you know, the young heroes don't help themselves in these instances. They get targeted for this.
Right. The reputation is that. Of course, it doesn't mean every young European player tanks.
No, but it doesn't help when it's actually
yeah.
happening right here during the main event at this feature table. Americans are just as guilty.
Oh, so true. I don't really think Shields has been that bad. Anyway.
He really hasn't been that bad. Yeah. Going for a big bluff, stepping into it, though. Kruger cannot fold this hand. I don't think. It's an under-the-gun open. You've got two jacks. You know, if you've got an 8, bless you. If you've got queens plus, pay him the money. Really giving it some thought. Maybe worried about 9's full.
Folded queens correctly. Can he call with jacks correctly? To your point, just not many 8s exist. There is that call. Kruger will show down the winner to drag a pot of 63K.
Glad I didn't have 10s.
Nothing. What you want? You have pocket kings.
No, 6-4-3.
He was almost calling for a chop. That guy. I don't care.
There's no.
He has to call.
I find it hard to believe. I find it hard to believe he had an 8.
He didn't have an 8. He never has an 8.
He was such a bitch. There's no way he's folding an 8.
Only he have 8. The first guy. But if you have it, the first guy didn't have an 8. That guy didn't. 10K? What? With the 10K.
Look at Madani. Under the gun open to 1600, and he's just calling with queen 5 suited.
The man does not like to fold. You pointed this out like in the second hand.
I could just tell some players are like this, man. Any two will do.
I don't know. That'd be sick.
I don't believe him.
I'm thinking in my head, I'm like,
You think I can, right?
no, in my head, I'm thinking, no way.
You have 8.
No, in my head, I'm thinking, there's no way this guy had floated 9 suited, right? I'm like,
I thought it was 6-4 deuce with 2 spades.
No, it wasn't. It was rainbow.
No, I
for
have
sure.
pocket kings. You got mad that it was a straight on the board, so you went all in?
Yeah. These fucking fish.
Ace queen at deuce, top two for Neverleinen.
I can't fathom Madani going anywhere. He's got middle pair, backdoor spades, a little potential with the wheel, and he never folds, so he's in.
It does turn a flush draw. 19K behind.
Could be a dirty one. This guy is something else.
I don't know what made me think. You see his time. You ever see the movie with Justin Timberlake, where like the society they get paid with time? You know what I'm talking about or no? No. Where they work and there's no money. Their money is time. So they go like they work their job, and at the end of the week, like they get like time added on. It was a sick movie with Justin Timberlake. You know who Justin Timberlake is? Or
Yeah.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, but
movie,
this is old movie, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you finish the time,
Yeah, you're dead.
Yeah, I know the movie.
And then he's like he played a poker game, remember, with one of the people, and for like a lot of time, and he won. Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah, in one scene, he's playing poker with.
Is he thinking about just ripping it?
I think so, and he does. Neverleinen happy to snap it off, and here we go.
Second left, Justin Timberlake, and he wins the huge hand at the end.
Don't mean to disrupt the runner talk from Palma. Great film, Timberlake, Affleck. Madani looks to get up to almost 50K. Needs some help, though.
Six of spades.
Come on.
Yeah. 07.
River is a queen. The case queen means it's queen's full for Neverleinen. Means it's good game to Madani. Hey, the effort was there.
I played them all.
Alani's living right. Two kings again. This time he's just going to be opening the action.
Nothing brewing.
Hello.
Check that.
Goodbye.
Yeah. It sure feels like that, unless, of course, improvements can be found for Thomas Aishan. His full clip emptied. Granted, low caliber ammunition. Sitting 37K deep coming in. Sposato's Jack 10 folding. I thought I heard call, even though I saw the cards go.
I think it was Alani.
I see.
4, 5, 6, 7.
So we saw the fold and heard the call all at the same time, but it wasn't passing Sposato's lips, rather predictably Ilani's, as Ace King and two kings collide.
But it's not a sweat, I don't know.
And the ace high board, along with the spade, is an all Aishan affair. Tremendous resilience.
Nearly flopped him dead.
Just got to fade a single king of hearts.
37.
Oh my God.
I jinxed myself.
An absolute stone one-outer, Matt.
Wow.
It's nice for TV, come on.
It's nice for us, I have to tell you.
I got to tell you, man, bravo, Thomas Aishan, for taking it on the chin.
Wow, we are back. By the way, those vintage hands, I love them. Both of these players that you just saw, I've met in person. Ilani is an amazing player, but let's get back to the Slovenian Poker Tour. KK $500,000 master. If you are just joining us, we have been here for the most of the week here at King's Resort, and we have a brand new featured table. Pro Beers, we have no idea who this player is. 9.2 million chips. Insane stack size right here. Banjo, he uses this nickname frequently at King's with 8 million. We have Hike and Valentin, Dirk, Alexander, Ducu, Lukáš Sen, and look at this, the most active player we've had so far at our feature table, Jakub, the well-known League of Legends professional, is down there with 17 big blinds. By no means a lost cause, a lot of blinds to play with, but yeah, this is our feature table. We are in the top 16, so close to the final table, and we are playing for amazing 71,600 from 300 euro here at Slovenian Poker Tour. I can't wait to see the conclusion of this tournament. And Pro Beers and Banjo, these two players really have all the chips that can put pressure on the other players. Somehow we had Valentin, the biggest stack at our table. I have no idea what happened, how they actually made it happen that they have so many chips. But it will be their job to show how they play and show us if they can use those big stack sizes to put pressure on their opponents. And there we go. Speaking of which, the big chip leader, Pro Beers, at 9.2 million chips, 77 big blinds, is with Queen Jack offsuit. And if he built up a stack this big, this quickly, he was nowhere near the chip leaders at the start of the day. Obviously, he's not being tight, but whoa, look at this. 3.8 big blinds, is that right? This is very unorthodox. I haven't seen this in ages. This is very old school type of raise sizing. 3.8 big blinds raised under the gun with Queen Jack offsuit. Banjo, the second big stack, is just folding Ace Jack off. Already, nothing even happened in this hand, and we already know that Pro Beers is not your ABC, straightforward player.
You know my hand.
And his big raise size with a weak hand makes Jakub fold suited ace. And hike. Armenian now has 53 big blinds. Obviously, that's a great hand, but what the hell do you do against 3.8 big blind raise? You just let it go. Same happens for Valentin, and look at this. Pro Beers, our chip leader, with that massive raise size, somehow got through multiple strong hands with Queen Jack offsuit, and he wins a pot. I mean, that's one way to put pressure on the shorter stacks when you are the chip leader. You just don't see this anymore applied in modern poker, but wow, we're in for a show. Just based on one raise and a fold, this man will not let this game be boring, guys. You came in right when it's getting interesting. Let's go Dumitra in the chat. Andrei Mahalo 2551 is saying, question, TB is asking, on the 3K package, can you choose your day one of the tournament, or do you have to play day 1A? I asked our most amazing production, thank you so much, Terka, and it's day 1A. So you have to play day 1A if you do get the package. We want you to be here at the start of the festival, okay? So it is day 1A. I am confirming it right now. We are live, yes, we had some amazing replays. You saw my friends going at it. But now we are live, back to the Slovenian Poker Tour. And Banjo, open raising with the fours. You can actually fold here some of the time, but when you have so many chips, you just want to go for it. Lukáš only calling with the Ace Jack suited. Very interesting. Definitely the option of raising or even jamming. And Dirk, he really should be re-raising, but we have seen him mixing it up. This man is capable of free betting 10 Jack off and then just calling ace queen offsuit in a similar situation. And somehow, against all odds, with all these premium hands and the strong ace-x hands, we're heading to the flop right here. And the flop right now is best for the fours, but as you can see, 57% sort of equity that Dirk and Lukáš combined have. So let's see what happens. But as the open raiser, you have the option to simply bet and bet you want. 2, because you protect your hand. Lukasz, I have information that he is also an online qualifier, so this might matter even more to him. It's a €300 buy-in, but if you qualify from online, you spend a couple euros. So obviously the pressure might be a little bit stronger on you, not to just lose your stack willy-nilly, and he simply lets it go, which now allows Dirk. Consider coming along. You have the backdoor hearts. You have the best ace high that you can have in this position, but Dirk returns to his conservative roots. He has been folding some strong hands, but then once in a while, he wakes up. He sees that his opponent shows some weakness, and he gets out of line with weaker hands, but right now, just folding with the ace-queen. JV Cello, bye for now. See you all next time. Thank you so much for being with us. On Twitch, you have been fantastic. Thank you for the company. We have a Dumitra chat in chat. All the fans of Dumitra here. Interesting, Jakub. This man is zigging and zagging. Sometimes he's aggressive, sometimes he's passive. Actually, if we take a look at Pro Beer's stack size, we don't see the whites. There's only whites
Maybe it's very good.
in front of his stack. Do we have the wrong stack size here for Pro Beers?
I think you want to.
Very interesting. Reminder, we did not chip up. The white chips are the biggest ones.
And it's easy. The way the country where it's coming from and the strings he's drinking, it should be easy.
Ah, yes. Looks like we do have an error, guys, in the overlay. Pro Beers did not pull off a miracle. He only has 922, so it makes a lot more sense. He basically was just committing himself.
Actually, if you wait, you're in danger.
Shout out to our German stream and Stefan for noticing. But yeah, Pro Beers probably is at 925k chips. And Dirk with the 8s, open raising. Yep, we have an extra 0 in there for Pro Beers. The reason is, it looks like he has a lot of chips, okay? It looks like that, but actually he has a mountain of the small ones and he has only a couple of the whites. So he actually is just under 1 million chips right now. And Bunio, or Banjo, maybe you guys can tell me, is really getting out of line. Look at this. The big stack with 69 big blinds is actually free betting ace-5 offsuit. I love to see it. We love to see that pressure being put on those middling stacks that have a lot to play for. But Dirk does have a premium. But that's the thing, guys. Dirk, we never know what Dirk will do. This man 3-bet 10 jig offsuit in one hand, and he folds ace-4 off blind against blind. And he lets go of the 8s right now again. Punio or Banjo, I'm not sure. You Croatians, please correct me. Tell me what is the correct way to pronounce this nickname. He took it down with ace-5 against 8s. And now really, I say it time and time again, when you are at King's Resort, when you play these massive fields, 1,000 plus players, and the buy-in is only 300 euro, you suddenly find yourself playing for so much money up top. 71k plus we're playing for. And some players, they simply feel the pressure, they start playing very tight, they don't play their normal game, and you will see a massive, massive deviation between how players actually play. Some are super aggressive and go for the first, and some really don't want to risk too much, like Dirk, and they start playing very, very tight, only picking their spots and holding even hands like eights right there. That is the beauty of these massive fields. 1,120 players started this tournament. All those entries mean that chances are some of the guys, they just play for fun, will get to the later stages. They will feel the pressure when they play for a lot of money. Now let's see Jakub. 8-7 off. These are borderline hands. Yep, here we go. The long-time League of Legends pro gamer who made over $80,000 just playing video games decides to peel the big blind. Now let's see if we can take it down from Alexandru. Very interesting. He does have some weak backdoors, but really it's not worth fighting for a pot like this one. And Jakub just lets it go, and Alexandru actually just chip stack.
No, it was like one round after. It wasn't exactly after. What? Yes, stack now. Yeah. Before it was like, okay, that's fine.
And here we go, guys. The chip cam. Pro Beers, I believe that he actually has only 925,000. We are yet to confirm that, but I'm pretty sure that he doesn't have those white chips, so we have less chips there, so that makes him the short stack. And Haik Manasyan is here, Valentin Dumitra, Alexandru Dutu. Dumitra has some fans in the chat, by the way. Dirk, right there with 26. So all these guys, middling stacks. Haik 53, up there with the chip eaters, Bunyo and Pro Beers. One of them is a big stack Pro Beers. Reminder, he actually has less than $1 million, as you will see very soon. So all is up in the air, and the roles are set. The big stacks are supposed to put pressure on the middling stacks. The middling stacks are supposed to play conservatively, and the short stacks, like Pro Beers, are supposed to go push or fold. Wow, we actually let's go of the eights. Very interesting. King 5 off, let's see go, and now it's on Lukasz. 14 big blinds. I do think that this hand is a little bit too weak to stick it in. Unless you think your opponent is on the weaker side. Looks like we're just going for the call. Yeah, we are calling ace-10 off on the button. 8's folded, WTF, Lazar Kostic is saying. Yeah, it's a little bit confusing, but he does have only 925k. He probably should send it, but he was in the early position. Speaking of sending it, look at this, Jakub. Skurczynski, the man who won over 400,000 euro 2 years ago here at King's Resort. The pro gamer in League of Legends just jams it with the freeze, with a squeeze. And now Lukasz, who was a little bit loosey-goosey with the ace-10 offsuit call on the button. Now he has actually a spot. Now, I'm not sure if these two players know each other. I'm not sure if they played against one another. If he knew that Jakub is somehow crazy in many spots, he might consider calling, but there we go. Jakub. Jakub with a deep sigh and wipes the sweat off his forehead, and he takes it down with a pretty aggressive squeeze with the freeze. Lazar Kostic, of course. He is the most famous player outside of poker. You can actually Google Jakub. If you Google his name, guys, League of Legends, they have their own handed mob, basically, and you can see how many tournaments he's played and his earnings in video games. And he has made over $80,000 just playing video games, playing League of Legends with his team. So his team made 5 times that. And he's a real gamer. We have seen him just squeeze jam the freeze. We've seen him getting out of line in all sorts of spots. Check raising mid pairs to check fold. He doubled up with a huge suck out. Jacks against kings. And you never know what this man will do, except that he will raise 6-5 suited on the button. That's pretty much a guarantee. Here we go. The pro gamer who already scored big at King's Resort 2 years ago raises it up with that suited connector. Hike is letting it go. I will take a look at my research on Hike, guys. Maybe we can tell you something more about him. Feel free to share any information you have on the newcomers to our featured table. So Hike, actually, he was the original chip leader. And he has held his ground, so he still has a decent amount of chips. He actually won the EAPT Georgia main event in Batumi in September 2024. He won 53K plus, beating 70-41 players. By the way, we have a question. TB, yes, you have to use the package. If you have the ticket for the Superman, you have to use it on day 1A. Yes, you have to play day 1A to have it apply. By the way, Hike does have some Czech roots. Rumor has it he has actually lived in the Czech Republic, so that's very interesting. But now, Pro Beers, again, our graphic is wrong. You see, he doesn't have those white chips. This is 920,000 chips, so he's basically all in. And Valentin, Dumitra, it's time to go. Here we go. Reminder, this is 6.9 big blinds, not 69 big blinds. You left one chip behind. Look at the pay jumps. What's going on, Pro Beers? Again, our graphic is incorrect, guys. This is 830,000 chips, not 8.3 million. And he's using the time bank in case someone on the other table busts. Now, this is, some people would call it a bad manner tactic, okay? But if there's an all-in on the other table and you leave this one chip behind and you have time banks, I mean, I suppose you want to squeeze every single drop out of the payouts, okay? So I get it, I get it. Not the best for the game. There's a pay jump actually, 2725 you get for 15. Now he finally calls. So just a reminder, guys, this is, you can divide his stack by 10. He has about 920K, Pro Beers has. Look at the chips, don't look at the chip count on our overlay. And he is at risk right now, not Valentin. He rolled the dice says that it's 5. I have no idea what that means. Or why you are rolling the dice at the poker table. Maybe you are in the wrong part of King's Resort. And Pro Beers with 922K, 25K, roughly around that ballpark, guys. He does not have as many chips as the overlay shows. He is at risk. He's looking to avoid an ace or a queen, or he is out. Yeah, it is interesting. He was scared of early position open, and now he actually goes ahead and sticks it in with the fives. It's very interesting. Yeah, you see how different it is. And looks like our overlay will be correct now. Yeah, we took down the overlay to fix it. You will see the correct chip size, stack sizes right now.
You should bust. You should bust.
It's not possible, but I can bust it 2 times in 1 tournament.
And you just see the difference in approach. Jakub decided to just squeeze freeze, just go all in, where Pro Beers folded 8s, and now he's going all in with a weaker hand.
Hearts in the window. Nah. No 5.
Here we go. So now is the correct stack sizes. We can finally get it all in, and you have the correct information, ladies and gentlemen. So can Pro Beers dodge the ace or a queen, the man that folded the 8s just a couple of hands ago? Can he dodge the ace or queen on the river or the 10? 19% for Valentin to get rid of Pro Beers. He cannot do it, and Pro Beers doubles up. His patience may be paid off. Folded 8s before, but now with the 5s. Doubles up. He rolled the 5, by the way, on his dice. Here we go. And just a reminder, guys, a lot of these players, they have not been in a situation like this one. You have to realize Jakub is a professional gamer, okay, he's a League of Legends pro, long term, and he also a couple of years ago, he won a bunch of money here at King's Resort, okay? So it's really different. When you get to these late stages of our small blind tournaments, a lot of the players will have different motivations, they have different experiences, they will do completely different things with completely different hands. I think almost everybody would just fold the freeze there, but he decided to just go all in, Jakub, and took it down. It's just something that happens. Jakub won the EPM 2 million for over 400,000 euro a couple of years ago here in the very same spot that he is in right now. That's why you will see him being fearless and the other players maybe a little bit more timid when it comes to risking all their chips. Alexander open racing, 5 deuce offsuit. And Dirk lets it go. Alexandru takes advantage of the blind against blind spot. A lot of the players, they are really tight. But we have seen these loose opens. And especially blind against blind, it's important that you defend properly. That you don't let your opponent just run you over. You are supposed to play super, super wide. And if you don't, you can get punished rather easily. Bunyo, ace, jack, offsuit, obviously when you have 9 million chips. Okay, I am never saying that ever again. Adam, you are, right? You guys all understand it, all right? I am never saying that again. So if you want to know what Jakub is, you have to ask Adam, all right? This is the last time I mentioned it until he gets to the heads up. If you want to know what he does besides poker, you have to ask Adam. And Lulz is asking, any pro still in? Well, there is one pro in Jakub, but I'm not telling you what he's pro at. Ask Adam what is his profession, okay? And we know there are still a couple online qualifiers in the field, guys. The likelihood of them playing a little bit more close to what you would call optimal is higher, obviously. If my information is correct, Lukáš is one of them that got here for an online qualifier. Tony, if Tony is still in, yeah, I would consider, he's definitely a strong player. I know Tony personally, and he plays a lot of tournaments. I have no idea if he also has a job, but he's a very, very strong player, and you can definitely consider him on a pro level. And Hike, take a look at these guys. We are raising with the ace king. Very strong hand. Let's see if someone can put up a fight. Wow! Our Croatian big chip leader actually lets it go. It's somewhat surprising. I suppose it's not surprising against Hike. You just don't want to fight against the two big stacks. If it was someone raising with a middling stack, you should be more likely to just call and put pressure on, but yeah, I suppose there's no reason to fight against the one guy that can really, really hurt you. Kacper is online pro. Yeah, that confirms it. Thank you, Adam. Again, when you get here through the online qualifiers, it's much more likely that you will be an online grinder, right? So it does make sense that he's an online pro. And Pro Beers, now we have the correct stack size there. He does have 1.8 million chips. He does have those whites that he was missing before, just open raising. When you're with the King 4 offsuit, I mean, you shouldn't really get out of line here, but he does have a lot of chips. Maybe he was considering it. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, put your hats on, hold on to them, because we are heading for a race with kings against ace queen. This feels almost inevitable. Here we go. All in for Lukáš, Pro Beers, insta call, and the disgust on his face is noticeable. We take a sip of beer before we see the flop. You gotta respect that. As a checkman, I definitely appreciate that. But Pro Beers has his work cut out for him. Can he hit that ace? Or will Lukáš, one of the online qualifiers, double up through him? Pro Beers was drinking a beer before going all in. Will that help him to hit the ace? Well, it is something. We have a gut shot there. But Lukáš hits that top set. Only 6%. Check and a check only. It's the ace. That's no help for him, unfortunately. And Lukáš is doubling up through Pro Beers. Who is back down to being the short stack with 3.7 big blinds. I bet Pro Beers wishes now that he had the chips that our graphic was assigning him about 20 minutes ago. Now he is the man up against it. He has to try to pull off a miracle from 3.7 big blinds and 445k chips. He's not out yet though, ladies and gentlemen. This is poker. And if you listen carefully, you could hear some ruckus from the table next to these guys. We heard Vamos and Haya. You never know if it's actually from the other tournament table or if it's the cash games that run around the clock here, and people obviously are having a lot of fun. But that's what happens at King's Resort. A lot of fun is to be had. Even though we are finishing up with this main event, there's a lot of action going on in the building. Speaking of action, if you notice behind these players, there's sometimes a little beer logo. It's because one of the side events was the beer poker tour. People are telling me there was a lot of fun. They have players parties on, I think, every break. And they had a blast. It doesn't even matter who won it. It's basically just to come on, play some poker, have some fun, have a good time. And that was part of the Slovenian poker tour as well. It's not just about the big money here in the end game of this main event. Look at this, Lukáš. He does not want to risk it all with ace-queen suited against the big stack, and he only calls in the small blind. This is very interesting. The question is, will it turn against him?
Let us know.
Tell us the results.
Especially against the button, it's a pretty tight play to only call here. But I understand you just don't want to lose right after doubling up, basically. Lucky for him, Banjo just decides to go for the passive line. And in Lukáš's shoes, I mean, you don't have too many reasons to bet here. Maybe to get calls from weaker ace highs, but you sort of expect someone who open raced on the button to go ahead and bet them himself on the flop. So, yeah, not too many reasons to bet. What is ace-9 going to do here? The standard play would be simply to check down, obviously. There we go. Now we have the check mark, full cash. With that flush, it doesn't really change too much. But obviously, you are very likely to see a bet here. A big size is quite unlikely to get paid off. But you never know. That's the thing when you take a passive line with ace high as a pre-flop raiser, you might be tempted to go ahead and call it. Yes, here we go. Insta call. And a nut flush, get paid. And somehow, with that passive call pre-flop, where he did not free bet with ace-queen suited, he gets a decent payday. Very interesting. And remember, guys, no spoilers in the chat. Remember, we are half an hour behind you at the venue, or you that are using the King's Resort app. Reminder, you can see the live clock, you can see all the payouts. You can see who is out in the King's Resort app that you can get through the Play Store or Apple Store. So no spoilers. We are at 16 players. Once that changes and you are at the venue or you have our live up, only then you can tell us who actually busted. And we have ducks for the Croatian. And with that big stack, you get to be aggressive. He puts those chips to use. And height is not going anywhere. Queen Jack offsuit. It's almost a premium in the big blind against the cutoff open. Most likely we will just see a call here. Yep, here we go. Now heading into a flop. Eight, 4, 5. Now this is very interesting. The thing is, this is a much better board for hike. When you call in the big blind, you have all those hands like 6, 7, 4s, 5s, 8s that you can just flat call. You have the offsuit variations as well. But in the Croatian shoes, in Banjo's shoes, you kind of want to protect your hand. You don't want to see almost any turn. So just bets and takes it down. Right. Doesn't decide to try to push the issue with a board that really should be helping him more than the pre-flop raiser. And if you guys don't know, Slovenian Poker Tour, it actually is very close to my heart. This has been the first event, the very first event 2 years ago, believe it or not. I've played online poker for 15 years, but I've been only to King's Resort 2 years ago at the Slovenian Poker Tour 2024. I actually bubbled the main event. I met so many friends that are still my friends. So it's amazing to be commenting on this event. It means a lot to me, I must say, personally. Alexandru. You guys tell me, we have Romanians in the chat. How would you call Alexandru if he was your best friend? What would you call this man? Open raises with freeze and pro beers. He's doing the same thing he's done before. He basically is hoping that the other table will have a bust out before him. So he's stalling for time. He's using his time banks to the max. It's not exactly the best thing we want to see on a feature table, but listen, I understand it. You have your strategy. You only started with 300 euro and it matters a lot to you. So they are now both looking at the outer table. We all know he's calling, right? So ProBeers does the same thing. He leaves a chip behind, yet again. This is straight up a stalling tactic. Let's see if it actually pays off for him. And here we go. Then we have that 4-bet, but of course it was inconsequential. And we have ourselves a flip that can knock out ProBeers and his 445k chips. Can Alexandru finish the job with his threes? Or can we hit that ace? Can we hit that jack? Can we get back in the game? Well, it's not an ace or a jack, but it is as strong as it gets without actually hitting. We have the open-ended straight draw, and we can still hit those overs. It is a blank on the turn. Can Alexandru dodge better than Neo in Matrix? Yes, he can. Somehow, with all that out, all those outs, too many outs, as many poker players say, ProBeers is packing his little bag. He will finish his beer. And that will be all she wrote for him. He takes his beer to go, ladies and gentlemen. We have lost a player. So how much did he get for his trouble? 1,925 euros. Nice effort, nice show. Not a bad payout from 300 euro buy-in. Good game indeed. And welcome to the Twitch chat. Redor58. We are down to the final 15 players. I know all of you are waiting for that big final table where all those all-ins happen, where all the drama unfolds. But now, arguably, is the most pressure on these players after the money bubble. You really want to get into that final 9. You want to get into those pay jumps. 5,800 euro for 9. You really want to get there. So now it's time to see that tactical masterclass from all these players. The big stacks should be putting on the pressure on the middling stacks. The short stacks should try to outlast the others and double up whenever possible. That is the beauty of tournament poker. With every single chip, with every single place closer to that big final table, the strategy slightly shifts and changes. You do have to adapt. You have to find your perfect strategy. And right now it is a tactical battle between these players as they are waiting for those 6 more to bust out. For the final table. And Alexander just opts to call, and it will be interesting. I think Dirk, he's been playing very tight / straightforward. Sometimes he puts in a race when you least expect it, but it happens once in a blue moon, so he decides to check. And we have ourselves a blind against blind spot, and Alexandru, if he's played with Dirk before, you must know that he is on the tighter side. And here we go, he decides to go for it. Oh my God, Dirk! He just lets go of a middle pair blind against blind. Wow. This is exactly what I was talking about just 30 seconds earlier, guys. It's super close to that final table. Some players just find themselves on a really big stage compared to what they usually play. There's so much money at stake compared to the buy-in that you came in with into the event that you just don't want to play too many hands. You want to play really tight. Obviously, theoretically, you should never be folding there. But I understand it, you know, it's big pressure. You just want to fold your way into premium hands and try to hope that you ladder up, you increase the profit that you've already made, the massive profit from those 300 euros, even more, without risking too much. I get it, but obviously in theory, you should not be letting go there. Now the question is for Alexandru. Will he just call here, or will he put in the pressure and hope to free bet against Valentin? Now you can see he's looking to his left. All in, oh my goodness. Is that all in? No, it's not all in. It's just a call. I could swear I heard all in there. But only a call. That startled me absolutely crazily. And it is just a call. And because he only called and he did not go all in, somehow I completely heard from the microphones, there we go. He hits that set against Valentin. The thing is, in Valentin's shoes though, the button has a lot more great hands compared to your range, so he should just be checking and folding vast majority of the time. And he's showing him that set. And he's not as crazy as I initially thought. I could swear I heard this man say I am all in, but no, it is just that call. He hit that set. And with that, you see that Banjo, 8.9 million chips, almost 9, with 75 big blinds, Hike with 49 bigs. Alexandru, these three players, they can definitely hurt each other, but they are starting to increase their stack sizes. Lukáš, he must be happy. Online qualifier at 3.8 million chips, obviously. And look at this, even our 7th place, Jakub, the man who won a couple of years ago here, over 400,000 euros at this very table, he still has over 20 big blinds. So there is no clear short stack that has to go all in or fold. It's basically everyone's game. When you have 20 big blinds, you can put a lot of pressure. Even on the big stacks, losing 20 bigs will hurt anybody. Ace deuce offsuit, I mean, you should be letting go. Yes, here we go. And Lukáš with 10-6 off. I guess the hijack, yeah, folding is the right play. By the way, guys, in the chat, let me know. Are any of you going to World Series of Poker Europe? Obviously, we have the Slovenian Poker Tour. It's a big, big deal. We are heading to the finish line. But especially in Prague, a lot of people are looking forward to all those stars coming here to Prague. For the first, and probably it might be the biggest one, you know, when something happens for the first time. It's just super special. So I'm wondering if any of you are planning to witness history and come to King's Casino and Hilton for the World Series of Poker Europe. I will definitely be here from the 7th to 10th, actually, April, for the big finale. I want to see who wins that big, big main event. I want to see all those big stars that are coming. Sean Deep, he used to come basically every time to Rozvadov. But you will have people like Jungle Man, Michael Mizrahi. Phil Hellmuth is confirmed. Martin Cabral, of course. It wouldn't be a World Series of Poker Europe without Martin Cabral. All those big names will be here in the Czech Republic, in Prague. And I'm really wondering how that one will go. Here we go, guys. Fold by Alexandru. Dirk. So far playing so tight, super tight, but you know what? He made it all the way to top 15. It is paying off for him so far. So he doesn't have too many reasons to change his strategy. And King 4 suited, of course, when you have nearly 9 million chips. And you have a hand like this one, you want to put that pressure on your opponents. I think the Croatian can get really out of line here in these situations. There's not much that his opponents can do against him. Unfortunately for him, Hike is in the big blind and he does have a lot of chips. So let's see if we will see that massive pot between these two big chip stacks. It doesn't look like it. It's a pretty safe board with that backdoor flush draw for the King 4 suited. We are reasonably likely to see a c-bet and a fold by Hike, but we have been surprised quite often at the featured table today. There's the bet and Hike. We have that queen high. We do have that backdoor diamond draw. Are we considering getting cute? Yes, we are. Wow, we are cutting those chips. It looks like we might be racing here. Yep, 6:25 is the race. With that backdoor diamond draw, basically all he has here. And now the question is, does the other big stack want to risk going to war here? I mean, this is very, very suspicious. What can you really be raising? S6 can raise, obviously, it can raise, but why would it raise every time? It should be calling some of the time to trap, right? But that's the thing, we have 15 left, and this is the one guy that can really hurt your stack. So he just waves the white flag and absolutely beautiful check raise there. He played the player rather than his cards. He's taking it down with a calm face. Look at that. He is not letting it known that he had a weak hand. He just blocked the chip leader. And Alexandru, look at this. Right after having to fold, he wakes up with queens. And this time he would love some opposition. So folds all around. Ike's thinking about it. Jack 10 suited, definitely a hand you can play back with. And it is just a call. And we have a fold from Valentin. Valentin actually did fold. I think our graphics was confused because it looks like Queen Jack offsuit. It's a really strong hand. You really should be peeling, but no, you can see he does not have those cards. He just folded. So it's Alexandru against Hike. Alexandru goes ahead and bets those queens. Well, Hike, last time he bluffed. Again, this is a very similar situation. You have a backdoor flush draw, backdoor gutter. You can consider being cute here in the small blind. And with these stack sizes, he can be calling those 6s, 8s, 5s. No, we're letting it go. Showing those queens. And you can see this is really a strategic battle. Some players are picking their spots, but they don't do it blindly. They really decide, hey, this time I'm gonna go ahead and try to bluff with air. It is the right time, but there is still 15 left, 9 for the final table for that big money. So they still pick their battles. Sometimes they go for it, sometimes they don't. And we are very likely to see this strategic battle all the way until the final table. This is exactly the spot where you don't want to make a mistake. Where that pressure on you, where the chips matter more in terms of money than they will later, or that they did a couple hours ago. Especially if you are a middling stack. Hike, however, 39 big blind, 6 million. He can't afford to spin those chips, to lose a little bit. Unfortunately for him, Valentin now wakes up with the aces, the pocket rockets. 15 big blinds, I mean, you can decide to just go all in, right? But just go small. Try to get your opponent to go ahead and call. Yep, 800K. It is a pretty standard size free bet here. With the offsuit edition of the Queen 10, I don't think Hike has too many options here but to fold though. Unless he sees something that is simply not there. Yep, here we go. I mean, when you have the aces in Valentin's shoes, you're like, oh yes, I have the aces. Well, I didn't get really paid much. It's a bittersweet situation every time. By the way, guys, let me know if you have been here at King's Resort in Rozvadov, playing the Slovenian Poker Tour. It's very interesting, actually. The Slovenians that won in the beginning, one was Radovan Sukalo. He won the Beer Poker Tour, the fun one. He got an extra trophy. So it's at the Slovenian Poker Tour, but you also get the extra trophy because the Beer Poker Tour, they actually has their own stops. They made a side event at the Slovenian Poker Tour, and Radovan is the one who takes it home. It's not drinkable, by the way. You can take a look at Slovenian Poker Tour Instagram and King's Resort Facebook to see those wins. Then Rok Turinek from Slovenia won the SPT Kings Saturday Night Bounty for 3K. And then the remainder of the tournaments, they actually went to foreigners. So Richard from Brazil, or Richard, won the high roller for 11.9K. And Alin Gabriel from Romania took down the PLO event from Poker Pro. Very interesting. And we don't have really any Slovenians in the end game of the Slovenian Poker Tour. It's quite surprising to see, I have to say. And Valentin opened raises and Dirk with the King-9 off. Again, you should be calling here really, but we have seen Dirk just let it go so many times. Or he does something like this. This player is extremely tight most of the time, but once in a while, he risks it all. And he does it yet again with the King-9 offsuit from the big blind. For the other players, it's extremely hard to understand this guy. It looks like he's folding so much, and then when he goes all in, if you were just basing it on the frequencies with how often he goes all in, you would assume that, hey, he must have aces, kings, ace, king, something strong. But no, once in a while, after folding so many times, he wakes up and goes crazy with a hand like this one that you would not expect, especially from a player like this. I'm very curious if the players are actually watching the stream to try to find out what the players had. And take a look at this Jakub with that ace king and 15 bigs, 14 big blinds total. Goes for it. He has been jamming with 20 big blinds before. There's no shock there. Looks like he will not get any action. But obviously the part of ace king, the part of why it is such a great hand, despite what people might be saying, is what you call the fold equity. When people fold, your ace king is actually very, very happy about that. And a lot of the strength of the ace king lies in that you have the ace, you have the king. It makes it less likely that your opponents can have aces, can have kings, can have those premium hands that continue. And you will take down a lot of pots without seeing the flop, turn, or river. So even though it's a very strong hand when you have as many blinds as Jakub has, you never mind when people just fold. It's not like aces where you definitely want action every single time. And back-to-back hands for him, it looks like he's locked in. But this time, it's him at the weaker end. Hike has the queens, the ladies right behind him. And we all know it's time to raise it up now. Here we go. Is it about 800K? Something in that ballpark. 950, we size it up even more. And obviously that means if Jakub wants to continue, he will basically risk all his chips here. Lets it go immediately. Hike with the queens. Takes away a decent portion of Jakub's stack, which now at 14 big blinds. Bert says, final day, 14 left. This will be a long day. Listen, Bert, listen. You never know what happens, okay? I've seen a lot of tournaments, a lot of final tables Just last week we had a similar situation. We had a similar situation on the final table bubble. It looked like it was a super long day, right? And then suddenly, bam! One player started to take everyone out, and we went within 20 minutes. We went from 9 players to 4. It just happens that way. You never know what happens. All it takes if the chip leader takes out the second biggest stack, suddenly it's him just dominating everybody, and the tournament ends before you blink. That is the beauty of poker. Especially when you do commentary, when you are at so many events like I am. You never know when you get to go home and look at this. Dirk. Now with an actual premium hand. After he went crazy with the king-9 offsuit, now he has the ace-king of diamonds. And unlike his opponents, who would go ahead and free bet to a smaller sizing, he just rips it in and he takes it down. This man doesn't mess around. He either folds, or when he doesn't fold, he just goes for it big. There is no middle ground with this hero, Dirk, with the glasses. And Eduard is saying, "Hi, Manasian, winner." Actually, his story is interesting. Now, if you can trust my Claude researcher, obviously, it's not 100%, but this Armenian apparently has Czech roots. He has lived in the Czech Republic. Maybe you can confirm it on YouTube in the chat, Eduard. Let us know. What do you know about Hike? What secrets can you reveal about this player? Look at this, Dirk. He woke up with the ace-king. Now he has the ace-jack suited. And suddenly he finds himself away from that short stack territory with 25 big ones. You can't really just go all in. I know he loves to do that. Just stick the chips in or just fold. But this time, no, he's doing it again. He just does not care. This man either folds or he's in for all of it. Straight up free bet jam for 3.9 million chips with ace-jack suited. What a guy. I mean, theoretically this might not be correct, but you have to respect the hustle. It's called go big or go home. That's what Dirk came for. And it's exciting because he's made so many folds that Theory and the robots and the solvers, the wizards, they would consider way too tight. But then he decides, hey, it's time to go for it. He jams the king-9 offs. He just takes all his chips and puts them in with ace-jack suited. This man does not mess around. He plays very old school type of poker, and I love to see it. That's the difference between King's Resort, these smaller buy-ins, and when you watch some of the high rollers with 100K or 500K buy-ins, you know, it's all the freaking same in those. Once the buy-in gets above $100,000 or euros, everybody plays super similar to each other. But this is real life. What we give you here in the Slovenian Poker Tour with all these massive fields and 300 euro buy-ins, we are showing you what really happens. How actual people, real people that you can play on an everyday basis, that how they play. That don't spend 8, 9, 10 hours with the computers and the solvers, that don't have a coach telling them the exact frequencies they're supposed to play with. It's a real human tapestry that you get when we get deep into these events, because there's so many recreational and amateur players here at King's Resort, just having a good time, drinking beer, playing these low buy-ins, going for a holiday with the beautiful nature and great hotels we have here. And statistically, because there's so many of them, they will get into these later stages. And then you get fun spots like this. Look at this, there's some drama, by the way. What's going on here? Making sure that the stack sizes are correct right now. So Lilith, yeah, we have a confirmed hike backstory. Nice to see some fans in the chat. His biggest success, at least according to my AI research, is that Hike won the EAPT Georgia main event in Batumi in September 2024 for $54,000. There he actually beat a field of 741 players. Now we have 1,120. So it's bigger but sort of similar. But oh, take a look at this. Now I heard it correctly. We have an all-in by Valentin. 17 big blinds. This man with a lot of chips throughout the feature tables goes all in, and Hike, the man we were talking about, does not hesitate at all. It is a call, and Hike has Valentin completely dominated. Valentin knows it. He does the trick with the standing up, guys. Every time you're all in, take the bag, pretend that you're out already, and the poker gods, many times, they reward you by giving you that suck out. But this time it's not looking too likely. Well, we have the ace-queen, but careful. There is a nut flush draw for Valentin and a 5 for him as well, 26%. Can Valentin hit that club? Oh, the 5, no, he cannot. He is eliminated. Hike did get a sweat. But this man we were talking about, the favorite of the YouTube chat, adds a big portion into his chip stack. Good game, Valentin. That was a good show, by the way. What a good show. Great competitor, great contender. We didn't see him make any big mistakes, but sometimes it just happens. With a hand like this one, perfectly reasonable to just stick it in. Unfortunately, he was up against it. And look at this. This man, is he the chip leader? He will be very close to it. We now do have 2 big stacks. Ryzen on fire says, always a sweat. Yes, that's true. Especially every time I comment, guys. You know what? I went to the doctor and I had a blood pressure measuring device for 24 hours while I was commenting here at King's Resort. And when I came back, they told me, hey, your blood pressure is way too high when you comment. You get way too excited, and I had to actually take blood pressure lowering pills because I get way too excited when I comment on these streams. But it's not my fault. As Ryzen on Fire says, there's always a sweat. I tried to explain to my doctor that at King's Resort, we have way too much fun. There's way too much drama in these all-ins. And it's not my fault that my blood pressure goes through the roof when I comment, okay? Speaking of which, Alexandru with that top pair, Dirk, middle pair, Hike, has basically nothing. And again, remember guys, Dirk is very much, I'm either going for it or I'm just gonna fold kind of guy. I would not be surprised at all. If he just lets it go here. Yep, here we go. Hike, who actually I do believe he's a chip leader, he decided to be aggressive. That was absolutely nothing. Does he have some ulterior motives, however, against Alexandru? If he would continue in any capacity, obviously, he has to be aggressive. He decides, not this time. I will wait for at least some equity. Alexandru, that's a small pot. Ooh. Oh my goodness, we have some trash talk in the chat right now. You know, I was talking about Hike and he doubled up, so I understand that you are very overconfident, Eduard. But we have some trash talk on the YouTube chat. You can ask him anything you're interested in during the interview after he wins this tournament. Ooh. My friend, you don't want to jinx your friend, okay? Never jinx your countryman. And by the way, guys, we didn't see this, but we are down to 12 players. There's only 12 players remaining. So what you can do, if you want to know who actually busted, and you've been to King's Resort before, you can go ahead and go to Play Store or Apple Store and download the King's Resort app. And there you can actually see, if you go to the live tournament section, not only the live clock, but you can see who actually busted out and how much money they got. Mariano Trapani, welcome to the YouTube chat. Buonasera a tutti. Good evening, everybody. Of course, we did have an Italian winner, a chip and a chair, to taking down the huge event last week. It's great to have the Italian audience. I know the Italian players and German players, they love King's Resort, absolutely love it. I know every time we say that, hey, there's a big tournament, a lot of the guys from Italy, they come. It's fantastic to see. I love Italian players, but I also love Italian stuff. The dealers are amazing. The floormen, every time you get a floorman from Italy, they're absolutely fantastic. Federico Brunato himself, the CEO of King's Resort, my big boss, he has Italian roots, of course, as well. So yeah, King's Resort and Italy, they go hand in hand. Look at this, Alexandru, he does still have 30 big blinds. He's going for that race, and Bunjo once, I think he's stuck now, second. Ace Queen suited, no, sorry, Ace Queen offsuit. Going for that free bet. It's likely all she wrote. Lukáš can't really continue. Alexandru. You don't want to get cute with 9-5 suited. And you takes down the pot. Oh, hello all from Romania. Valer2485 is here as well. I know it's fantastic to see players from your country to make it. I'm kind of sad. I will be honest, guys. This is the Slovenian Poker Tour. And the Slovenians, they started super strong. They took down a couple events, a couple side events here last week. But then it was all people from different countries taking it down. We had Alin Gabriel Kalinoiu from Romania taking down the Poker Pro PLO event. We had Roger Freitas from Brazil taking down the SPT High Roller. And none of the Slovenians made it this far in the main event, unfortunately. So now you get to cheer for players like Haik, who open raises with Ace-6 of diamonds. And Jakub with a King-4 offsuit. Roman Lomenzo numero uno. Roman Lomenzo is number one. It's good to see. Oh my goodness, how many Haik fans are here? Haik is dragging another pot. He is getting super close to 10 million. He might be the first one to reach the 10 million mark right here. And he's putting on an absolute clinic. Let's take a look. This is the final chip count on this level. I believe we have a Haik at 9,780,000, 61 big blinds. Bunjo second in chips. Again, this man can put hurt on Haik, but everybody else 30 big blinds, 26, 17, and 12. Jakub is hanging in there. The two Polish players remaining, Jakub and Lukáš, on the short stacks, trying to double up here. But obviously, right now, it has been the Haik show. Let's see if it will continue. Our Armenian friends in the chat, they're very confident that he is the one destined to take this tournament, as we are down to 12 players. And by the way, guys, if you want to find out what the live blinds are. No spoilers, by the way. It's half an hour ahead of us. You can download the Kings Resort app. So I'm going to tell you what actually happened. So we have seen pro beers to go ahead and bust out. And one shot came out in 15th place from Israel, took down 2.7 thousand euros. Mephisto from Germany was the 14th place. And Valentin Christian Dumitra, unfortunately for some of you guys, busted in 13th place for 2.7k. So right now we don't have a pay jump. The 12th place will get 2.7 thousand. So they don't have to stall for it. And Hike decides to defend with the 9-5 hand. Why do I call it 9-5? If you overplay this one, you will have to go back to a 9-5 job. This board obviously is good for Lukáš. As the pre-flop raiser, this online qualifier has the privilege of continuation betting and putting pressure on his opponent. We have seen Hike though put on pressure on paired boards before. You can never be sure that he will just wave the white flag and give up. This time he does, however, and Lukáš will be very happy about that. How many Romanian players? I'm actually not sure. You might have to wait for that one. We are getting very, very close. We will obviously take a look at the nationalities and at the stats when we get to the final table. Now we are at top 12. We are playing for that 71,000 plus up top, which is an absolutely massive number. We just came in with 300 euros and you will go home. If you win this, it's 71,000 plus. It's absolutely insane. You will come back to the Kings Million European Poker Championship as well, as you will get that package as part of your prize. And if as someone was asking, yes, you will come to day 1A here to Kings Resort in Rozvadov. And now let's take a look, guys. Hike again. He's got 9 million chips. There's a lot to play with. Will he decide to go ahead and raise this? It looks that way. Yes, 525,000, 3.3 big blinds. Alexandru does have an on and offsuit ace. Should never be folding, basically. There's some banter between the players, but that's the thing. We are near the final table bubble. Do you really want to lock horns with the chip leader? And that's what he's considering. If this was a cash game, ace-3 offsuit is either a free bet or a call. You're never folding. But we can't blame him for considering doing something else. And yes, there we go. There is the call. And let's see if Hike can put on even more pressure. This is a very unique situation, guys. There's 12 players left. You want to get to that final table. The ICM pressure, that means your chips, how much your chips are worth in terms of money. It's really big on the middling stacks like Alexandru. That means the players with the big stacks like Hike, they can really, really get aggressive. Those extra chips are not worth as much in terms of money for them. That's why you will see absolutely terrible board for Hike. Alexandru should really be hitting it a lot more than him, but he doesn't care because he is in that dominant position. Alexandru, you just don't want to go into battle with the big stack right here when so much is at stake. Only a couple of players bust and you are at that final table. You lock up 5.8k. First 10 places actually, first 10 places get the free K package for Kings Million. So that's really, really a lot of pressure, and it basically will mean that the chat favorite Hike is in a great, great position of take advantage of all the other mid stacks that are trying to trying to ladder up, trying to get to that final table. And it is his job now to be really aggressive. And the job he's doing absolutely perfectly. Take a look at this. This is how you play when you have a big stack and the other players are all close to each other. You have to take those chips and get them to work. Is that right? Is the overlay right? Yes, we have a call actually. Very interesting. Alexandru. This is quite unorthodox, I must say, in the small blind to just go ahead and call, and he gets rewarded by hitting trips on the flop. Hitting ace-7 offsuit. You know what I said, that you shouldn't really be playing against the big stack, especially when you're 23 big blinds? Alexandru did not listen to me, and he did a good job that he didn't. If we are being results-oriented, he actually did call a big hand, and now he's here with the trips. And the problem with for Hike is that he can't really expect Alexandru to have too many aces in the small blind. You would expect him to fold a hand like this one, or to go ahead and re-raise before the flop if he does have a strong ace. So for Hike, this is a danger zone. You have all those ace jacks, ace kings, kings, checks that your opponent never ever has in this situation, so he puts on that pressure. It's very interesting. It's 475k. I'm not surprised by this aggression at all. Unfortunately for Hike though, Alexandru, if he calls ace-7 offsuit, he will have a lot more aces than Hike can ever expect in this situation. Now let's see, in Hike's shoes, I mean, you can try to get the ace away from it, but I think now he will simply have to give up. All in, oh my goodness! Alexandru just doesn't care, he just rips it in. What is he trying to get called by? A jack, I suppose? Is he trying to get an ace off of a shot? I don't understand this, by the way. My God, Hike? What can he be possibly putting his opponent on? He just lets it go. Very, very unorthodox play by Alexandru, calling before the flop. It threw Hike off. He did not expect a hand like this one to call before the flop and hit the board. That's why he was bluffing the flop and the turn with nothing. And on the river, he just goes all in. What a guy, what a guy. I love to see it. Only at King's Resort, ladies and gentlemen. We are playing for big money, 71k plus up top, but these are real people, real players. They don't sit in a dungeon and study for 12 hours every day with the computers. They came to play some poker and have a good time. That's why you will see these fun lines left, right, and center. And take a look at this, Jakub. What a sneaky, sneaky guy. What a sneaky guy. This guy has been jamming with king-queen offsuit for 20 bigs. Now he has the kings, and he only min raises. He's trying to entice the other players to come in. I think Banjo simply has to comply and enter the pot as well. Jakub only has about 1.9, 1.8 million. And for Banjo, I mean, this is go time. There we go. There is that squeeze. Now Jakub has to Hollywood. Now it's time to put on a show. No, he does not care. Jakub just doesn't care. I think you're supposed to Hollywood a little bit right here. And he puts Alexandru into a tough spot. I mean, at the 7th, you see Banjo actually squeezing. I think you kind of have to let this go here, right? Even though you hate your life. Yep, he releases. No folding. Here we go. And Jakub with the kings. One time he cracked the kings with a different hand, with the jacks. Can Jakub go ahead and hold here? You have ace? Yes. And Jakub is fighting for his life. Can he double up with Bunjo? Or will the ace hit?
Maybe set, huh? Set is good for you.
Set is good for you. He says, will it be that king? No.
Maybe Barry Connors. They come there, but not.
And it's the queen that does not help Anjo. So Jakub doubles up. He keeps those hopes alive. It has been an absolute roller coaster for this man. He has been a little bit down in the dumps. It feels like his mood was going down, but now, obviously, he's happy.
Almost, you almost did go.
Yes, and as We Race Chili Dog says, KMEC package bubble.
I should send you.
So the next player who busts out will miss out on the €3,000 package for Kings Million.
No, I'm not, you know, but like
European Poker Championship.
Every hand I'm missing, it's costing me EV, right?
You did open too much.
Very important moment.
I know.
So we have the double bubble. We have the KMEC package bubble, and then we will have the final table bubble. This is very, very important. Now is the time for the big stacks to really put on the pressure, and for the middling stacks to try to hope that they ladder up, try to hope that the other players will do better in terms of getting hands and then getting stacked off by someone else. You basically are hoping for those setups right now. Enjoy with the King 10 suited. Yeah, here we go. Plays it safe, just the call. Lukáš did have great odds, but he just decides to release. Well, so far so good for both players. A safe flop. We are unlikely to see a big disaster here. Take a look at this. The King 10 improves with the 10. Alexandru, unfortunately for him, is now way behind the worst suited king. And lets it go. And this is a story that will be told quite a lot of times, I assume, as we are on the KMEC bubble. The 10th player gets that extra package. And by the way, guys, I am looking at the Kings Resort app. You can get it as well yourselves. You will be half an hour ahead of the stream though, so no spoilers. But it looks like we have lost a player in 12th place, Jaroslav Patrik Pilarski from Germany. I'm assuming with Polish roots, out in 12th place. Good game, well played. And look at this. Both of these players with exactly the same hand. Re-raise Chili Dog, you need to, yes, of course. Yeah, guys, if you want to have access to the app, you have to physically come to King's Resort or King's Casino. I believe both will work. So if you go to WSOP Europe, that should be working as well. You have to show us your ID so we know who you are. But once you have that, you will have your account and you will be able to log in into the King's Resort app. So it's an app where you can actually go ahead and manage your buy-ins. You see what tournaments are running. You see the live clock. You can even go ahead and skip the reception queue at King's Casino Prague. But the step number one is come here to Rozhledov or to King's Casino Prague. Your registration should work in both and you will get access to your account and you can be using our King's Resort up. And if you already have an account, all you have to do is just remember your email address, confirm it, and if it's not working, just contact us to get that sorted. Niurga7, thank you for the work you do commentating. I very much appreciate all feedback. Thank you so much, Niurga, for saying that. As I said a couple of minutes ago, I went to the doctor and they were measuring my blood pressure, and it was way too high while I'm commenting. So I'm actually risking my life to entertain you while I'm commenting on these feature tables, guys. Hopefully you appreciate that. I'm not listening to the doctors who tell me to stop, that it's raising my blood pressure to comment and be here with you in the YouTube and Twitch chat. King's Resort is way too important to just let it go. Take a look at this. We have the blind against blind spot. Jakub goes ahead and raises. Again, a very aggressive player, and Hike in the big blind. Goes ahead and calls. This is one of the times. Both players have flipped something, a little some. Becomes a race for who wants it more. Right now, Jakub has the stronger draw. But Hike is not going anywhere. With that gut shot, with the backdoor hard draw, obviously with a board that should be better for him. He should be having more of those 3s, 5s, 4s, the 4-5 offsuits, 3-5 offsuits, all those hands. He can actually call against the raise. So I would not be surprised if we actually see some aggression in the race from him right now. Or a call. The only thing that would surprise me would be a fold in this situation. And he's thinking about it. That's the thing. I guarantee you he's thinking about the raise. He has shown us this player is very capable, very experienced, as you guys know in the chat. He has a lot of experience. He was considering a raise, but he just goes in for the call. It is Jakub who should be under pressure, because Hike has a much bigger stack. But oh, look at this. Oi, 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 oi. This is almost disgusting. Jakub hits that straight on the turn, but Hike now has a flush draw. And now he is the man with the potential nuts. This will be very, very exciting. Actually, in Jakub's shoes, a check should be a consideration here. He instead, it's just not his style. He goes right away for 1 million, but only leaving 1.8 million behind. I mean, this is crazy. Jakub just doesn't mess around, and Hike. It really is, that's the question. Do you think you have fold equity? If you go all in, do you think Jakub will actually fold something or not? Look at this. Yes, this is what you will see professional players and super strong players do a lot of the time. When they know it's a tough spot, they just fire every single time bank, so they don't have to think about throwing in another one. So every time bank goes in the middle from Hike because he knows this is a tough spot. Against this big bet sizing, number one question is, if I go all in, can Jakub fold something? He's representing an ace. Ace is probably not folding. How often is he actually bluffing here? That if I shove, he will fold something. And if I don't think that he will fold enough of the time, do I have the odds to go ahead and call here? Will I get paid off every single time when I do hit my hearts? And now the big question will be answered. Is this a raise or is this a call? That's a lot of chips. It is just that call. He did not believe that there is enough fold equity for him to go all in. An unlucky river for him. Jakub now has that check mark. Now will we see a genius check against this hand? But that's the thing. In Jakub's shoes, if Hike has an ace, you just have to go all in and try to stack it, right? Now Hike has a very, very easy fold. That was a oh, that fist bump to his rail. And we could hear his friends going crazy a little bit. And this is very bad news for Haik, by the way. Look at this. The man right next to him has a very similar stack right now. You don't want the aggressive Polish guy who clearly is playing for the win. He's not playing to ladder up. This guy just wants to win it all. You don't want him to have a lot of chips. What an interesting spot on the turn there. For a minute I thought that the chips were going all in there, but yeah, he correctly deducted that there's not enough hands that would simply fold. If you are just joining us, now is the KMEC package, Kings Million European Poker Championship bubble. The guy that busts now does not get it. The top 10, they will go to Rozvadov for that inaugural Kings Million European Poker Championship. Alexandru against Bunjo. We have not seen too many light defense so far, especially not against the hijack, but Alexandru obviously confident. Now in Bunjo's shoes, this is a clear as day bet. Oh wait, Alexandru actually bet the flop? Wow! What is going on? Was that just a limp? Oh, it must have been, right? Very interesting hand, but with the 8-7, you have those backdoors. You definitely want to continue. I know he was. We have some banter between the players, so I understand that. But that was a little bit out of line, that hand. And there you have it, the beautiful felt, guys. That's where you can be playing if you come to Rozvadov. We start on the 30th of September with the super main event. The super main event starts on the 30th of September, 7 starting days. And we are playing for that all-important package. By the way, you have 4 tickets in that. You have the super main ticket, the main event, the mystery bounty, the mini main event, and the monster stack. So plenty of chances. Alexandru just calls for the king jack offsuit. Haik goes out the race and we just have that call. Very, very interesting. And when you hit a board like this one, Haik is very likely to continue. He's laughing. This is the worst poker face I've ever seen. Look at that laugh. He goes for a relatively big bet, just over half pot, because again, Alexandru should not be limp calling any aces, ace king, king 10. Haik can have all of those possible hands. Alexandru, look at how relaxed he is. He's literally sleeping at the table. What is going on, guys? You know when people tell you that you should have a poker face at the table? These guys obviously haven't been there when that lesson was being told. There we go. As I said, Haik just has all those strong hands that Alexandru does not have. It's very, very tough for him because Haik is very likely to consider bluffing on the river as well. So it seems like Alexandru has a very strong hand. But this is actually a very difficult spot for him. Any spade comes on the river, I guarantee you that Hike will bluff again. Maybe even every heart, who knows, but if you're in Alexandru's shoes, you will not like the prospect of just calling here and having to fold the river. But then again, this is blind against blind. You limp call with the king jack. Just your opponent doesn't expect you to have a hand like this one. Yep, there's the fold. Look at this beautiful play by Hike. He understands that he covers his opponent. This is the package bubble. And Alexandru just has to play passively against him. Absolutely beautiful play. As I was saying, it was very likely that he would actually continue and Hike with these aggressive plays. He's going up and down, but through sheer skill and applying pressure, he has 8 million chips and he has the most big blinds at this feature table. We don't see the other one. We will shortly merge them, but absolutely beautiful plays. Banjo here with 6.6 million still up there. Same with Jakub. By the way, Jakub, look at this. With that double up, he's right back into play. This has been way too much excitement, guys. I wonder when I will comment on King's Resort and we will have a nice, boring feature table and very straightforward final table. Nothing exciting will happen. I will not risk my heart. I will not risk my life for you in the chat. That's just not meant to be. We have all these entertaining players right here. Jakub, open raising, King 7 suited. Of course, when he has those chips, he wants to apply pressure, but that makes two of them. Hike in the cutoff, Ace 9 offsuit. This man understands ICM, he understands pressure. And he's getting out of line. If all the chips were equal, Jakub, there's not much he can do. But as I was saying, you don't want Jakub to have chips. This is a dangerous man. But no, he waves the white flag and Hike continues with that pressure. For Jakub, having Hike on his left, it's not a picnic either. Time and time again, Hike is adding to his chip stack. He was nearly at 10 million. But now through sheer aggression, he's getting back in there. Jose Murphy, yeah, you're looking at the payouts. Yes, that is 10 times 3,000 euro KMEC package. We are on the package bubble now. So this is a big deal. All the players that will be in top 10 are coming back here at the end of September to fight for glory in that brand new KMEC. And look at this, guys. This is just so annoying for Jakub. You don't want to have someone like Hike to your left. You get out of line in Jakub's shoes and Hike is right there all over you. He goes ahead and free bets you again. You know, at one point, I guarantee you, Jakub will actually snap. He will try to play back. I just hope for his sake it's not going to be right now. Back-to-back raise, back-to-back free bet between the exactly same players. We just moved the position by one. Oh my God, Jakub does not want to give up, but he has to. He has no choice. The hand is just too weak and Hike got out of line in the last hand. This one was a little bit more reasonable. He's taking another one away from him. It looks like Jakub.
I did think maybe this page is a little bit longer.
We're moving to this side table. So let's see, guys. Reminder, we will have that final table. Let's see if he will see him back. And it's 10 players. Yes, we have burst the package bubble. Congratulations to everybody. all the top 10 have made it. They got that extra package. And they are going to keep KMEC. This is really exciting. All of these players that you see now, if you come here to King's Resort on the 30th of September for the Super Main, you will see them at the King's Million European Poker Championship Super Main event. Day 1A they have to play, so if you want to see these heroes, you like how they play, come join us here in Rozvadov at the end of September and you will see them. You can say hello to them. Tell them kudos for this amazing performance. Well done. And if you want to know who was the bubble boy, I have very, very bad news. The man who is half Czech, he lives in Czech Republic, but has the Serbian flag on King's Resort. The man that's the fan favorite. A lot of people love this guy. I know he travels Europe to play poker. He was at EPT, at King's Casino. You see him at King's Resort all the time. Tony Ravňák. Tony is unfortunately the man who finished 11th just before the package. This is very, very unfortunate. He is, I consider him my friend, well, the friend that I go to all these events all around the world. I meet him a lot. He's a very, very nice guy, but unfortunately for you, this is brutal. He finishes 11th for 3,820 euro. Hey, it's not bad. 300 euro buy-in, you more than 10x'd it. It's not too bad, but unfortunately for him, he will not be getting the package. But the thing is, guys, again, this event will be so huge. The King's Million European Poker Championship, it's going to be such a huge festival that I guarantee you that you will see all the players like Tony, all the regulars that are here at King's. Whether they win a package or not, you will see them playing. So don't worry, if you do come here, with all these players that you see now, every single one of them will be playing at the King's Million European Poker Championship. You will see them here. And I'm sure that Tony, who finished 11, he will not miss it either. Good game and congratulations to everybody. And Haik Manassian is the best, says Lilith, and Haik is one of those players who is right in there. And now, question is, can he take down this pot? Another blind against blind pot.
Without winning a couple of weeks. So
I can say, I can bluff, and he's not bluffing. You see the laughs all around. Guys, I want to remind you though, we still do have that final table bubble going on.
Aces. I had 2 times queens. One time I folded against you. It was good for that.
So here we go, guys.
We cannot be
Miles all around, but still, we do have a final table to play for right here. And of course, over 71k up top. And Haik on the button. I mean, we've seen how he plays. He has 9 million chips again. He's reaching for a small portion of them. He doesn't even put a big dent into your stack, so obviously he goes for that raise. I mean, Dirk shoes, any other player will be calling every single time, but we know how Dirk likes to play. This man either plays for it or just gets out of the way, but this time we do see that call from Dirk.
Raise was in this moment how much? 300, something like that, no? After the sale? You're playing sale.
Look at this. Haik is extremely likely to go ahead and c-bet, but Dirk does have the king high and a flush draw. And we all know, guys, when Dirk is in a pot, he likes to go big or let go. But this time, look at this. Haik actually did not c-bet. He's giving respect towards Dirk's range, who actually has been pretty tight so far. And now it's very, very interesting. Haik suddenly does have an open-ended straight draw, so he's not going anywhere here. thing is, in Hike's shoes, it's very tough to actually represent really strong hands. So I'm just expecting him to go ahead and call. Yep, here we go. Hoping to hit. Maybe put in some bluffs if Dirk decides to check the river. Oh, look at this. Both of them hit that straight. It's the bottom straight, however. It would be really interesting if Dirk goes for a big bet. No, he doesn't. And Hike now, I mean, yeah, your opponent, he bet the turn. It's kind of likely he can have an ace in hands like that, so why not go for a little value bet? But after all this drama, we do have that split. There's not too many reasons to turn this hand into a bluff, really, in Hike's shoes. Dirk hasn't been a player to check raise much, so yep, it is a small bet. 325k. We're very likely to just see a call here. But remember, guys, it is Dirk. He has surprised us time and time again. With some crazy folds, with some crazy all-ins. But not this time. He plays it by the book on the river. And we have that split. Nice and friendly hand after a bunch of drama.
450, yeah, that's right.
BJP Coin, hello, what's up? The legend of the World Series of Poker Europe. Bobby James himself, awesome to have you here in the chat on Twitch. What an honor, ladies and gentlemen. We have the half of the dynamic duo that has done World Series of Poker Europe. I'm actually curious who will be the commentators for that one. Obviously, we have a massive corporation coming to Prague, to King's Casino, with a lot of their own people, I'm assuming. Now, guys, there we go. We have that final table bubble. We are plugging Bobby James.
200.
Like, of course, the fun favorite with the ace-10 offsuit. That is an absolute premium for him. We have seen this guy open raising 5-4 off, so when he has a hand like this one, it's go time. And Dirk, I have no idea what Dirk will do. We have seen him just free bet or jam, or simply just fold a hand like this one. You just never know with Dirk. Now we are in the folding mode. He does go crazy, but once in a very, very long while. Ike was making sure that everybody folded. Yes, they did. And now 9.6 million chips closing towards the 10 million mark. And we are about to have a lot of action, guys. We are 5-handed. Re-raised Chili Dog says 1,395 euro pay jump incoming. That pay jump for that FT.
But I believe because of me, he folded, and because
that
of
top
me,
nine.
Because of you, he should fold. Because of your chance. Yes, because of you can make this play like chip leader.
We have a mystery hand. I'm guessing that was not ace-6 that Heike just folded. Alexandru, of course, with ace-10 off. That's a raise. And Dirk, he likes to take his time, and I always thought that Dirk is just posturing, but once in a while he just goes crazy with those weaker hands. So we have to respect that he wants to take his time here. And Lukáš, the online qualifier, with 13 big blinds behind him, the King 10 suited. You are not going anywhere. The question is, does he want to take the aggressive route here, or will he just call? Of course, playing it safe makes a lot more sense at this stage of the tournament.
Big respect,
Yes, I win with pocket 8.
Beautiful flop. Look at this. 2 clubs for him. That flush draw, 38% equity, as you can see. But Alexandru, he does have the backdoor. Not flush draw, of course, with those cards. He definitely wants to bet here. Now the question will be, Lukáš, what are you going to do, my man? Will you go aggressive? Did qualify online, so the stakes are even higher than for the other players, guys. It's a 300 euro buy-in, but for this man, when you settle like then, you can get him from like €1, $1 Let's see what he does. Looks like he's taking the passive route. He adds to his equity right now. He's almost exactly the pot size bet behind right now. And it will be interesting to see what happens if he actually decides to check. Oh my goodness, Alexandru. He is putting on the pressure. It's a 450k bet only, very small bet. Lukáš, can you jam in his face? I mean, I would love to see it. I would love to see Lukáš with the added equity, with that gutter, with those overs, with the flush draw, to just stick it in Alexandru's face. Will he do that or will he play it safe? Ah, he was counting the raising chips, but it is just that peel. And unfortunately for him, it absolutely backfires. And this is the most disgusting feeling. If he checks right now and Alexandru checks back, this is what you hate to see, just losing to an ace high. But looks like Alexandru has other ideas. 500k. I'm very curious. I'm guessing he's targeting those 5s and those 4s. It's most likely what this bet is supposed to do, but it makes the king high to fold. Very interesting river bet. And Lukáš gets punished for the lack of aggression right here. We actually have a little bit lopsided. It's lopsided because the top 10, they get the extra 3k. Now we have a lower pay jump. As Re-Race Chili Dog says, I have no reason not to believe him. 1,395 euro pay jump. It's actually a smaller one than before, paradoxically. I would like to see that jam from the king 10 suited, honestly. Alexandru with that aggressive play. Let's see what he does. Now all the players should be aware that there is a short stack. It has not been playing too aggressive. Oh my god, this is disgusting. You have 6.8 big blinds, and you have the aces. Here we go, instant all-in. He didn't want to Hollywood, he didn't want to pretend like he's thinking about it. He just goes all in right there. Oh, he's even more disgusted now, and everybody's laughing. Look at that hike. Yeah, this is very, very interesting. Peculiar Invictus says there was a mistake. He should jam the turn with king 10 of clubs. Yeah, I agree with you. He should have gone for that, really. But now he gets to live another day. He gets the aces. Is he offering the coin? Is he offering his card protector to whoever busts him?
This guy is better player than me, you know. He don't make mistake like I against this guy, which need to go to button.
I love the banter. I love that they're chatting. That's always what you want to see. Remember, guys, poker is entertainment. Vast majority of us, vast majority of players actually lose money. They play to have a great time. And once in a while, you win these massive, massive payouts, especially at King's Resort with these big fields. But mainly, poker is supposed to be fun. Fun and a puzzle. And look at this hike. Amazing. No, this hike is in the small blind. It's Banjo open raising with the Queen 9 suited. Hike in the small blind, the fun favorite. He is thinking, hey, do I go ahead and free bet here? Do I just call against Banjo's open raise?
5 million.
Oh my god, Peculiar Invictus. Yeah, I remember, guys. I will talk about it after the hand, but that was hilarious. This is such a nostalgic event for me. And let's see what Hike does. Is he loading up the free bet? Yes, he is. This man is absolutely impressive. He knows how to take a big stack and put it to use. He takes it down. And by the way, yeah, Peculiar Invictus. I remember Slovenian Poker Tour, guys. It was my first ever event at King's Resort. I can't believe it. It's only 2 years ago. It feels like a lifetime. Ever since then, I've done about 28 events or something like that. I've traveled the world from Vegas to Barcelona, whatever, Tallinn, Ireland. I've been everywhere. But those 2 years ago, we actually started clapping for the dealers when they had a dealer change. It didn't catch on. I can't believe it didn't catch on. I'm so disappointed. Every time a dealer would start changing, the whole table would clap for them, and they absolutely loved it. Fred Lefaux, they pulled a body to deal the cards today. Listen, Fred. Just because we have a body in the dealer's position, for us it's not important. Number one is the skill. Here at King's Resort, we only have the best of the best dealers that can work with our production. So, I cannot agree or disagree with you. I can just tell you that all our dealers are extreme professionals. They know what they are doing, and we put them on these high-pressure feature tables because of their skills. And speaking of height, guys, he is at the table to play poker and is in almost every single pot. Wow, I'm actually surprised. He likes to mix it up. Now he checks back. With that bottom pair, with that flush draw, with Dirk, most of the time this man plays really, really tight. But once in a while, Dirk decides, hey, it's go time. I'm going for it all. And he suddenly bets big and puts in a lot of pressure. It's not one of those times. And Hike, with his two pair, I would imagine he can put a little bit of a bet here. Try to get some weaker hands to call. Try to protect his hand. Yep, here we go. Small bet incoming. It's 275. And Dirk, he likes to take his time. He does not want to give anything away. He will think for a while and then let it go. Any minute now. From what we've seen, really, yep, here we go. And for some reason, we actually have Brazilians in the chat on YouTube. Neymar Jr., Brazil. And guys, believe it or not, this is the Slovenian Poker Tour, but the SPT-KK High Roller was won by a Brazilian Richard Roger Freitas from Brazil. Took the SPT-KK High Roller for 11,900 euro here in Rozvadov. So we have some Brazilians. I love to see it. And looks like we do have a redraw. We will be back. And we will see Hike, 10 million chips. Lukáš, 1.8. Dirk, 2.6. Banjo and Alexandru, 5 million. Those middle stacks. Let's see what Lukáš can do. After the break, where we'll probably have that final table. I'll see you then.
He has the build. I have to tell you, he has the build for it.
The wingspan on him, I mean, he'll reach over and pull your stack in himself from the 2 seat. You're sitting in 7, and he's like, no, I got this. King Queen suited, meanwhile, back at the feature for Ishan. Has itself some issues here. Has an open to 5,000. Is mulled over by Ilani.
Yeah, I think we can see this one go either way. Probably leans 3-bet. And if it leans 3-bet, Ilani's not going to miss it. That's for certain. We've seen him take the aggressive option just about every opportunity he had. Spots are always very uncomfortable at this depth. 40-ish big blinds. Think king queen suited just good enough. You're going to have to get in the mix. Understanding that you're dominated some amount of the time.
Yeah, it is so funny because we use blocker logic so often to be heroic with these king-queen suiteds, and now all of a sudden it's not going to take logic, but rather just a glimpse at this ace-10-3 with 2 diamonds to understand that more chips will be finding their way forward. Ilani, top pair in an inflated one pre, 34 in the middle. They play 103K effective.
Yeah, I imagine we see a river here in some capacity. About 3 SPR. I imagine the small size will be utilized here by Ilani. We do see 11 into 34. There might be some ideas of a smallish check raise here, call off. King, queen, diamonds here, plenty strong enough with the gut shot flush draw. You can see in the equities about 60-40. These are spots that when in doubt, you kind of just find a way to funnel the money in. I imagine he would be able to set up a little bit of, or have a range of hands that he can target that will fold, comparable hands to what he's holding that don't have a front door, back door, so like king, queen of spades perhaps would be a hand that he could target. He could apply a lot of pressure to hands like jacks and queens that choose to c-bet. So I do think he's going to come with the check raise here.
There it is, 32,000 on the strength of the nut flush draw and the gut shot, as well as being able to leverage the presence of the ace to maybe send some pocket pairs packing. Of course, we block kings and queens.
Now, Ilani's hand really can't do anything wrong. It doesn't matter if he calls or jams. It's more of a question of what, with his range as a whole, preferred to do. We do have some weaker hands in that range that are going to want to see a turn.
Well, this isn't all that weak, and yet it is going to play itself as a flat. As you mentioned, Berkey, no wrong decisions and no issues on a 5 of spades turn for the Israeli, as the Frenchman now must navigate out of position in the inflated 98K streets.
When he set this up for a jam, I suspect he'll follow through. Feels a little tough because we're not exactly sure what we're trying to get to fold, but, you know, kind of as mentioned, you'll see kings, queens, jacks be forced to play this way by Ilani, then they have to kind of hero it off.
Is the jam not exceedingly polar?
It is, but the check raise, effective. Yeah, I think the check raise itself was polar to begin with.
Okay.
So we're looking like 2 pair plus and then maybe exactly this combo.
All right, so all of it on request now, and Ilani isn't exactly thrilled, but maybe this will be regarded as simply a hand of poker.
Yeah, I think he knows he doesn't beat value is the thing. He's losing to 10s, ace-10 and ace-king that slow play pre, as well as, I guess, aces some of the time. He's now also losing to ace-5, but I don't believe that would be a part of the check raising strategy, so he can probably discount that. And then he's beating the combo draws, so the king, queen of diamonds, king, jack of diamonds, kind of exactly. Perhaps we see some 10-9, jack 10 of diamonds play this way. I think it's less often, though. Big confrontation here. We're going to need to see some help if king, queen is going to improve. Otherwise, Ilani is going to give himself on quite the stack, and he does. 3 of heart river, not going to do it for him.
So the calls seem to be a bit of a foregone, if uncomfortable, conclusion to the jam on the turn, and a clean run out.
maybe some turns that might kill your action. You are against a 20 big blind stack, so it's important that when he has the overpairs, you get as much money in as possible now.
Nariman Yagmai, who I've actually had an opportunity to observe on a few occasions, a frequenter of the Merit Poker Complex in northern Cyprus, has some results on his resume from that room, which of course was graced with the EPT not long ago, really putting them on the map. But of course, the crown jewel each and every year is the World Series of Poker Europe main event when it comes to this part of the blue marble. Meanwhile, tens are going to run into queens here as Niste made it 5. Shilko a button 3-bet to 15,000, and that button is going to help kind of range him away from something as dominant as this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit more polarizing. You know, he does have the option to play call away with only 2 people behind. This is a spot where Niste is just going to die. 2 tens versus a button 3-bet in late position formation.
Yeah, not deep enough. He decides to really try to take this one post-flop, and his all-in declaration was always going to be met by a call for Shilko, who is in wonderful shape here, 86%. 180K pot. Might day 2 be coming to an early close for Mihai Nista. Looking that way on a King 9-7 board, although some running straight possibilities.
What do we got there?
Board pairing 9, a whole lot of interesting card protecting trinkets there, but I don't know how much protection they were able to provide, as these tens are really threatened at this point. A 2-outer that doesn't come in.
Good luck, guys. Enjoy. Thank you.
And that's a pretty sporting way to sign off from Mihai Nista.
Those multi-way dynamics change things a bit, I think.
Can I ask you something? You ever been in that spot where maybe you did have that thought, but then as you observed the brewing reaction from your opponent to that prospect, you pulled up lane?
Yeah, probably in my younger days when I didn't have much else to go off of other than my ability to read the room and, you know, try to guess correctly. Now I think I would just fight the urge, even if my instincts told me something was awry.
Yeah. And we're going to have a fight on our hands here, as yet again Cowboys have mounted up, this time for the surging Stetsura. And Sposato with ace-king of diamonds. We know what direction he's headed.
4th or 5th time Stetsato's had kings. Wow.
Who the hell is Stetsado?
What did I say?
Stetsado? I'm like, is that the love child of...
Yes, exactly. That's precisely what happened, is Sposato and Stetsura.
Well, by the way, something else has happened as we're giggling through the surnames. Pocket Queens is a not funny development for a rather deep-stacked Ilani.
This is hell. And honestly, as good as he's been and as aggressive as he's been able to pick up chips, there may be an argument here for just like getting out of harm's way, but you know, it's still queens. And I imagine we're going to 4-bet here. It's just a matter of how much.
These 2 trains are heading towards one another on the same track.
I think ultimately it just comes down to not a matter of who gets stacked, but like who gets out of the way. Is it the ace-king suited that ends up folding? Is it the queens that ends up folding? Not sure.
Yeah, this isn't going to be a 3-train collision.
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. But
so 2 bets became 3. 3 became 4, and the man who started things isn't done with them. 5 bets to 75,000.
If they are reading it all into body language and things of that nature, we might not see a flop.
How so?
The degree at which that 75K went in for a 5-bet with No thought whatsoever. Kind of indicates to me we might be against the blade here.
Well, listen, Sposado's knife's fairly sharp under normal circumstances, but a very dulling effect brought on by the 4 and 5 bet behind his 3 bet. I wouldn't want to be that drawstring right about now.
Yeah, I don't think I would feel very comfortable playing 6-bet all in here with anything but aces.
There's not a whole lot of times where ace-king, suited in particular, flirts with a muck pre-flop, but this would strike me as one of those times.
I think so. I think so. Again, the speed at which Stetsuria put in the 5-bet with what didn't really appear to be much thought. It's a great laydown.
Fantastic decision there.
And honestly, again, I wouldn't be shocked if we just don't even see a flop. Small re-raise, though.
I mean, just another 37.5 to see what's what. I don't want to make light of it, and obviously you play 124 effective from here, sub 1 SPR, so things could get expensive, independent of board textures that would maybe leave us worried. And is the decision more for all than for some as it stands? Yes, it is.
Great
My
laydown.
goodness. Bravo, Ron Ilani.
And he shows it. He shows the king.
And Sposado before him. And by the way, it's not as though we can critique Stetsuria's choice to 5-bet here.
No, of course not. Of course not.
I look, the TV table. 30 minutes.
Where you had the literal owner of the Lakers.
Right.
You had like a top shelf pro. You had a guy that obviously was laundering. And I don't mean dry cleaners.
No, yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
somewhat ill-gotten.
Another
Must
guy.
have been the gains, especially the relationship he had with the money.
Right. Another guy in there with his last 6 bets, and they're not even his.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah.
Case backing.
Right.
Wonderkind, who, if they carded him, would be kicked out of the casino.
Yeah.
And then a guy who looked like genuinely he had just finished a shift at a Chinese restaurant and maybe was wearing $17 worth of total clothing, but had 60K in chips in front of him.
Hey, as long as we're in action, we're happy.
Well, I'm not sure how happy Kamoshi's going to be to face rare resistance in the form of a 3-bet, and just observe how ill-timed it is.
Very unlucky.
Open,
Gillespie.
3-bet, and now Radicki gets to play ladies' man out of the small. 72,000 deep. There's just nowhere else but all in, right?
Yep. We're got to ship it in, put him to bed.
And Velasquez going to be priced in for another 45?
Has to call, I think. No choice. Can't be worse than a 2-to-1, 2.5-to-1 dog here, in spite of the fact that you don't have your best holding.
And by the way, this additional requirement is north of 20% of your remaining stack.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting 3-to-1 on a call here. It's really hard for you to be worse than that versus the jam range. I mean, that range does include aces, which may make this a lot closer than it actually is on the screen. Thank you for the queens. You obviously, at this point, want to call.
Be a very light 3-bet, huh?
You know, want
But I think you want the call because you don't expect it to be this hand. I think you want the call because you expect it to be like Queen Jack.
Yeah, the struggle bus made it seem like maybe we don't face an ace.
Yeah. Like, oh, I might be 9-1 favorite, not 3-1.
Well, his back is up against the wall, but he's in a great way here. 68% is Radicki to double through Vlasovic.
Four.
6-5-3 would have kept.
Yeah, the pocket fours would have been loving this one.
4 of hearts.
I'll take.
Brandishing a nervous smile. Don't need to worry about the monotone texture, given Vlasovic lacks a heart in hand, and now lacks any path to victory beyond the ace.
I had the 4 of hearts.
Board.
Yeah, I think I had the
Pairs on the end, and Radicki
sì, le pilavo.
with the double.
Contro di te perdevo.
Pocket queens, and you become so much more dangerous when you have high VPIP and real kit. Maybe not so much at this table, though, given, as we just discussed, the lack of anyone having presented themselves as being willing to ask questions of this high VPIP Kamoshi.
Again, though, just falls on distribution. Svetnov here has him covered. They're both incredibly deep at 100 big blinds each, give or take. Queen 9 of spades, often going to play just as a call. Here we're going to see a 3-bet jam, followed by what I assume will be a re-ISO from Kamosi.
Well, Neugebauer quite happy to have a little meat in the sandwich as he rips it in, and yet he's going to be involved in El Clasico. Can't imagine there's any world in which Kamoshi suddenly nukes queens.
No, it's really just a question of call versus jam. He knows that he's almost never being trapped by the button, so it's a question of if he just continues through a call, can he ever induce? He is just going to call.
Of course, as we can see, Queen 9 of spades is going to have no further interest, so they're on their backs now as we play an over 200K pot. Defending main event champ is behind, but just by 2% with 5 to come.
Wow, the prepay, strong.
And effective, it would seem, on a spadeless 998 board. The queens,
how fortunate,
leap way in front.
He faded the Queen 9 of spades.
Almost a 3-1 favorite now, better than 4-1 after the turn presents the 4. So Neugebauer knows the bell tolls, needs to find an ace or a king to down the ladies, and instead it's an 8, and we will have ourselves a new champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time you have been waiting for is here. The Slovenian Poker Tour KK $500,000 Master main event has reached the final table. The final 9 are ready to fight for €71,600 alongside the free K package they already got. And we have an absolute Cinderella story at the top of the leaderboard. Nobody even considered this man. He was way down in the chips at the start of today. Georgios Lekakos with 14,675,000 chips, 73 big blinds. What a story that is. We have not seen him at the featured table. He was never a big stack in the early stages, but now look at this big chip leader out of nowhere. Second is the chat favorite Haik Manasyan with 10 million chips. Finally he got over 10 million. Third one also we haven't seen yet, Lidor Kadosh from Israel, 7.8 million. Alexandru Dutu the sole Romanian. We had a lot of them, but he's the only one who's right here with 5.6 million. Bunjo from Croatia, 5.3 million. And then we have 3 Polish players, believe it or not, 6th, 8th, and 9th, Jakub, Kacper, and Lukáš. Lukáš, the qualifier, Jakub, the League of Legends pro, and the winner of over 400,000 here at Kings over 2 years ago. And Kacper Pisarski, I believe he also is an online qualifier. And in between them, Dirk Schellenberger, the man who's extremely unpredictable, right there with 13 big blinds. So the story will be Lukáš, Kacper, and Dirk. Can they double up? Can they get it in? And how will Georgios manage to use his massive chip lead to his advantage? We have seen nothing from him. And obviously we know what Haik is capable of, what Alexandru is capable of. Bunjo also has been playing very well. This is going to be an absolutely exciting final table. Congratulations to everybody who made it. And congratulations to the top 10 who are getting that extra package. 3K euro. We had 2 bubbles today, pretty much. The Kings Million European Poker Championship. Everybody's going there that you see here, plus the 10th place. And we will find out who the 10th player was, the unlucky one, who didn't make the final table, but who actually made it. You can check for yourself in the Kings Resort app. No spoilers though, we will be half an hour ahead of us. And unfortunately, for a lot of the fans in the chat, the 10th place in the end was Bogdan Alexandru Tilika. He takes down in total 6,820 euros. Congratulations. That's including that package, of course. And here we go. I already hear the dealers shuffling. The excitement is in the air. We had those tactical battles at the final table bubble, at the package bubble, but now we can expect these short stacks to really try and go for it, try to battle, to ladder up. With every single bust out that ICM pressure lowers, we should be seeing more aggressive plays all around. And I am really, really curious how Georgios, what he will show us. This Greek champion that nobody saw coming, who was all the way down in about 19th place when we started the action today, who fought all the way up to 14.675 million chips. I really want to see how he did it, what is his style, and how will the players that we have seen all night, like Haik, react to it, like Jakub, react to it. And what a week we've had here at Slovenian Poker Tour. If you guys have been here, you know that we had a lot of winners. We even had a beer poker tour side event. I kid you not. One of the side events was beer poker tour with player parties that made it a little bit spicier. We had 2 winners from Slovenia. We had a winner from Romania and a Brazilian taking down the high roller. But now it's time to find out who will be the Slovenian Poker Tour main event winner. Take home all that money, 71.6 thousand euro. Alongside that package he already has locked up. Let's go, let's start the action. Did they make a deal, Dariush? No, they did not. They did not make a deal. Usually, you know, it used to be here at Kings Resort, we used to not allow deals, full stop. I believe now the rules are if you play the big events, like WSOP Europe, the circuits, you can't make deals on those, but in these events you're actually allowed. But it's extremely rare that you will see them before the Final Four. So I wouldn't even consider that. And look at this, guys, as we said, Lukáš Sen, the Polish online qualifier, just jams right off the bat. A little bit of loosey-goosey jam, but as we said, the package bubble is gone. All of these players have that 3K package. The final table bubble is gone. They have that pay jump. He is the short stack, nothing to wait for. And luckily for him, he just takes it down. Look at that man, absolutely ruthless. He was a little bit too passive before the break. If you have been here with us, we would like to see that shove from him with that super strong combo draw. He didn't go for it, and now he lives another day and adds to his stack. Every single fold is very important. Is my voice doubled? Let me check Nurga. Let's make sure that this is actually working properly. Let us know, guys, in the chat. Is the voice clear? Can you hear me twice? Beefit says, hello from Dublin, Irish Open, here I come. Remember, guys, even if you're at the Irish Open, the World Series of Poker Europe is still here after that. You can play some events there. Get here to Prague. World Series of Poker Europe is one not to be missed, believe me. I myself, I'm definitely coming here. I will be 7th to 10th. I'll just camp here. This is absolutely historic, not just for King's Casino in Prague, but for the whole Czech Republic to have the World Series of Poker Europe in the capital. It's a little bit unfortunate that some of the days overlap with the Irish event, but you know what? That's what happens. That Easter holiday is obviously very popular. I myself am going to both because the World Series of Poker Europe, it just can't be missed, guys. It will be absolutely historic. Voice is good. It was just a break. You saw some of those legendary King's Resort hands. Look at this, Kasper. Another short stack, this time with the ace-king. And it's time to go, but he is against Lukáš. Oi, 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 oi. This is very interesting. Lukáš only decided to min-raise under the gun with the ace-8 suited. I'm very surprised, actually. We saw him just jam. Obviously, Kasper goes all in over the top, but what will Lukáš do here? I'm guessing that he's planning to just go ahead and fold. We have the chat between them. Of course, these are we had 3 players near the bottom, so let's see what will actually happen. Lukáš is trying to get something from Kasper. He's using that time bank. This is what happens, guys, when you are around. That 12 big blind range and you just min raise. You put yourself into difficult situations like this for no reason, basically. And the thing is, you have to realize every single bust out is a pay jump. So you have 5.8K and then 7.7K and then 13.4K. So you do have to think about that. We have 3 players that are on the short stack. All of them have to consider what the other players have. But that's the thing. When you just do this, when you only min open, I mean, you just put yourself into a tough situation. This is why vast majority of players, they go all in and they leave a chip behind in case the short stacks happen to get it in against multiple big ones. And I don't envy this position. I wouldn't be in it because I just go all in or fold basically in this spot. You do have to be thinking about that. If it was anybody else, he would be just folding. But that's the thing with Kasper. If he takes this one down, suddenly he is above Lukáš. And then Kasper will be the one that can just wait for Lukáš to bust out to ladder up. So this is just a very annoying situation that Lukáš got himself into. You don't want Kasper to get the chips that are in the middle already. I think they are both of them are online qualifiers. They both got here probably for pennies. Both from Poland, so this is just a bizarre situation. And I think Lukáš, whatever happens, if he calls or folds, he will be kicking himself for not just going all in, but only min raising right now. Oi, 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 oi. Well, he does have a lot of time banks, I suppose. He wants to use them. Here's the thing. Yeah, he lets it go. That's not good for him, by the way. Yes, he was up against a stronger hand, but now the problem that he has is that Kasper now, he has 5 more big blinds. They are both fighting for the ladder up. And now Kasper can just wait him out and get that pay jump. That's the problem in poker sometimes. You're not sure, hey, should I raise or should I fold? should I go all in or should I just let it go? So you go somewhere in the middle, and I think get bit in the ass for that. Fred, yeah, it's an easy fold now. I understand that, but I also understand why he was thinking for so long. You just don't want that player. You don't want this guy to gain those extra couple big blinds so that he can just wait you out. Yeah, but we have to be folding. You have to have that plan beforehand, though. I just think when you min raise, when a shove comes like this, I mean, what else are you expecting? You should have that plan ready. And taking that long, it basically shows that you were not thinking ahead. Interesting. Lukáš calling against Queen 10. Oh, we definitely did have the option to just stick it in, but we've seen him to be on the more passive side. And now it's very difficult for him to continue. There we go. This is actually a pretty big bet considering how short Lukáš is. Yeah, of course. Yeah, so World Series of Poker Europe, it's such a big deal for Czech Republic that, you know, even if you come, guys, you don't have to be here the whole time. I understand Prague hotels can be expensive, and maybe you don't have the full bankroll for that. But just come for a couple days, try to experience it, see that King's is not just the King's Resort. There's a King's Casino in Prague that is there also every single day. And together with Hilton, they will put on a massive, massive show. And one thing, this is extremely important for us in the Czech Republic and for us at the King's Resort. For this event to be successful, for it to get publicity, for the big players to be really happy, because we want it to stay here. We want the World Series of Poker Europe to remain in Prague or Rozvadov. I don't care, but obviously it's such a big deal this year. So many big names. So much money will be invested to have your experience really, really high that it's super important that it goes well. Lukáš, look at this. He does play tight. He doesn't pick those super aggressive spots, but then when he waits for the hands, it's been working out so far for him. Valer is asking, what means +4 times ticket? Yeah, so the payouts, you can, by the way, you can do that. You can just put in the command exclamation point payouts on YouTube or on Twitch. And it means that they get the €3,000 package. The package is a ticket package. So we used to have the World Series of Poker Europe packages here at King's Rozvadov. But now we changed it, and I think it's actually better for these lower buy-in events. Basically, the top 10 players, every single one of these players, they will be going to King's Million Poker, European Poker Championship. And you get tickets for the main. You get tickets for the Mystery Bounty, mini-main event, and the Monster Stack. So it's not like last time when you only got one big ticket for 10K, and if you busted, that was that. You actually come here to King's Rozvadov for the King's Million European Poker Championship, and you get to have 4 different bullets for those 4 different tournaments and have a great time. So that's all these players that you see already have locked up. And if you like how they play, guys, if you like how they play, if you think they are entertaining, if you want to play with them, say hello, hang out with them, you can come at the end of September to the King's Million European Poker Championship. They will be here because they have to play the Day 1A. That's what you get in that package. And by the way, the beautiful blue felts, we have blue felts all over King's Resort in Rozvadov now. It's because of that event. And then it's the same thing. I didn't check my schedule yet. I travel all over the world, but I have to come here for at least one day. I don't care. If there's no hotel rooms, I will sleep in a tent. But that event is an absolute must for the Czech Republic, for anyone that plays poker in Europe, just like the World Series of Poker Europe. The Kings Million European Poker Championship will be an absolute event that you cannot miss. And wow, look at this, we have some action. Bunjo just calling with the ace-jack offsuit. Didn't decide to free bet this, Alexandru. Kacper just lets it go. And look at this, Georgios Lekakos. We have seen nothing from this man. He is extremely secretive. He has not been on the feature table. He has been about 18th in chips today at the start, and he built his way all the way to a big chip lead. I'm very curious about how he plays. He does feel familiar. I have seen this man around King's Resort before. So now everybody has a little bit of some. Alexandru bets with his mid pair. Bunjo, of course, has the option to continue, but he does not. So now Georgios, let's see how he plays this. You have basically all the options. You can fold, you can raise, or you can call. Very interesting. He just lets it go. He did have the worst hand. He did have those backdoors, though. He did have those blockers to the fours. He decided to let it go. Not push the issue. Very interesting. So let's see, guys. The chip counts for the 4 times T. You can already see on Twitch. We have the Nightbot. Those are the packages. And Georgios still the big chip league high right there. And look at the bottom, guys. Lukáš, Dirk, and Kacper. Those 3 players we would expect to go at it and try to double up, try big, or go home and try to get every single other. Look at this, 5.8K and 7.7K are the payouts. So it's not that big of a jump right now between the 9th and 8th, but still, remember, these players bought in with 300 euros. It's still a nice chunk of change, considering how small the buy-in was. There we go, Bunjo, with those kings. And oh, hike! We know that this player is anything but tight. With all likelihood, we will see a free bet from hike. Yep. Here we go. You see the new chips in play, the pink ones, 500K. And we see a free bet to 1 million chips. Oh my God! This is unbelievable! The chip leader wakes up with the aces right behind Bunjo and Hike. This is absolutely brutal. How will he play it? Will he just call, or will he go ahead and 4-bet? Yes, he clicks it back basically. 2.1 million, and now in Bunjo's shoes you have only 20 big blinds behind. You can't be too happy when Hike 3-bets and you have a cold 4-bet from that chip leader, but because it's the chip leader, he can be putting on pressure potentially. And Bunjo using every single time bank. This is a spot you dream about when you wake up and you have a nightmare about poker. You finally have kings, but the action is absolutely brutal. You have 3 short stacks. Remember, guys, Bunjo has 3 short stacks with about 10 to 15 big blinds behind him. If he falls, he still has plenty to play for. But this is kings. This is kings at the final table. You know that Hike has been aggressive. You know, Georgios, he is the chip leader. He is supposed to be aggressive right here. But you also know in these positions, when the small blind puts in that cold 4-bet, basically clicks it back, that's the cold 4-bet of death. Can he figure it out? Can he see this puzzle for what it is and actually let it go? Can he factor in the 3 short stacks that he will still comfortably cover if he actually lets go of this? Or will he simply go for what maybe he should just be going for, kings against aces? It's the way it's supposed to be. Yes, He's putting all the chips in. The tale as old as time. You have a bad feeling with those kings, but there's nothing you can do because, hey, they are kings after all. And Georgios, the huge chip leader, is about to get a lot richer unless an absolute miracle happens and the kings can catch up. This is the most brutal spot in poker you never want to see. Can we hit that king? Oh my god, we can! It came in right on the flop for Bunjo. You couldn't make this up even if you wanted to. It's a top set. Can Georgios counterpunch with an ace on the river, or will we have one of the most insane bad beats you can get in the game? Yes, we will. Georgios, chip leader no more, because this man, Bunjo, cracked the aces with the kings. And that fist bump. This is one of the best feelings in the world. When you have the nuts, the close nuts, the opponent has the ace-ace, and you beat him. The nightmare turned into an absolute fairy tale for Bunjo. And we have a new chip leader, I believe. Insane hand, guys. Insane hand. Wow. Fred Lefaux, he thought he should stop playing poker. Well, he did call Fred Lefaux. And he got it in. And yeah, this is one of those spots you have a terrible feeling. You have a terrible feeling. You just feel every single thing is telling you to fold. But it is kings. You have only 20 bigs left, even though with those short stacks. You kind of know you have to call. He was not happy about it. And now, he has all the chips in the world. And Dirk finally going all in. We've seen Dirk being very tight, but when he wakes up, he just goes for it. And this is absolutely standard from him right now. Let's see if he can get a customer and try to double up. Alexandru does have 38 big blinds. We have seen Alexandru drinking beer, having a bit of a good time. Will he actually decide to gamble? Look at this. The time bank is going in. Well, this is a gamble spot. You see, he does have 41% actually. The thing is, Dirk has been very, very tight so far. He might realize that, but yeah, there we go. Finally, he lets it go. I don't think this is a player that you necessarily want to gamble against. And I must say, my doctor will not be happy. I'm supposed to keep my blood pressure down, but the King's Resort dealers, the baddie, as someone in the chat says, they are not making it easy, ladies and gentlemen. I literally had 150 over 100 when I was commenting on an event here at King's Resort. And my doctor told me, hey, what is this? You're just sitting in your chair and you're commenting on a poker game, on some card game, people swapping plastic chips. Well, I tried to explain. That is absolutely exciting. Especially here at King's Resort, where we don't have these high rollers. We have real players buying in for a couple €100, playing for tens of thousands, that will make mistakes. You never know exactly what they do. So it's so easy to be surprised, and you get a lot more drama than in those huge hyper high roller events. I tried to tell him it is actually just as exciting as any other sport, even though I'm just sitting in my chair right here. And by the way, speaking of kings, Kasper with the kings right away. Everybody's getting them today, it seems. Let's see if we can get a customer. Well, Dirk, 11 big blinds. Oh my goodness. I know Dirk likes to mix it up, but really in the big blind against +3, you probably want to just ship it. With these small pairs, if you look at all those solvers and all those computers that tell you to do this. Yes, there we go, Dirk. Can we see another miracle? Kings cracked aces. Can fives put revenge on the kings and now crack them this time? Or will we be down to 8 players? Watch to find out. Kacper standing up. His online qualifier. Obviously, it's a big deal for him. Is that right? Are they equal in chips? It looks like they're almost exactly even. We will get the precise chip count, but it seems like this is exactly the same chip count for both of these players. Looks like they are literally covering each other, so if one loses, it's game over. You are going home. No chip and a chair story for you. Can the 5 hit on the flop, turn over the river, and save Dirk? Is it a 5? No, it is an ace. 2 more cards remaining. Can he rock those kings like those kings rock the aces? It is an ace. So far, so good. Only 7% between Dirk and an elimination. He can't get it. Well played, Dirk. Very unpredictable player. Played very tight most of the time and then put in some really aggressive plays. Ends up going out in a pretty standard hand. Good effort. But he doesn't have to be too sad. 5,825 euro. Plus that free K package.
You put me on tilt every single time. You know? Yes.
He will not be too sad.
Every single pot. Guys, please go on one position, please. Nice day. Okay.
And he moves into the King's Resort. But don't worry, guys, it's just 8 p.m. here in Rozvadov. We have a bunch of cash game tables that you can play. I'm not sure if there's even some side events running. You can check the King's Resort app. Available now, as long as you have already registered in person at King's Resort. You can go ahead and download it from the Play Store. And we have that chip count. Take a look at this brand new chip leader. Bunjo with 10 million chips, 51 big blinds. Georgios, he got that massive bad beat with those aces. He could have been running away with it, but now we have huge drama at 9.6 million. Hike is right there with 9.1. Lidor 7.8. Alexandru right there. And look at this, 3 Polish players. Go Poland. Let's go, guys. We put on a comeback. We have Kacper and Jakub with 23 bigs. Lukasz is still hovering around that short stack. He's looking for those good spots. He likes to play passive. And let's see if he can survive here. So these 3 Polish players, they have their work cut out for them, because all the other guys, they have a lot more chips than them. Let's see if Lukasz can double up, or if he will join Dirk in the cold night of Rozvadov. Oh, or as we said, you know, you still have cash games, you can have a lot of fun with your winnings. There's a lot to do here at King's Resort. Wow. But imagine, guys, if that big king didn't come on the flop, Georgios will right now be with 20 million chips, and we would have a very, very quick event, I feel. Now it's completely open. Hopefully you brought some snacks. You told your family not to bother you. You are ready with some nice beverages for the big drama, because with that suck out, we have a lot to play for. And there we go, Lukasz, the short stack. Now there's nothing to think about for him. Everybody else is more than double his chips, so for Lukasz, it's basically go home. It's less likely that the other guys will try to bust each other with him being there so short. So nothing to wait for, really. The ace-10 is more than good enough to go for it. The chat, we have good luck Romania here. Idemo, never give up says. Re-raise Chili Dog. Oh my goodness. We clipped the kings against aces. I'm not sure if our poor Greek friend wants us to spread that hand, but you know what? Everybody loves a good bad beat story, especially when you have aces and you lose to kings. Everybody loves to see that. Because it's so relatable. It happened to every single one of us multiple times during our career, I'm assuming. Cracked aces, they always hurt the most because you just expect to win. You waited for them all this time. You finally get them and then you get beat by kings. I love to see it, by the way. I love to watch what beverage people order. Lukash with that beer, he just doesn't care. This man came to have a good time. He qualified online for a couple bucks probably. He knows he's a short stack. There's not much thinking he has to do here, so he has the Czech national drink. Bunjo. Here we go. Reasonable, you can raise, you can just call, both are fine, but we know that Hike likes to put on pressure against his opponents. Not this time though. And really the thing with Hike stack is when you and Bunjo, when you have similar stack sizes like this, you are not really incentivized to go to war. It's just not too many reasons to go to battle against each other. There's so many 20 big blind stacks there. There's one actual proper short stack that right now there's just very little incentive to fight against each other. These two players want to really put pressure on the middle stacks. But not right here. Well, Hike, actually, this is very interesting. He does have the gutter, he only check back. A lot of the times when a player like this, like Hike, he doesn't like to fold. He could have some ideas of floating here, but no, he just lets it go. Respects that with these big stacks, there's not too much incentive to go for it, really. And really, it's anyone's game, guys. Just because of one little card, one little king on the flop, we are heading into a marathon today. What could have been a quick affair with one less player and a gigantic chip leader is anybody's game right now. Here we go. Bunjo, the master of all-ins with the A6 offsuit. Of course, he's going to raise, as he should. And Hike, we know that Hike likes to get out of line, but he just doesn't have too many reasons to do it against him. And Lukash, we know he's folding. $7.7K locked up, and that package. What a payday. Imagine you just start with €300 and you're getting 7.7K and you get 4 tickets to one of the biggest events in Europe this year. I would be excited. All these players, they must be happy. No matter what happens, even if you bust right now, you get into a massive cooler, you can't complain too much. Maybe besides this player. I know Jakub won over €400,000 a couple of years ago here in Kings. Maybe for him it's more about the win than the money and the pay jumps. But I think for everybody else, they should be happy no matter what happens right now. on the button, he's not the guy who likes to let go of these hands. If he can play a hand, he usually does. Wow, okay. All the things I said, all those middling stacks, the short stack at the table, they make even players like Hike slow down and not play hands that we have seen him play before. This is fascinating about tournament poker, and especially these final tables, where you see everybody. That's the thing. There's actually more pressure on you in terms of playing differently from just how many chips you have before the final table. The ICM pressure, as they say, the nerds say, it's actually highest before the final table at around 12, 13, 11, 10. Especially here when we at top 10 get the tickets. But the thing is, you can't really see what the other players do. But now you see everybody. You know exactly how many chips everybody has. You know exactly how everyone is playing. So even if you don't study ICM too much, it's much easier to be more precise about how your opponents play, who is more likely to bust than the other players. When are you going to ladder up? Where is your ladder up coming from? Who's the guy most likely to spaz and just go crazy and lose his chip stack and let you get that pay jump? That's why you see those players, like our Armenian friend, the chat favorite, altering their strategy and actually tightening up right now. Lidor. We have not seen much from him. Queen 9 offsuit, perfectly fine call. Now look at this, very interesting. We have the top trips for Alexandru. Lidor with the gut shot. Lidor with the gut shot. Let's see if Alexandru decides to go ahead and just bet or if he will slow play. He's reaching for that 1 million, I believe. Yep. Oh, it's 500k, so it's 700,000 total. Still a reasonably big bet size. I think for Lidor, it might be too big for him to actually continue. Yeah, here we go. He lets it go. So the pink chips are 500,000. Now we confirmed it. Alexandru grabs the pot. I must say, from all the tables I've commented over the last several months, these players are having the most fun. They're chatting to each other, they're having a good time, they're laughing, they're even giving out tails, they're laughing during hands. And it seems like a lot of these guys, I know there's a lot of experienced players, like for example this guy Jakub, I know he's been here before. I know Hike has won a big tournament before in Georgia. So multiple of these players, they have been here before in this situation, but it's still refreshing to see them having a good time, not feeling too much pressure. And Alexandru goes for that free bet with that ace king. And from what we've seen from Jakub in the last couple of hands, he probably will be just letting it go, especially against that 1 million. Oh my god, not again! Ace king this time against aces. And Lukáš, he is Hollywooding. He wants to pretend like, hey, I'm thinking with something like ace or ace jack offsuit. Do I really go all in here? But he has the pocket rockets, but we've seen what happens. They don't always win, guys. But this time it is against ace king. Inevitably, this is going in. Yes, the Hollywooding is over. The Oscar goes to Lukáš. He confidently pushes the chips in while playing with his coin. Now the question is, did he really mess up his performance? I don't think there's anything that he could have done for Alexander not to go ahead and call. And we have an all-in. Aces again. First time they were cracked at this table. Can they prevail against Alexandru's ace-king? Or will Lukáš go home? This is an absolute dream for him, of course. Only 7% for Alexandru, as you can see. Aces were cracked before. Can they be cracked again. This is as safe of a board as it can get. Lukáš with a casual sip of beer. Hopefully he didn't jinx himself. And that is all she wrote. And Lukáš, our permanent short stack over the last several hours, suddenly doubles up, and he's right up there. And suddenly, just like that, there's no one super short. And the Polish players, guys, we told you, bottom three were Polish players, ladies and gents. And the bottom three were trying to make a dent at this table. Maybe it begins now. But they still have an absolute mountain to climb against those big stacks from Armenia, from Greece. But this man, Lukáš, will obviously be very, very happy about that double up. Immortai. Immortai is saying that these players are bad, that they're unprofessionals. Immortai, let me tell you something. This is the beauty, okay? This tournament is with 300 euros. I know you just tuned in, and it looks like it's 71,600 up top, plus a 3K package. They already got that, right? So you're playing for 71K. You're at the final table. You are commented on by the world famous LemonPoker, and you have, everybody knows, Re-Race Chili Dog, the world famous moderator on Twitch chat. It might seem like all of these players are professionals that play 1 million euro binds. It's actually not the case. It's not the case. People come to King's Resort for two reasons. One, have a great time, and B, pay a little money for massive guarantees and big money up top with huge fields. And that means a lot of the players will be playing for fun, as we are now in a family pot. Take a look at this. Pimpy Limpy, speaking of which, and Buncho has the best hand. Jakub has that flush draw, and it's him that's actually betting. And Buncho instantly lets it go. And look at this, just like that. That's the point I want to make. These are not high roller pros, ladies and gents. These are real people. These are actual people you can meet every single day in your local poker game. And the number one from these people is Bunjo with 52 big blinds, 10.4 million after that Miracle King. Georgios Lekakos, 9 million. Hike with 8.6, Lidor 7, Alexandru 6, and still the three Polish players. Look at this, 27, 23, 21. These three Polish players are there at the bottom. But now they are much closer to the rest than they were at the start. Yeah, so this is why, guys, I'm getting heart attacks when I'm commenting on King's Resort streams. When you watch a high roller and everybody has been studying and they have an assistant that runs simulations for them, every single play is predictable and they always play the same. But here, you can't tell. There was a possibility that the Kings would be folded, even though he had only 20 bigs behind. And I always try to take the side of the player, you know, give them the benefit of the doubt. It makes it more entertaining. But again, these are real players that see real patterns, and I think that's what makes it beautiful. And Hike open raises. The fun favorite so far, I must say that from what we've seen, I would say that Hike has been the best player in this tournament. From the small sample size we've seen at these feature tables, I would say Hike has been playing the best. He has a very controlled aggression. He knows when to bluff with complete air. He knows when to just let go. So from the limited sample size, I would say Hike might be the player to beat. Now this is very interesting. Yep, you just go for that check bet. There's not too big of an incentive to bet. And oh, look at this! Alexandru turns the world with that straight. He also has that flush draw to boot. The thing is, Hike does not like to fold. Again, controlled aggression. He does have a backdoor. He could be pot controlling a queen, for example. It does make sense that he could float this. See what happens on the river. Maybe turn it into a bluff some of the time. Yes, there we go. We call with those diamonds. Now the big question is, what happens on the river? Looks like we have a 1 million bet there. Those are the two pink ones. And he can't really continue here. The only way he could continue is by putting in a huge raise. But does that story actually make sense? What would he be checking behind on the flop that bluffs now? He is thinking about it. There we go. We have that time bank. That's a sign of a strong player. You don't give up on any pot. Every time you try to see if you have the possibility of taking it down. Every single chip matters in the long run. Remember that. There's no such thing as a worthless pot if you want to be a professional. Or you can just drink beer and insta fold. You know, those are the options if you want to just have a good time and not think about the game too much. Oh, he actually calls. Wow. Very interesting. Alexandru gets paid with that sizing. Very nice job, and Hike is not too happy with himself. He gave him credit of bluffing with a 1 diamond hand. He does have the 7 of diamonds, which means that it's a little bit less likely that his opponent does have the flush. Yeah, very interesting call. Immortal says, I understand you. I have played so many times at Kings. A VIP member. Kudos to you, sir. There's a new... By the way, have you guys seen this? There's a new VIP system coming. I've seen it on social media. I don't have the details yet. But there is a new VIP system. You have all sorts of benefits. If you've seen it, it's not a big deal for me because I mostly make content and comment. But Immortal, if you are a VIP, check it out. Maybe you've seen it already. I'm not sure what you're getting, but if at the high VIP levels, you're getting all sorts of benefits and free stuff. But yeah, you should be an average player to make it to the final. I would disagree with you. There's so many players, 1,120 players, right? And let's say 800 of them just come to have a great time. You have this luxury at King's Resort for super small prices, right? You don't pay much to buy a drink or get a massage here or get a hotel room. I would say most of these players are recreational, and yes, of course, the professionals, the good players, they will have an edge over the field. Let's say they're 2 times as good as the other guys. But still, if you do the math, and if 80% of the field just comes here to play for fun, to have a great time and blow off some steam for a couple days, you know, I think the likelihood that you will see amateur players that will make some, let's say, very interesting plays is very high, even for a final table. It is a €300 buy-in after all. Let's take a look at Kasper, open raising. By the way, Immortal, let me know if you find out what is in your VIP tier. There's also some different tiers, starting at the blue one. You can check in your King's Resort app, actually. And you will see what you can get. Very interesting, look at this. Georgios just calling. With the 10s in the hijack. I mean, it's a reasonable play. We also could have put pressure on Kasper right there. It's Alexandru. Now, this is very tempting. I would say this is a very tempting spot to put in a squeeze. Raise it up to 1.2 million, 1.3. Try to make them fold. Is he loading up the barrel? No, it's just a call. Alexandru goes for that peel. Bunja with the 10 use, letting it go. Hike, oh, there we go. I mean, the standard way to play this is to just call. But there's so much in the middle. I wouldn't fold him to try to go nuts and try to squeeze, but obviously the safe play is to just take your sevens, see the flop, try to hit. And here we go. Now this could be absolute fireworks. Everybody has a reasonably premium hand. We have ace, queen, tens, king, jack, and sevens. Are we going to see a set against the top pair? Will we see some drama? It is that set. Here we go. It's a set against the gut shot. Nobody else basically has anything. Georgios. Wow, look at this. The once massive chip leader just goes for that trap, which obviously allows Alexandru. You have the two overs, you have the backdoor flush draw, you have that gut shot. It allows him to fire. It's half pot. This is one of the best combinations to bluff with, by the way. Kacper Pisarski, what are you thinking about? There we go. And Georgios. Let's see if he will continue trapping or if he will go for that raise. Obviously, we know right now that if he just calls, that is the best play against this hand. But when you are four-way, the likelihood that somebody had a flush draw, someone has a queen jack, it's reasonably high. Oh, look at this. Look at this man's patience. He only goes for that call. He keeps trapping. Which is absolutely perfect against Alexandru's hands. He's not afraid of those flush draws. He has the hand locked up and Alexandru's shoes. Now it's time to decide. Am I going to bet now and bluff a lot of the rivers, or am I going to give up? And he goes for that first option. And Georgios, when you sprang that trap, when you started trapping on the flop, I think you should continue now. And just peel here. Let's see if the man will keep that patience. Looks like he might be loading up for a raise. It's the min raise of doom. Oh my goodness, the min raise, check min raise of doom. Alexandru, we have seen this at King's Resort time and time again. Once somebody check min raises the turn, it is a bluff exactly 0% of the time. And you are looking at a super strong hand. Oh my God, Alexandru, don't do it. Please don't do it. This is the world famous. Everybody knows this. Since the 15 years plus I play poker, the check-win race of doom is something that every single player knows. Is never a bluff. Can he figure it out? He wants to play back. Alexandru wants to play back. It doesn't make too much sense as to what Georgios can actually have here. Yes, oh, whew. This is why I keep getting heart attacks. I've seen people not learn their lesson and play back against the check min raise on the turn. I've seen them go nuts against this. Seriously, I can't believe it. Thank God Alexandru actually folded. But I would collapse here right now. Ever since I was playing NL2, guys, I played millions and millions of hands of poker. One of the first lessons was, if someone check-win raises on the turn, that's the check-win raise of doom, and they always have it. Oh my goodness, I can't believe he almost wanted to play back. Now, I'm a little bit exaggerating, yeah, sure. Now with the solvers, the min raises have become a little bit more prevalent. But unless you are playing some absolute sicko like Feder Holtz or Mario Mosbach, you just fold unless you have the nuts against the check min raise on the turn. And you will save yourself a lot of money. You see Lukáš with the ace-deuce offsuit, he wants to play. He's not sure if he should. Against Georgios, who yet again is in that chip lead after that trap with the tens. This is a very close spot actually for him. He still is the short stack, but he's very close to the other two Polish guys. He might consider that when just letting it go. And here we go, Georgios. A little bit of a race on the looser side, but not for you when you are the chip leader. He should be putting the pressure on. And slowly but surely, Georgios is almost right when where he started this final table.
Why? You have some feeling? You don't need to
summon good hand, you know, just like before. To summon good.
You want to jinx this.
We have some superstitions. One of the players, we didn't see who because it was the top-down view. He's saying, "I'm summoning a good hand. I'm summoning it."
I have two good friends. I have many friends, but two very good friends. Yeah. And you like it? Why not?
What's there to do?
In Belgrade, you don't have anything to do.
You have just a lot of slots, casinos.
If you go to gamble there, it's not optimal. But
We're talking about gambling, but look at this. Lukáš with the ace-king suited. Now the big question is, we have seen him min-raise and fold. I think he should do the same thing. All in, he just jams it. He gets that fold. Shows his Polish compatriot that ace-king suited.
Much of street problem, you know.
No messing around for him.
It's not so bright as metal. You know, it got this bounce there, but in some moment of time, maybe government or city maybe do something about it. But it's very nice if you have time, you can visit some places. But you taking consideration, better than Belgrade.
I don't want him to interrupt that banter. It's always good when the players have a good time, but Jakub is now open raising. We haven't heard from him in a while. He understands that at his stack size, he needs to be really, really careful. And you see that hike also has dropped down to about 23 big blinds.
I'm not sure this year, but
and Lukáš, very interesting with the freeze. You might argue that really at this stack size you should not be calling here. If you feel like your opponent's weak, maybe you just put it in. But he just goes ahead and calls, and Lidor comes along as well. Nobody has anything. This is one of those situations where you just have one weak pair, you have a middling pair in the sixes, you have a bottom pair with the freeze. None of these hands is really strong, but the thing is, because everybody has some sort of a made hand, it will very likely end up in a check down here. Well, now Lidor, he actually does have an incentive to maybe bet, try to get some value from a 4, try to protect his hand. Yep, here we go. The problem for Jakub is that he does have Lukáš behind him. But with the ace, it's one of the strongest two pairs he would just have after just checking back. So yeah, he just wants to see the river. And Lukáš must realize that, come on, when you have a bet and a call, your frees are very unlikely to be good here. He correctly lets it go, very nicely done. Now a queen on the river. That's would be a sick value bet. You're basically just targeting the 4. I don't think an ace would be calling you on the turn. But no, he doesn't go for it. And for Jakub, you don't have too many reasons to go ahead and try to go crazy. You're hoping that you're good. And Lidor is taking it down. Congratulations. We are inching towards those higher payouts. Maciej is looking at them. 7.7k locked up, plus that 3k package. 7th place gets 10,200 euro. Alongside package already secured. I mean, that's amazing. From 300 euros, you get all this. That's the absolute dream for you. What's going on? Is it correct? I've seen that call, right? I am not imagining things. Alexandru just calls with the ace-deuce offsuit.
Very big company in Belgrade which sells not much software. Yes, software, and also this.
Yeah, it is actually a limp. The graphic confirms it now. Lidor, of course, you have a raise. You don't want to go multi-way here in an unraised pot. Oh, and Georgios, he wakes up with the 8s. Wait, what happened? Did he fold the 8s? I'm a little bit speechless, guys. Did we just see 8s fold? Was this a limp and a raise and 8s fold? This is very interesting. Maybe he just does not want to battle with the bigger stack. He was worried that the limper would limp jam and then he has to fold his 8s, but probably you want to see the flop at least, right?
One moment of time. I wouldn't want. You don't want shitty industry. Why?
Hike with the 6s. Still at 23 big blinds, plenty to play with. 250k is the big. Actually, we go for the limp. Suddenly, I have not seen this in a long time. We are starting to develop a limping dynamic. Basically, when you feel like nobody will punish you for limping, or you are intending to limp and then trap and shove without some strong hands. I guess why not? But it's not something that you see anymore in modern poker.
More exciting, my friend.
But it works out for Hike and he gets to see the flop. Now he has the best hand on the ace juice. And position to boot. Basically a dream scenario, besides hitting a set, when you just go ahead and limp a hand like this one. In all likelihood, he is just taking it down.
My friend, it's only one which can have plots. You're only one which can have plots. First time I see this guy. Dangerous. I told him quits.
This was the first time in my life.
Okay, so we are joking around. You heard that banter. They are joking around. Oh, only you can have quads, only you can have aces. So they actually, Hike has never limped before. I don't think he's been limping. So they are giving him credit of when he does limp, that he's actually trapping. So he used it to his advantage. He was raising those small to middle pocket pairs before. He was always raising. Suddenly he limps, and people jokingly, but there's always a little bit of truth, even in all these jokes, that they actually gave him some credit that he might be trapping with a premium hand there, like aces. It's very interesting. Georgios lets it go. Jakub, the 4-deuce offsuit. No bueno. Alexandru, he decides to peel. I think most of the players here would be just letting go of the Queen 7, but with the great odds. He says, hey, I'm confident enough that I can outplay you post-flop. I can hit that beautiful 7. And the diamonds, there we go. Maybe he felt it. He wakes up with a really strong hand and a casual check. Goes to Bunyo. There we go. 400K. Alexandru obviously is never folding. This will be a call. Casual toss in. With that top pair and that flush draw. So far so good. But with the ace check, you don't really have too many reasons to go crazy here, do you? You try to get some value, but it's going to be very difficult against a naked ace high. We still have that top 8 here. All the players intact. We did have those 3 Polish players at the bottom. But no bust outs just yet in this top 8. Look at those beautiful felts. Beautiful, beautiful felts. I was actually looking at the Slovenian Poker Tour footage from 2 years ago. And there, everything was black. If you went to the side rooms, to the big hall here at King's Resort, all the tables were black. And for me, I make content, you know, I record how people play, and I use a lot of the work from the photographers if they come. It was kind of a nightmare. So I must say the blue felts, I'm absolutely in love with them. They look really stylish and classy. By the way, 6 is folded. Wow, look at that. There's a big difference between how players play pocket pairs. Some people are calling threes, some folding 6s. But yeah, I'm absolutely in love with the King's Million European Poker Championship blue felts. And we have a call all around. Bunjo also comes along with the 5-4 of diamonds. And look at this. We have a top pair for Georgios. We also have a straight draw for Bunjo. Alexandru has a decent made hand right now. But it's Haik who actually was the open raiser, who will be betting here into everybody with his backdoor flush draw. He is blocking those King X hands with the ace and a check. And Georgios calling with the top pair. Alexandru gets away from this, but Bunjo, you have no reason to fold. Maybe you might be afraid that the heart will fall and your draw is no good on that one, but really with the straight draw, you probably want to see the turn. And here we go, plenty of chips to play with. And Haik, he will be very unhappy with these 2 calls. It basically forces you to completely shut down. There's not much you can do here. So I think Haik is not putting a single chip into the pot from now on. Unless he sees something we don't see. So that's the thing, 2 players called against you. Both of them can be hitting this easily. Why go crazy? And Georgios, look at this. Georgios loves to check back. Now this is very interesting. In Bunjo's shoes and Haik's shoes, the backdoor flush draws got there, but the problem is Haik, if he did have the backdoor flush draw, he would probably be betting the turn, right? It's very, very tough to tell the story of, hey, I somehow have a flush here. So this is, if he decides to bluff, it would be a very unbelievable bluff. The story he would be telling would be really tough to give credit to for a strong hand, which allows this man, Georgios, to bet 2.7 mil. That's on a really, really big size. There we go, he gets rid of both opponents. In theory, you're supposed to bet a lot smaller here, obviously, with the flush draw getting there. You're trying to get value from the weaker hands, but... He likes to stay unpredictable. He's done this with the set before as well.
Yeah, he's very lucky. Like hit there.
And they actually believe he had a flush. From the banter at the table, they are laughing at him. And him saying, no, 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 I'm not showing you. It actually feels like they believe that he had a backdoor flush there. We have some Neymar mentions in the chat on YouTube from Ellison. Reminder that we did somehow, it's a Slovenian poker tour, but we did have a Brazilian winner of the SPT KK High Roller. He won 11,930 euros. Richard Roger Freitas, that was yesterday, I believe. That's why you might hear some Brazilians. We know that Brazilians have been here. The day 2 chip leader actually was Jose Casillas, the king's favorite. But take a look at this. Bunjo with those kings yet again, the master of the kings. Three bets and Georgios. We haven't seen anything crazy from him. He plays pretty straightforward unless he's trapping. So he will let it go, and Alexandru. He should probably just release his hand as well, but you never know. There we go, we have the time bank. Oh my goodness. This could spell disaster for Alexandru. Can Bunjo have a premium hand yet again? Is it possible for this man to keep hitting strong hand after strong hand? Well, Alexandru decided, yes, it is possible, and as we see, that's exactly what happened. Kings for the Croatian. Once more, he's trying to inch that gap between him and his Greek adversary. And you see behind him the logo of the Beer Poker Tour. Believe it or not, there was one of the side events here in Rozvadov during the SPT. My friend Berivan brought the fun in here. There had all sorts of players' parties. They were getting out of line. And it's nice to see that you have these events within events at King's Resort. It happens quite frequently, actually. I think during the festival series, there might be a bounty series inside it as well. It's cool to see when two different sets of players, they combine, come from different countries during the same festival, but with some mixed inside events that you wouldn't expect usually. Now look at this hike. We know that blind against blind, this man is anything but tight. Here we go. He understands that the odds are absolutely fantastic. That he can go ahead and play even hands like 7-5 offsuit. And for Lukáš, the 6-9, probably just want to knuckle it. There we go. Now it becomes a game of skill. Who wants it more? Because vast majority of the time, both players will miss. Just like they did now. Lukáš might have 82%, but it's absolutely nothing. Which allows Haik to go ahead and start betting right here. And for Lukáš, this is very, very annoying. It is one big blind, but you have exactly 13 big blinds left. 13 bigs is exactly the top of the I shove or I fold level pre-flop that you want to take. So you don't want to be losing even that single big blind by going on a wild goose chase. So yeah, he lets it go. And Haik yet again taking down a pot against the better hand with absolutely nothing. Controlled aggression. That's what we've seen from this player. And you see these updated payouts, guys. This is why we don't exactly see fireworks, because we are playing for 71.6k up top. Everybody wants to get there. 7th place. Gets 10,200 euro. All of these guys already have the free K package of 4 tickets for the KMEC. That's why you will see them not wanting to bust out. And Jakub, actually the man who was playing almost every hand at one point, is just letting go of 8-7 suited. And Georgios, the underdog who started the day in about 18th place, is yet again a big chip leader. Even after his aces got cracked by kings. And every single chip he takes and absorbs into his stack is a chip that is not in the other player's stacks. It basically makes the tournament much faster. There's less to play for if your name is not Georgios. And Kacper now, for free of diamonds. Very reasonable defend in the big blind, of course. Let's see if the chip leader can get even richer. If Kacper will fight back. But Kacper does not have the backdoor flush draw. That's one issue with this hand. He only has the gutter. He has a board that he should be hitting a decent amount of the time. The problem for Kacper is he still has those 11 bigs. If you call here, even this small bet, this is a big bet, by the way. Wow. Georgios does not mess around. Even if the bet was small, Kacper would just simply have to let it go. And Georgios doesn't care. He doesn't care about the computer approach, the theory approach of small bets. He just keeps betting big, he keeps trapping. When he has it, he bets big. When he doesn't, he gives up. And he has 17.8 million. 71 big blinds. Somehow, when he was down below 10 after that brutal bet beat, Lidor Kadosh actually made it all the way up to second place. Bunyo, 8.9 million, 36 bigs, and we still have those 3 Polish players down there at the short stack. We have not seen much from Jakub. But not much has changed besides the chip leader getting back into the saddle. This man.
Not really, but okay.
Doesn't mess around with small bet sizes. And he plays the hand properly with traps, with check raises, with big bets. And the pressure is on these 3 players. We have 3 Polish players still at the bottom 3 places. One of you guys will have to make a move at one point. Lidor just took it down without the fight. Good for him. And I must say, there are so many exciting events coming up at Kings. Oh my goodness. World Series of Poker Europe. Oof. At Kings Casino. That will be the big one, of course. The historic event. For all us Czech people, it will be a one-of-a-kind experience. I hope you can make it, guys, even for a day, even just to spectate. We will have massive names here. Take a look at this. Jakub. 1.6, is that right? 1.6 million. Basically, he's committing himself. But he's giving himself the option to actually let it go in case, for example, 2 other shorties, they would get it in against the chip leader. He would still have chips to spare. But against 1 race, he is all but committed. And never folding. Very interesting play here. Maybe luckily for him, nobody has anything, and Jakub chips up a little bit. Is he joking about having aces? Maybe he is. And that's the story right now. the three Polish players. We do have three Polish players in the top 8. Every single one of those three players is at the bottom though. Bottom 3 are all Polish. And we are waiting for one of them to make a move to try to burst the hegemony of the other countries there.
What did you get? Queen? I didn't think Serbia guys had four.
There's a feeling now. Trust me, it's decent.
That's okay. I trust you. But you need to tell me this. What was this?
It might not be for free. It might not be for free.
Yeah, I can pay. A little. Let's pay in drinks. Bring me idea. Yeah, okay. You don't think?
Okay, so Buncho is trying to bribe his opponent to explain their strategy. He's trying to pay them in drinks in exchange for them telling him how they play and revealing their strategy. This is very advanced, I must say.
It's not good to drink.
And Alexandru, look at this. We have a call.
That's why I drink too.
You usually don't see this, but we have this limping strategy appearing here and there from 3 different players. And Haig has had enough. He simply goes ahead and isolates with the 10-8 of diamonds. Jakub, 14 bigs. Oi, oi, oi. He's taking his time. Obviously, he can call, but he can also jam. The problem is when Alexandru, it seems like the players, they don't limp that often. When they do limp, it's very easy to be paranoid and think they are actually trapping. Now, we obviously see the cards, and we see ace deuce of hearts, that he's just trying to see the flop cheaply. But when somebody suddenly limps, when he hasn't been doing that before, it's very suspicious. Maybe that's going through Jakub's head. Now, he could easily just go all in here. If he thinks Haig is out of line, and if Alexandru just limps weak. We have seen him take these aggressive lines before. He could obviously call as well. That's going through his head. He's counting those chips. How many chips do I have here? He does not have those overlays like we do. Don't know. He doesn't know the exact count. Now he does. He wants to make an informed decision. He has a lot of time banks. Remember, guys, this is a pro gamer. League of Legends professional. Over 80,000 earnings lifetime in League of Legends. When he does take his time, he really means it. Now, what will it be, Jakub? Will you risk your tournament life by going all in, going for that squeeze, as we've seen you do with Freeze before? He's just letting it go. He simply is giving credit for Alexandru to be trapping a decent amount of the time. That's the thing. It does seem like the table is paranoid when someone does limp. Not Haig though, he went for that isolation race. And he flopped over. Look at this draw. Oh my goodness. A flush draw, a straight draw. He has extra outs with a 10 and an 8. What a flop for him. He knows he's never folding. Looks like he is sizing it up. 825k insta-fold from Alexandru. Haig will be very happy with this. 26 big blinds all of a sudden. That's a lot to play with. And Alexandru goes down all the way to 17 bigs, and he's joining the Polish trio right there at the bottom. But this is very interesting. These limps are throwing people off. We've seen so far that when somebody limps, they just straightforward have sixes, they have ace deuce suited, they want to see that cheap flop. But when you are at the table and you haven't seen the player really be limping before, it's very easy to assume that they will be trapping a decent amount of the time, that it will be those aces, it will be those kings. They will always be at the back of your head. Sometimes you don't have to overthink though. Sometimes a limp is just a limp with a weaker hand. That's exactly what's happening so far. And Haig, who was aggressive against that limp, now has a legitimate hand to open with. But Kacper, it's go time. It's the Thames. Yes, we said it. All in. All you can eat. 2.5 million. Georgios wants to know exactly. He knows that ace juice is not strong enough. The action is on hike. Does he want to gamble? He knows that would be a gamble if he does call. Wow, he has only 2 time banks left. This man is really taking his time. He wants to weigh every decision. That big side. Does not want to fold. You can feel it. You can see it in his face. He does not want to release. The odds are really good, but I don't think Kacper has been getting out of line. I don't think he has too many reasons to think that, hey, this man would jam something like Queen Jack. I think he will figure it out in the end and let it go. Yep, here we go. Well done, hike. Kacper will be happy up to those 15 bigs. Now there's 4 players neck and neck around that 15 big blind level. This is why it's very tense. This is why we have not lost a single player. There is no clear short stack below 10 big blinds. All of these guys, they still can raise and fold to a shove. And we are just looking to see who will break that stalemate. Will it take a big setup to lose the next player? Georgios with the Queen 8 suited. He should definitely be raising here. Especially as the big chip leader. Here we go. Bumping it up, actually, very interesting. Putting 150 in extra. He wants to disincentivize a call. Disincentivize, that's the word, yes. That's what I meant to say. A call. Let's see what happens here. Alexandru, you should be letting it go. Bunjo, there we go. Oh my goodness, what's going on here? Oi, 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 oi. This is something we have not seen before. Bunjo is getting out of line and free betting it with 10-7 suited. I love the timing. The only time we have seen this man be aggressive pre-flop like this is when he showed up with kings. And boy, did he pick his spot correctly with a speculative hand. Against the chip leader, he takes it down. Very well done. Nice timing, nice awareness of his own image. And you saw that our chip leader from Greece, he wasn't even thinking about it. He was like, yep, probably has kings again. I'm going to fold here. And we can't blame him. That fold was pretty good. But the free bet was better. And Kacper, now with those 15 big blinds, as we said, he can still go ahead and min raise. Yeah, here we go, bumping it up just a little bit. It's more comfortable with those 50Ks up there. Can he get a customer with his ace queen suited? Nope, he shouldn't. I should be letting it go. Yes, we have that fold. Romaidu Nostru. Good luck, Alexandru from Bucharest. Let's go, Lukáš. Does Action When Done still provide commentary for Kings? I'm not sure, actually. I try to comment as much as I can, Jarpost 56. Actually, my first commentary for Kings was about 2 years ago. I'm really excited about the cash games, by the way. If you guys don't know, if you don't know much about me, for 15 years, roughly 15 years, I've been playing cash games. Most of the time I've been a professional of that. It was my sole income. I studied with some of the best players in the world, and only in recent years I burst into the tournament scene, and look at this, Alexandru, the man with a bunch of chips, now down to 15 bigs, and he decides, hey, I'm not gonna mess around with those fours. I don't want to see a flop. Any flop is basically not good for me. I will jam and take it down. Yes, he does. And Romania is here cheering for Alexandru. Yes, Alexandru takes it down. Every single chip counts right now. We have 4 players around the same chip stack. That is a lot of money. A lot of money at stake. The 8th place gets 7.7k, but there's 4 players around the same stack size, and the 5th player gets 17,800. So all these guys are around 15 big blinds, and the most successful of them will get 17k, and the guy who busts now 7.7. Also remember, all of them have a 3,000k MEC 4-ticket package locked up, okay? And look at this. CNG Hellas, Lekakos for the win. We have a fan here. But hold that thought. Oh my goodness, Lidor has the 9s, but Bunjo, how many premium hands can this man get? He had the kings twice. Now he has the aces. Here we go with that re-raise. 1.4 million. And Lidor from Israel, he's one of the big stacks. It's very tough not to try to see the flop here, I suppose. Very tempting, but remember, if you are in Lidor's shoes, you do have those 4 players that are below you with big stack sizes. So it's not the best thing in the world, but again, 9s are strong enough to go ahead and see the flop. What's going on? Oh my god! Lidor puts in the 4-bet out of nowhere against Bunjo, and let's see his acting performance. You have the aces. You just got 4-bet. What do you do here? We're looking around. Your height rate goes up. This is an absolute dream scenario. You already cracked aces with kings. Now you have the pocket rockets. Yes. We check out cards. Yes, it is still aces. Yes, it is. Let's not get too excited. Let's not time out. I don't see any time bank. Oh yeah, yes he does. He has a lot of time bank chips next to him. What an acting performance right here with the aces. There we go. The performance is over. And Bunjo sticks it in. And Lidor, what the hell do you do now? You 4-bet the 9s. You got yourself into a world of pain. Are you really going to fold after 4-betting? We're taking the time bank. This is why the experts recommend to not try this at home. If you are 4-bet bluffing, you should be doing this with hands like ace-5. Or have a king, for God's sakes, but he does it with the 9s. Did he just commit himself to get it in against Bunjo with 9s, with 4 players, having around 15 big blinds under him? You can't believe what happened. You can't believe what situation he got himself into. He did not take his time when he was 4-betting. It was a very quick action. That's the beauty of King's Resort. You don't just have hardcore professionals. Sometimes you make mistakes. Sometimes you make a play and you regret it later. And we know now, when you 4-bet and when you take so much time, you did not have a plan for what happens if your opponent 4-bets. not 4-bets, but actually goes all in, as Bunjo did. He can't believe it. He can't believe at the past Lidor. Why did the past Lidor Kadosh 4-bet? Why did he put me in this situation? Oh my god. If this was a cash game, you're sort of committed with these stack sizes. But because this is a tournament, so many pay jumps are there, he lets it go. Oh my god, Bunjo, he kept up the act. What an actor. What an actor. You know what, guys? If you are looking to cast a brilliant actor for your next movie, I think this man is your man. I love the performance. I love how much time he took before shoving. And right now, if I was sitting at the table, I would 100% be convinced that this man just jammed with ace-5 suited or another weak hand. Beautiful performance, especially after the hand was over. That laugh and that sigh. I would never believe that he actually had aces. And Dutch Duck says, can't wait till summer, I will visit Kings again. Yeah, me too, me too. I will be there for a long time. I think I have a... Of course, I comment for Kings, but I also make content for different tours. Right now, I have 2 different ones booked up at the Kings Resort. I won't just comment on the big main events, but run around with a camera and a gimbal at the side events. 2 so far, there might be more. Look at this, Georgios. Open raising with ace off. Bunjo just calling and Lidor. What do you do here with ace queen? I mean, you just 4-bet folded 9s. This is a much better hand to go ahead and be aggressive pre-flop if you are basically bluffing. I would love to see a squeeze, especially after the action that just transpired in the previous hand. His hands are covered, but I'm assuming that this was a squeeze indeed. Yeah, there we go, there we go. I love to see it. He is not shell-shocked by having to 4-bet fold with the 9s there, which I will call a mistake. I will call it a mistake because he was not sure what to do against an all-in. And it is very likely going to work right now. The only reason for Bunjo to be aggressive here is if we would read too much into the previous hand, but there we go, there's the fold. And Lidor, well done, well done. He wasn't afraid to keep bluffing pre-flop after it did not work out, after it backfired big time in the previous hand. And he recovers at least a little bit.
What did I have? What do you think? Aces? Aces? Of course. Like always. Like always. How can I?
Hello, Didas. Commentator, you see first time poker, you are too dramatic. Well, thank you very much. Honestly, Leonidas, I just love the game. And you know what? This is why if I would be commenting at Triton, for example, right, where there are only the best players in the world, I would not be as excited as when commenting on a tournament like this one.
If you have tens or jacks.
And why is that? Well, because these players, they are not professionals. A lot of these players, because we have such big fields, such low buy-ins, so many of these players, they get here and they have not spent 12 hours every day for the last 10 years studying the solvers and how to play the game like the computers do. So this is why it's so exciting. You never know what will actually happen. If you are watching those 100K buy-ins, you can sort of tell what everyone will do. It becomes a game of setups. And then once in a while, absolutely genius play and a genius read. But that's why I do get excited, because these guys, you never know what can happen. Just don't see a 4-bet fold with nines very frequently. And take a look at this, Kacper. Goes for that small 3-bet with the aces against Alexandru. We have those Romanian fans in the chat, I know, for Alexandru, but this is not the time to play back. It's time to let it go. I believe, no, I hope that he is just taking his time. But this should not be a hand that plays back against the button 3-bet. But that's the thing, Leonidas. You're asking me, why am I too dramatic? The question is, will he actually do it? You just never know. With these players at this level, he is actually taking time with a hand like this one. Now, if you were watching a huge buy-in, you just know this is a fold. And he's just acting. Oh my God! He jams ace-9 offsuit into aces. What is going on here? Wow. This is a table of blow-ups, and now this is a big one. He saw something in Kacper that was not there. And we have an all-in of the Romanian favorite of the chat. Oh my goodness, it's a blank. 1% runner nines. And that is all she wrote. Kacper, against all odds, up was up. Oi, 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 oi. Alexandru. This is why I have to take high pressure medication. You never know what will happen when you watch the King's Resort streams. Oh my goodness. This really is the first time I've seen poker like this. You just don't see these situations very frequently. And again, guys, it's a 300 euro buy, and I know we have a lot of money up top. But these players have not been in these situations very frequently. It's very easy to see things that are not really there. Wow. Lukáš Plana saying nice gift. Woo-hoo-hoo. Noah Rosenberg is asking, anyone going to Malta beginning of June? Actually, I'll be at King's Resort beginning of June. There's the festival series here. I think it's the only one where you have actual mixed games. You know, here in Rozvadov, usually we have Hold'em and Omaha, but these crazy guys from Norway, Sweden, Estonia, Finland, all sorts of players from there are bringing all sorts of mixed games. But look at this, Alexandru, I mean, you have ace-free, 2.6 big blinds. The big blind was coming for you soon, so I suppose we just put it in. But it's 2.6 big blinds only. And Hike is out for blood. He goes for that free bet. He correctly deduces that Alexandru probably is going loose right here, but actually, luckily for Alexandru, look at this, he does have hope. He's actually ahead of Hike. It is a flip, but Alexandru has the better end of it. Now, obviously, he can't complain too much if he busts out. His fate was decided with the ace-9, but maybe, just maybe, if he holds, he can stage a comeback. So far, so good. 72% for Alexandru. Hike with the king-jack offsuit. We have a clean turn. Now the 10 is actually here. A danger card for him. Oh, and it is the 10. It seals the fate of Alexandru. it was just meant to be. He picked the wrong timing to go all in. Now the 10 hits on the river. But he's laughing, he's drinking his beer. Again, guys, this is a 300 euro buy-in tournament. Most of the players come here to have a great time at King's Resort. They are not professionals that study poker every single day. This is a new situation for them. But I suppose it was just meant to be on the river. Oh my goodness. So yes, crazy place. And Leonidas, I would love to be calmer when I comment on the King's Resort streams. Please, my doctor is telling me I can't be this excited, okay? I can't be raising my blood pressure. But how can you do it when you see a place like this? You never know what will happen during these streams. You can never know that. We have the players doing dramatic plays and the dealer helping us to see even more drama. I mean, it's crazy. Noah says that ace-9 under the gun is a fault even there. Yeah, that's the thing. He just felt like he saw something that wasn't there. Sometimes you just feel like it, and sometimes you're wrong. By the way, speaking of Malta, I will be there as well. I think it's September time, roughly. But anyone in the poker world, if you know Antoine de Giorgio, he is actually a regular at King's Resort. He's been here a couple times, I believe. He did have a heart attack. He's a big organizer in Malta. He has been to King's Resort. He was actually deep in one of the main events here at the festival. So shout out to him. Hopefully he recovers. He is in the hospital right now. One of the biggest Maltese community organizers. It's always sad when players and especially people from the community that bring us together have health issues. And health is important. So hopefully, guys, if you know the Maltese scene and the Maltese players that do come to King's Resort, send some love to Antoine. Wish him for recovery. And look at this. Hike. It's the free bet, 3.75 million. That is a big race. He's basically committing himself. Oh my God, I love the banter. They have a really good time, these guys. Oh, no, 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 no. He sandbagged him. Hike, you sandbagger. It looked like he was going to show him, but no, he did in the end.
You are your only friend from Armenia, which I have, and you are bullying me. Why? Why?
So we have some bullying allegations right here. We're saying our Armenian hero is bullying the Croatian. While quietly, Lidor actually has the ace-king offsuit. Look at this. And this man Punjo complaining that Hike was bullying him, that he always re-raises when he enters the pot. He lets it go, and Hike, he's just posturing with the Jack-4 offsuit. There's no way he's playing this hand, actually. And he takes it down. And we have a 15-minute break, ladies and gentlemen, and look at these chip stacks. hike is now up to 28. Kacper actually 32 big blinds. Look at this, which leaves Lukáš and Jakub down there with the short stack. Georgios Lekakos, big chip leader, but it's anyone's game. We'll see you after the break here at King's Resort.
You know, this feels oddly, and I know that we don't have adequate data maybe to make these sort of blanket generalizations about what we're seeing. An ace suited on the button, a jam from Lee, but I was going to say sort of a piece of fruit ripe for the picking in terms of the deference and sort of the lull, like anybody that wants to actually say, all right, let me change gears here and snatch some chips. Might, you know, be well served.
Yeah, I think part of it is, though, we're still so far away from the bubble entry, either just closed or will be closing after this level.
A jam from Kamoshi, and unfortunately for Lee's purposes, Velasovich has folded an ace.
Spades are live, though.
The path to a W and continued attendance here in this main event has been made that much more difficult for Dae-Hyung Lee. $136K pot. Now, while that isn't the flop that we had in mind, it does present an opportunity to counterfeit the nines. We'd love to see something like a jack.
Jack of spades, 10 of spades, maybe for max sweat.
The 5 of diamonds instead.
King of spades.
All the boring terms.
King of spades for split pot. King of spades is split pot.
Kamoshi facetiously pretending not to have a grip on the game, and maybe this is somehow a karmic arrival on the river as Lee, given a stay of execution, and ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for a double.
My heart.
They're eating the dogs.
They're eating the pets? Is that what's happening? Oh, please turn your attention away from American politics, rest of world. We'll return to our regularly scheduled program at some point. Meanwhile, nothing irregular about a Velasovich Open, ace-5 of clubs. Mins it, and of course the temptation of Jack-10 suited is ever present.
These spots are particularly tricky because, you know, in modern theory land, we don't play a lot of calls. But in old school street poker, there's no decision to be made here. We got Jack-10 suited, baby. We're going to see a flop. We're going to do it as cheaply as possible for 2 big blinds.
So a flat versus the upfront opener. We begin to range at least one of these two guys higher up.
Yeah, what we have seen start to happen is because there's a need to have a calling range under the gun 2 versus under the gun 1, you will start to see hands, especially at this depth, like jacks, start to play a little bit more passively pre. That way you're able to defend against squeeze jams from perhaps a 20 big blind stack behind.
Sure. I'll play flats with 6s. 1-6 is busy in Natal's hand, and he will close the action, getting a nice price.
It's probably one we can just let go.
A rare 4-way affair. And an 8-high flop. Natal with the best hand. No flush draw out there. I mean, granted on the board, but in reality, nobody has the spades.
You know, it's always kind of like funny when it actually happens because it's so 2008.
What's that?
If I'm Natal, I think I just stop and go here. I flop the top pair. His board doesn't rate to get bet all that frequently 4 ways. I need some protection for my hand, and I got backup in case I get called. I think I'm just all in here.
Well, he disagrees, but I hear where you're coming from. It does end up being checked in 3 spots. No, Velasovich does have a wheel gutty, and Radicki just has a dream.
This is a pretty ambitious stab. I mean, you know, he will be protected by having a lot of pocket pairs in his range here, so it does make some sense. Going half pot into 4 people with no pair, no draw, no backdoor of any real note. It's a dicey endeavor. I mean, you are going to get the 6s to fold here. They don't really have much of a choice. I stand corrected. He's a non-believer. And now if you're Matal, this might be why I would just open jam. He might find a hero fold here in spite of the fact that he's being weighed quite the price on the pot. And actually has his counterparts here drawing nearly dead.
Well, it is interesting how exactly the argument in favor of not checking is revealed as Radiki's position bet finds a flat in Arai, and that flat sends the best hand into the muck.
Ace-5 hits the muck too, which would have turned the nuts.
Yeah. And now Radiki has arrived here with just 1 patron, continues to have position.
It's just kind of impossible to fire again. You're just like way too naked. I think you just have to not double delay, but delay here and potentially play some river jams depending on what the run out is. I mean, it's just hard to find the hands that fold here to half pot. 6 is no spade exactly, and even that, I'm not so confident. He zips it.
A check jam over the top of that second barrel, and an incredible outcome for Arai.
Like this, no? Oh, really?
Even though there are those lulls, the authenticity with which we're able to track the progress in a poker tournament and come to appreciate how many people punch their ticket deep without ever having picked up hands such as this, pocket kings, huge, big coolers, and just fight and get gritty and then create their own fate. It's a window into all of the roads traveled.
Yeah, that's very true, and I actually think this hand is going to take priority. But the quick thing I'll say is I think live poker has the edited streams to thank. We were protected for decades because people just thought the game was good hand versus good hand.
Oh, right.
You know, and patience was key.
Well, to be fair, the game itself and the insights and the understandings, as we see Aishan just declining to get involved with ace-jack there versus the Suda open.
That's a very interesting, very disciplined fold.
Well, I don't know that we're going to be able to exercise that sort of discipline with ace-queen in the big if we're Leonis.
Almost the same day.
This is almost always going to be a pure call versus under the gun. Especially he hasn't been here to see some of the showdowns from Stetsura, which may have inclined him to 3-bet a little bit more often.
I wasn't thinking he was going to sail off, but we knew he wasn't going to fold, and he also isn't going to do poorly on an ace-8-8 board. Checking over to Stetsura, a snap flick of 5K.
I love that bet.
Did he just
don't care about the size or anything, just the mannerisms of that bet is the best. But that's why I found the ace-jack to be a bit of an interesting fold. Of course, under the gun versus under the gun 1, it's pretty standard laydown, but he had seen some of these showdowns, the ace-10, the 9-6. Okay. Perhaps you might want to consider getting in the mix there.
Yeah, fair.
Is WSOP? WSOP, yeah.
No hesitation.
I was surprised there is a 50K there.
Out of the ace-queen to get into the mix, playing it as a check raise. Is this hazardous?
No, this is very nice. Obviously his best ace. On paired boards such as this, again, big blind is kind of incentivized to play a little bit more aggressively. Now, of course, he does have to run the risk of being against ace-king, but that's just the nature of the game. You know, you're going to be up against that hand some of the time.
An easy field. I hope they're not going to call it. Probably it's going to be a lot of Brazilian good racks. Or maybe all of them, which is not great. One of the best schools now in poker.
No fun spot for Stetsura, but he should expect plenty of bluffs to come out of the big blind here. Hands that kind of wrap around the 8 with backdoors are often utilized.
Tournaments in Miami. That's why
Pretty clear continue for at least one more with kings.
November, like there is nothing to play the second half in Vegas. So I decided also just to go to Miami and then later. If I knew, I would have gone to Miami. Yeah. Either Las Vegas, either Bahamas.
Extra 7K contemplated. This board texture, you know, I mean, trip 8s and ace X, what we're deeply concerned about.
It seems like he's cutting out raising chips.
Now this is on the order of that strange stuff that I think you had mentioned earlier, the sorts of lines that we really don't expect.
We might be a bit off the reservation here. I think, you know, he's basically saying I'm under the gun. I could have aces, how dare you.
And by the way, you know, there's a lot of physical posturing going on here. Stetsura leaning back in his chair, staring down the opposition,
right,
rocking back and forth a little bit. I don't have a baseline, don't want to make a meal of these things, but worthy of pointing them out because it's exactly what's being observed by Vitulionis, the late arrival here. He's not going to go anywhere.
I think that's a pretty astute observation too, because I would say that Stetsura looked like he was between call and fold and then found the click. And that's it's kind of a weird misalignment between body language and what actually took place.
Well, it goes check, check rather quickly on the turn, and the second ace arrives on the river. All of a sudden, even though the action isn't on him, you see Stetsura lean back forward, put his arms on the rail, and start playing with chips.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he, in his mind, thinks that ace is a very good card for him.
Well, we don't anticipate that an 8 would come out swinging on the river, right?
Unlikely. If it does, it would be for this small size, though. So I do like the sizing choice here.
10 into 61.5.
With ace queen, you're pretty unhappy with this.
I'm not even going to speculate, and that's my specialty, by the way, on whatever that was. Look at this.
Yeah, with ace queen, you're generally pretty unhappy with this river because you suspect now you're probably chopping a lot.
No chop at all. And Stetsura pays off. That was a confrontation that I don't think played out anywhere remotely close to the manner in which most would have expected when they caught the imagery.
Yeah.
WSOP final table with random players or high-stakes cash game with poker legends?
Definitely WSOP Europe final table, because then you can become a legend and you can play with the legends.
One thing that tilts poker players the most?
I think River, for sure. If we be not River, we'll have a lot of happy players.
Describe your job in 3 words.
Dream, achieve, and celebrate.
Pineapple on pizza, yes or no?
I mean, I'm Italian, but yes, I like it. During our flip and go tournaments, pineapple means that you are getting one more card, and before dealer is dealing flop down a river, you just fold one card and you play with 2.
Federico next. Drop your ideas into the comments and don't forget to like and follow for more.
I can't believe the CEO of the King's Resort actually likes pineapple on pizza, guys. That's shocking. Make sure you follow us on King's Resort Instagram, but let's go now into the Slovenian Poker Tour KK $500,000 Master final table. We are heading towards the finish line. We've seen a massive blow up before the break with the ace-9 offsuit unfortunately ended the Romanian hopes where he ran into aces. Take a look at this. Lukasz from Poland with 7 bigs, Jakub with 9, but Kacper, 26 big blinds right there in the middle of the pack, and Georgios and Bunjo, these two players, 14 and 12.8 million respectively. They are the two chip leaders, with Georgios right now having the better end of it, but really this is neck and neck. And looks like we have some discussions in the chat already. Who will actually take it down? CNG Hellas is saying Lekakos for the win. And Adam, who is saying, Adam, the winner will be last man standing. Well done. It's poker. Yes, that's the point. Stelios also saying that Lekakos will win. And Adam is going with Kacper. LFG seems very solid this day. For me, you know what, guys, I have to be impartial, but Hike has been playing really well all tournament. So I might say he might pull off a comeback, but you never know. This is poker. This is part of the excitement of the game. And I can't wait how this final table will unravel. As right now we have 2 clear chip leaders, then we have the middle of the pack and 2 clear short stacks who have their work cut out in front of them. Basketball Maven, welcome to the YouTube chat. You came just at the right time to see all the action. By the way, Re-Race Chili Dog, thank you so much for updating the payout. So everybody already has the free KMEC package, 4 tickets for the end of September, start of October, and 10.2 thousand euros locked up. And we're playing for 71,600 up top in the Slovenian Poker Tour main event. With no Slovenians, unfortunately. The Slovenians came here to Rozvadov. They won the first 3 tournaments, I believe, side events. And ever since then, it's been Brazil, it's been other countries that have been dominating. We didn't even have any Slovenian in the finale here, but don't let this small sample size fool you. There are some amazing Slovenian players out there. Like Blažerjev, the man who turned $20 into millions within a couple of years. And let's see, we have a bromance, by the way, if you are just joining us. Bunjo and Hike, they have a bit of a bromance between them. They are joking around even when they're pushing each other all in. They are kidding around and having a good time. That's what we really want to see. And here we go, Lukáš, last 6 big blinds. We have the 300k big blind and big blind ante. He pushes on the button, very reasonable hand. And it's the best scenario you can hope for. No sweat, no drama. You are taking it down with an off-suited ace. Let us know in the chat, guys. Who do you think will take down? Over 71,000 alongside the 3K already locked up here in Rozvadov from the Slovenian Poker Tour. And look at this, Jakub. No time to waste. The man who gave us a show at the start of today at the first feature table now is all the way down to 2.6 mil. And he's hoping again to just take it down. And yes, he does. 2 all-ins for the Polish short stacks, 2 takedowns of the blinds, but they still have a lot of work ahead of them. As you see, the middle of the pack, 22 big blinds plus, and we have 2 big chip leaders up top, with our Greek hero having the most chips, of course. You know, when you talk about romances, one day I hope that I will have what these 2 players have. They have such a good time. It will be sad to see if one of them busts.
No. That we don't discuss. Okay. That case don't discuss. I don't want to lose.
I always play Chilean. But left. Forward.
Absolutely wonderful pro match right there. It just happens at the poker table, even though obviously you want to pass the player out. You just click with somebody and you have a great time and you forget that you're playing for a lot of money. And you are reminded that, hey, this is just a game. We are just people. These are just plastic circles that we play for. Even though they represent a lot of money, it's nice to see the players having a great time. Finding friendship in the most unlikeliest of places at the final table of Slovenian Poker Tour. Now, Lukasz's turn. Re-race Chili Dog, we are losing you. Thank you so much for all the help. You are a fantastic Twitch moderator. Have a great sleep. You will have to find out who won in the end tomorrow.
It's very good. He won a couple of tournaments here.
Thank you for all your hard work. The stream would not be the same without you.
And one lady, I forget his name, she's name. Very good.
And Georgios taking down another pot, increasing his chip lead right here. But the story isn't him really. The story really will be the short stacks. Seeing how they navigate the field, if they can double up, if they can put it in with good hands.
But your name is very, very nice. And very important, he's very, very good man.
Now we have the banter between those friends. Georgios has ace queen, our chip leader, raising to 2.4 big blinds. He does like to go with those big sizings. And Hike in the big blind has a very easy call here.
Why 3-5? Why not 4-25 or something? It's full big. No, why not? It's nice. It's not too strong.
Georgios hits as hard as he can, but look at this. This man likes to trap. Because this man, Hike, likes to bluff. And he's facing passive lines. Let's see if he will do it this time. He can have 6, 7, 8s and 9s. Possible ace 8, ace 9. He could be calling before the flop.
One skinny guy from Israel. Smoke weed, but also is very good guy. He's playing a lot here before, but I don't see him last week.
He's taking his time. He knows that this is a reasonably good board to bluff, but the problem is you have to bet now, and you have to bet on the river most of the time. Because if Georgios had completely nothing, why would he be checking back the flop? So, Ike knows that it's very unlikely that he gets a lot of folds now. He must realize that he should be bluffing on the river frequently. Georgios is very good at his traps. He likes to check back. He does make you believe that he's actually weak. And right now, Hike should believe that Georgios has a 9 or an 8, but this card, I believe this card actually saved Hike.
Very nice to play. I'm so glad to play.
Now he doesn't have too many reasons to bluff. Yes, he can bluff, try to attack those weak aces, go with some big crazy bet sizing, but really, this will be high enough in your range. You are beating 9s, you are beating 8x, that you can check. Yeah, here we go. Now Georgios, oh my goodness, he's reaching for chips. This will be so hard to decipher. He checked so quickly on the flop. He doesn't look like it, but that was actually a masterclass in when you want to slow play. a hand like ace-queen, if you think about it logically, ace-queen would be thinking about a check back for at least a few seconds. He did not hesitate, and he checked back almost instantly. Now the question is, will he get paid off against Haik? But Haik must be confused. What is this guy check calling the flop? No, checking the flop, calling the turn. What can he possibly have? Georgios checked back the flop. He called the turn. Now he's betting. It does kind of look like a weak ace. I must say it does. But for Haik, it's so problematic because suddenly you are near the top of your range. You have a hand that is really strong considering to the other stuff you might have here. The bet size is almost perfect for you to try to look him up, right? But really the story, what story is he telling that is not a made hand? How Haik likes to take his time. Can he put it all together and make that fold, or will he pay Georgios off? Yes, he does pay him off. The hand was just too strong for him to let it go. And Georgios, with that very, very deceptive instant flop check, he actually gets paid off. No, hang on. There's a raise. What's going on here? Chad, you will have to tell me what just happened. Georgios is absolutely shocked at seeing the ace-queen there. No, Haik is shocked. I'm so confused by this hand. What the hell happened? Haik is confused by what Georgios has done, and I am absolutely baffled at that min raise on the river. Let's take a look at this chip count. I am completely bamboozled by this hand. We have to decipher it after we look at this. So Georgios with 19 million, 64 big blinds. Haik is down there with 10 suddenly after this very confusing play. Kacper with 24, Lidor with 26. Vanjo with 40, still all the way up there with Georgios. Lukáš trying to survive, but Haik suddenly is one of those short stacks. But oh my goodness, chat. Let me know what the hell happened. I can't believe what action we have just seen. So Georgios checked back, Haik went ahead and bet the turn. He check min raised the river. He must have been absolutely confused and convinced, probably convinced, that Georgios had an 8, he had a weaker king, he was going for max value. I just don't see what he was seeing there. That race was crazy. Georgios completely confused Haik with that flop check, instant flop check with ace-queen. Haik couldn't believe what he saw on the river. What a hand, what a confusing hand that ended up with a great result for the chip leader. That's the thing. Sometimes it's very, very tough to understand the thought process of the players. I honestly still can't understand that min raise on the river. It must have been a thin value, but you never think that your opponent is folding an ace there, right, to the min raise when he plays it that way. So he must have been completely convinced that that is a weaker second pair or third pair, and he's value min raising. Wow. Okay, guys, let's move on from this amazingly bamboozling hand And Haik now finds himself for the first time in a very long time as one of the short stacks. But lucky for him, there is Lukáš, who he can simply wait out for that ladder up. And the banter continues. I must say, what a final table, guys. What a final table. So much action, so much craziness. Slovenian Poker Tour was my first ever at King's Resort 2 years ago. I had fantastic memories, met a lot of friends. And I must say that this finale so far is absolutely delivering. Crazy baffling plays, insane shackouts. And now Lukáš is all in, last 6 big blinds, unfortunately for him. His partner in crime, Kacper, wakes up with the checks. Checks have not been too lucky tonight, but this is such a strong hand that there is only one way to go for Kacper Pisarski. There we go. We are calling. Lukáš will get the bad news. We are looking for that king to save Lukáš's dream of being the Slovenian Poker Tour 2026 main event champion. Can we hit that king? So far so good for Jacks. The turn is a safe deuce. A king and a king only can save Lukáš. No, it did not come, and we have lost. One of the Polish players. Well played. Lukáš has been on the short stack for most of the day. Nice showing there, and we only have a couple Polish players remaining. Well, one consolation is that he also gave his chip stack to a fellow Pole and an online qualifier to boot. Here we have it, the final 6. One of these players is going home with 71,600 euros and that 3K extra package. Right now, the favorite country to win the Slovenian Poker Tour is Greece. Big stack. But do not write off all these other strong players. Georgios with an ace-6 offsuit. We should be playing every single time. Question is, do we just call or do we free bet? There we go. I love it. I love it. From looking at Georgios, you wouldn't be able to tell it. He seems like a very straightforward player, but he does like to mix it up. He knows that he can put on aggression, and he simply takes it down right here. Blind against blind with an offsuit ace. And a sly smile. I saw it, guys. Sly smile on Georgios' face. I know we have some guys in the chat that want him to win. CNG Hellas says Lekakos for the win. Stelios, Lekakos is the winner. So far, it is actually looking that way. Now look at his hike. After that very confusing hand that caught me off guard, that caught him off guard, where he min-raised that second pair will be going all in with the jacks. He likes to leave a couple of chips behind. No, he's only raising. Look at this. Hike just likes to mix it up. I do believe he did make an issue, a blunder before. But there we go. Jacks against King Jack. Jakub is actually all in. And these two guys, they have been putting on a show early on during the stream. Now only one of them can win this spot and remain having chances in this tournament. Jakub is at risk. Can he hit that king, or will Jax bust another player? So far so good, but he is at 30%. Any queen would also get him to win with that straight. Oh my god, it is a king. Jakub has to dodge a queen or a jack. Yes, he does. Hike was all the way up there, and now look at this, 1.3 big blinds. As Jakub rail, are they actually howling? Is his rail howling at the players? And this man Hike, so many great plays, but one complete mystery of his Greek opponent. And now a bad beat with jacks against King Jack, and suddenly all he can hope for is a chip and a chair miracle story. You see, we are making sure that the chips are correct. Game integrity is absolutely vital for us here at King's Resort. Here we go. Hike with 6 deuce offsuit. He's very likely to let it go. Unfortunately for him, he will be forced all in during the next hand. You can only wish him the best of luck. Jakub, interestingly, just goes for that call. He does have 16 big blinds behind. After the double up, he is again with a healthy stack here at the final table. And Bunjo. Of course, the friendliest man at the table said, let's play post-low, but uh-oh, Jakub with those trips, an instant check again. Today is a trapping buffet. Everybody's trapping left, right, and center. Well, let's see if it will pay off for Jakub. Yes, here we go. Our Croatian jester falls for the trap and goes with that bet. Let's see if he will start putting even more chips into the pot. Now it's very unlikely. Jakub with that full house. But in Bunjo's shoes, hey, my opponent probably just went ahead and check called the 7, but no, oh my goodness, he's reaching for chips. 1.25 million. And now it's time for a performance of a lifetime, Jakub. You have to sell it to your opponent that you are working with an ace high or a king high, and you just made a reluctant call. Nice. One-time bank. You simply have to sell the story to Bunjo to try and make him bluff the river. Whatever you do, try to appear as weak as possible. I have the ace high, I have the king high. I'm just reluctantly calling right now. Do not raise, that would be a mistake. There we go. Now the question is, was this performance enough? Does he look weak enough for Bunjo to fire on that king river? Still a full house. We have that check mark. And Jakub That's the thing. He could have called with a king high, I suppose. Is he representing it now? I hope he doesn't bet. Yeah, he tried to sell it as best as he could. And now, did Bunjo eat it up? Did this man buy into the performance of Jakub? Looks like he did. Oh my goodness. Yes, that is a big bet. 3.1 million gift goes to Jakub. Oh my god, this was an acting masterclass by Jakub Skurzinski. He convinced Bunjo beyond a shadow of a doubt that he has nothing. He has a weak hand. He has that ace high and he reluctantly called it. Wow. What a performance. And Bunjo knows, he's shaking his head, he knows he got absolutely tricked by that body language, by the timing. Wow. Sometimes the clever plays are not the big bluffs, not the big calls, but the way you appear weak when you have a strong hand. And if you guys are blaming Bunjo too much, don't. That was such a brilliant masterclass. It was instant check on the flop. He called quickly. He basically everything that he was doing screamed like he has ace high. It did scream like he has ace high there. Wow. Blind against blind, you do want to put in a lot of aggression. Bunjo did it at the wrong time. But really, that acting performance is something that we have to appreciate. And look at this hike. This is the dream scenario. Ace-Jack offsuit when you are forced to be all in. I mean, come on. This is as good as it gets. And Georgios tries to isolate him. Now take a look. Jakub with 35 big blinds. He finds himself with 35 bigs after that performance. And here we go. Hike against all odds is behind when forced to be all in the big blind. Can he actually hold here against the ace-10? I think he would kind of deserve it. But that's the problem. Georgios, it feels like he is destined to be the bane of hike. I have a really bad feeling that a 10 might roll off. So far, so good. I'm doing well, 19% for Georgios. Ooh! Oh my god, it's a chop. He just can't beat this man. Hike just cannot beat Georgios. The best thing he could do is tie. And he will not be happy about this one. This was his way into the comeback. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. Our commentators, our chat pros are saying, what was he doing? Bunjo, what the hell? But that's the thing, guys. Blind against blind, you sometimes go for it. You pick aggression when you don't have anything, basically. It's very tough to have draws on there. But he was beyond a shadow of a doubt. He was convinced by Jakub that Jakub had ace high. He was just completely bamboozled by the checks, by the timings of Jakub, by that acting performance. And we kind of have to appreciate that. And Hike now in the small blind with the king 8. It's go time, 100%. Let's go. Maybe this time he will be luckier. Wow, actually lets it go. Oh my goodness. This is very interesting. Very, very interesting. Basically, the reason why he folded is that now he will be on the button. He is pretty much hoping that as he will be letting go of hands, that the other players will bust each other out. That somebody will go all in and he will be able to ladder up. That's why he just folded that hand. But this is a final table of a lot of suckouts. Most of the times with ace, I guess you're ace. Yeah, you mix it up. I think aces are mostly mixes. I'm pretty sure that you're supposed to, if you trust the computers, that you're supposed to go ahead and limp and shove some of the aces as well. But yeah, whatever happened, he just had all the feelings in the world that his opponent was weak. And look at this, this is very interesting. So Haik didn't go all in with the king 8, now he has the 5s. Unfortunately for him, oi, 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 oi. Lidor wakes up with the 10s. And unless we will see yet another miracle, this might be all she wrote for Haik. He's shown some great plays. One completely baffling play with that min race on the river that completely confused me, guys. Flop is clean. Even the backdoor diamonds are working in Lidor's favor. Can Haik hit that 5? Can he get at least some other hope? Yes, he can. Oi, oi, oi. And a 4 or a 5 can actually save him right now. It is an ace. Good game, Haik. Great, great, great performance. I liked a lot of his plays, most of his plays. Besides one, he really put on a masterclass of putting the pressure in the right moments. He was going for it with air against big ranges. He was folding when he needed to fold. Just one time, our chip leader completely confused him, completely caught him off guard with a check back on the flop. But overall, a strong performance. And he takes 13.4K and that 3K extra package for KMEC home with him. Our 6th place finisher from Armenia. Here we go. Jakub. That was a big beneficiary of that crazy bluff. Min raising with the 7s. Now look at this. Lidor is actually calling king 8 suited in the small blind. And Georgios, our chip leader, he gets out of line this time and decides to come along. But it is Jakub who has the strong hand, the 7s, the strongest hand at least. But against 2 opponents, you are not too confident in being the best here, so he just pot controls. Now the question is, Lidor, will you decide to put on some aggression here? Nope. And it is Georgios with those pair of 4s, betting instantly gets a fold from 7s. Look at this. This man just cannot miss. The only time he really lost a big pot is when he had aces against his opponent's kings. Somehow everything he does just keeps working. Let's go, Kasper. All of Poland keeps its fingers crossed. Let's go indeed. It's fantastic to see you here in the chat. I know there have been a lot of qualifiers from Poland coming to King's Resort. Bird is saying 8-7 suited fold. Well, yeah. And that's the thing, guys. You have to realize, not only a lot of these players have not been in these situations very frequently, right? Very deep. It's 1,100 players, 5 left. You're playing for 71K from 300 euros. Also, fatigue will come into play. So as we progress throughout the day, you can expect the players to not be as sharp, especially if they are not used to be navigating these massive fields where they have to play day after day after day. It was a long day yesterday. We started relatively early today. And you also want to have some fun. Hey, you are in Rozvadov, right? You won't go to sleep right away. So just remember, guys, there might be some fatigue and some crazy, crazy plays happening, as we have been seeing time and time again during this final table. And there we go. We have some Polish fans in the chat. We have someone from Israel as well. So right now it's Poland and Israel supporting players, and we had some people from Greece also on the rail here in the chat on YouTube. So let us know, guys, who are you supporting? Kasper finds himself with a very healthy stack, 8.3 million. Or lets it go. Jakub also with 29 bigs. Looks like Poland is doing really well. Remember, all those Polish players, they were around those 12 big blinds at one point. Now they are at the higher end of the middle of the pack. And Jakub decides to actually call here. Bunjo, it's time to go all in. Wow, I love this squeeze. I am a fan. This is how you do it. We've seen some 4-bets with 9s and then folds, but with the ace-jack, it's just making it a lot less likely that your opponents have those aces, ace-kings, or jacks. So you just go ahead and jam, take it down. And one time, the aggression really backfired against Bunjo. This time, it works out for him. Nice and simple squeeze before the flop. And he recovers some of the chips that he lost after that crazy bluff. Go, Kasper. Push is keeping fingers crossed for you. Europe, Romania. Oh, guys, we have some Romania in here. Banto Andrei. I know there has been a lot of Polish players here in Rozvadov over the past week. Slovenian Poker Tour, believe it or not, always attracts a lot of Polish players, and we love to see it. And I believe at least one of them is a qualifier. Kacper, if my information is correct, he actually won his ticket online, so he didn't even have to pay 300. He paid much less to be here, so obviously already a huge success to be in the top 5. Congratulations to Poland. No matter how it ends up, in the end, being this deep in Slovenian Poker Tour, obviously a great success for Kasper. King 9 offsuit, you actually do have the option to call here. Remember, guys, the ICM says that the more players bust out, the less of a pressure is on you. But the thing is, Georgios, he seems like he just cannot miss. At first glance, you might think that Georgios is easy to read, but no. He completely bamboozled players with his very strategic checks. He has been trapping. He can also be aggressive with aggressive free bets. He can put in big bet sizes, sometimes too big, I would say, but it's not easy. It's not easy to play against Lekakos. Panto Andrei, what happens in Rozvadov is a huge success for mid-stakes, micro as well. Good streaming sessions and a lot of good players. Yeah, let me tell you, this is I am Czech, guys, and this is an absolute miracle. Remember, this is a small village, 600 people, and King's Resort have built something so amazing that the whole Europe travels for week after week. So many people come to this beautiful resort. Basically, the whole village, multiple buildings belong to King's Resort, and I talk to the local people, believe me. I asked the local grandmas, hey, what do you think about this poker and gambling being in your village? Are you like not against it? No, everybody loves the King's Resort, trust me. All the people that live in Rozvadov, they absolutely love it. Kings do a lot for their community, and a lot of the village has repaired roads and looks great. Thanks to all the commerce that comes here, all you people that come here to Rozvadov, you help out not just Kings, but you help the local inhabitants, the locals from King's Resort and Rozvadov itself. And Lidor takes it down. It really is a little miracle on the border with Germany. So we very much appreciate those comments, Banto Andrei, that you appreciate what Kings have managed to build in Rozvadov. And here we go, guys. So much drama, so much back and forth. But Georgios Lekakos is the massive chip leader. 43% of all chips in his hands. This is his tournament to lose right now. Jakub Skudzinski, 15% is right there. Two Polish players right here in the top 5. This is absolutely insane, but we have one massive chip leader. Banto Andre, yes, you are absolutely correct. For example, I'll give you an example, right? Let's take a look at this hand because Jakub is raising with Queen 9 suited, but I will tell you what actually happened this week here in Rozvadov. Kasper is there on the button. Ace 8 of diamonds. Do we really want to see those two Polish players fighting against each other? I'm not sure. If you're from Poland, do you really want to see these players do this and free bet against the fellow countrymen? Maybe not. But for Kasper, this hand is just too strong to let go, and he simply takes it down. Yeah, check it out, check it out. But guys, by the way, let's talk about the Slovenian Poker Tour. At least the info that was released. You can go to King's Resort Facebook as well. You have all the results there for schedules. I would actually recommend the app. You can go to Play Store if you have been to King's at least once. If not, then go to our website, go to our Facebook. But for example, just this week, right, in the last 5-6 days, we had Radovan Sukalo from Slovenia. He took down the Beer Poker Tour at SPT Rozvadov. It was a guest event that we had here. Absolute fun, player parties every break, basically. People just drinking, having a good time. Then we had Rok Turinek win the SPT King's Saturday Night Bounty. We had Alin Gabriel Kalinoyu from Romania take down the Poker Pro PLO event. And we actually had a Brazilian player, I kid you not. Roger Freitas won the SPT KK High Roller. So side events galore, not just the main. And obviously cash games running around the clock. And Lidor goes ahead and raises on the button. Georgios Lekakos, look at this. Wow. This man, in theory, he doesn't play the best. Like you would say, oh, he doesn't play like the solvers tell you he should be playing. But he just mixes it up. It's so tough to know what Georgios does. He calls the ace-7 off. But Jakub, wow. Jakub is taking advantage of all the confusion. Absolutely getting out of line. He goes ahead and squeezes ace-tray offsuit. And Georgios is looking back at his stack. He is a non-believer. Now I can guarantee you, Georgios does not sit in a dungeon for hours studying those solvers, but he does like to play his players, play his opponents. But he actually falls. But wow, Jakub, what a ballsy squeeze. Oh my goodness. He didn't give credit to Georgios for calling with a strong hand there, and he took advantage with the ace-3 offsuit. Wow. Talk about getting out of line. We came to play poker. We're not playing to ladder up here. We're playing to win the tournament. Especially this man who 2 years ago, he actually took over 400,000 euro here at the very same table. Here in Rozvadov. Jakub, obviously, I think everybody can agree that he's not playing for the ladder. He's playing for that trophy, for that win. Banton Andre, if you go with a small amount of money, you have a lot of fun for a few days of poker. Yep, exactly. DWDR is saying Jazda, Yacha, I'm not sure what that means. I'm guessing that you're Polish. Just big balls, Doroniu says. Let's go, Kasper. We have some Israeli fans here as well. Look at this, Jakub is all in against Georgios. Straight up jam. And he takes it down. And I must say, for the sake of this tournament, I love you, Georgios. You're amazing. You had some really unpredictable plays. But for the sake of the tournament, usually you want to have somewhat equal stacks, so the players play back and forth. Polska, there we go. We have some Polish fans. Let's go, Yaka. Leo from Korea is saying. A lot of excitement. We are the top 5. I love to see it, guys. Let us know in the chat. Who are you supporting? Which country should take down this tournament, which ironically is called the Slovenian Poker Tour? That's a lot of money up top. 71,600 for the winner. Komil, Sebik, Polska. Kasper in the big blind right now. Another Polish hope. With the Queen Jack offsuit, really you want to go ahead and call here. Yep, we see that call. And we have chat is English. Oh my goodness, Lidor actually flops a 2-pair. Luckily for Kasper, he doesn't have too much. He does have 2 overs and that backdoor 1-card flush draw. Well, in Lidor's shoes, you want to be putting chips in the middle now. Here we go. The only question is how big will be this bet size? It's 350,000, 1.2 bigs. It might be tempting for Kasper to play back. Poland Mountain. Oh my god, he is reaching for chips.
You hit flop, I bet it. It was very nice.
Oh my goodness, now we have drama. Out of nowhere, Kasper had nothing. Suddenly he finds himself with a pretty strong hand right here. We have that gutter, we have that weak-ish flush draw. Is he thinking about the lead? Is our Polish hero Kacper Pisarski. Pisarski means, Pisarz means writer in English, by the way. Is he trying to write a story of hitting the flush on the turn? Of hitting 10-7? Oh my goodness, yes he is. He is reaching for those chips. This is a very creative play. One that actually kind of makes sense. 2.8 big blinds, 850,000, and for Lidor, it's very tough to see through the writer's story. Well, in Lidor's shoes, you kind of are forced to just call here. You can be easily crushed, you can be beat, and now the big question everybody's asking, everyone in Poland is asking, will Kacper Pisarski either get there or bet? Oh my god! He gets there with the flush. This is almost unfair. Lidor had that top 2 pair. Kacper decided to get out of line. He led on the turn, and now he's checking. I think in Lidor's shoes, you don't have too many reasons to do much, but check here. A value bet would be a little bit too ambitious. Your hand is too strong to turn into a bluff. You are very likely to see a check back. No, he's reaching for the chips. What's going on here? 1.2 million. It's a value bet that will instantly get called here. There we go. That was a little bit too ambitious, I believe. Lidor can't believe it. Oi, 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 oi.
You make big mistakes. 10-9, I give up 10. I don't compare. So this is big bet. I'm not calling it 10-9.
איזה ראנאוט מגעיל. הפלופ יצא לי בלי. בטרם, סליחה.
Lidor, he is not happy. He is not happy. This was a very, very unorthodox line from the Polish hero. Wow. That turn lead was very exciting, and he got paid off. in the end. That check was also exciting. You're checking. I suppose Lidor did not expect him to go ahead and check a flush there if he bets it that way. Bird, yeah, it was a lucky run out, but he really went towards that luck by leading that turn, trying to represent that potential flush. It was just very, very confusing for Lidor, and we've seen it a couple times this final table. These players really, really go for thin value. And in most of the times, when you play small stakes, for example, when you play low stakes buy-ins, going for that thin value actually pays off. But this time, it has been turning against these players time and time again. When they go with these thin value bets, they run into traps, they run into the players having it. Adam says, very interesting hand, the Queen Jack. Yes, yes, indeed. Casper, green bluffer, go, go. Well, that's the thing. He wasn't really bluffing. He was semi-bluffing on the turn, right? That's the thing. When you hit a draw, when you have extra equity, but it's also easy for you to tell the story of, hey, I actually already have the flush. This is the times when you bet. I think most players would not even consider betting the turn. But yeah, he's not playing on autopilot. He really thought about it. He bet that turn and he got lucky on the river twice. He got lucky that he hit that flush. And he got lucky that his opponent actually went for that really thin value bet that gave him even extra chips.
Oh. I don't wanna
Bird says you can have all sorts of... Guys, I want to say, yes, you can drink whatever you want. You are adults. But remember, it's all in good fun, okay? So be gamble aware, drink responsibly, never gamble above your means. Having a couple drinks while you play is obviously fine. But you have to do it responsibly, okay? Yeah, I think what Hubert says, I think that goes a little bit too far. Yeah, I don't like to see that. I want people to actually make rational decisions. So a couple of drinks is fine, but don't go too far, okay? Be responsible in whatever you do. Remember, guys, this is mostly entertainment, even though we play for big money. And look at this, Georgios now. The big stack is betting on the flop, but we know that Casper, he likes to play back, but after he smiles right now, this is the anti-poker face, look at that. After you give away, that you find a hand amusing, after you let out that smile, maybe involuntarily, you just have to let it go. I don't think equals is allowed. And take a look at this, guys. After all this massive carnage, Lidor is down to 11 big blinds. A very, very interesting hand that he played against Casper. And Casper all the way up to 40 big blinds. Look at this. He can almost threaten one double up and he will be the chip leader. Jakub silently hiding in there with 34 big blinds. The Polish players really are showing up. Lidor, very unfortunate what transpired in that hand. I can't really blame him for going that thin value, but really, again, in these small stakes buy-ins, you want to value bet thinly. When opponents check into you, you want to go ahead and bet and try to get them to pay you off with single pairs. I can't blame him too much for that, really. It's something that you want to be doing, but it really backfired against him. And I know he looks frustrated with hitting top two and then losing in such a strange way. It must be very frustrating for him. Casper keeps open raising now. Jakub, now the question is, these two Polish players, I don't think they will slow play at all. I don't think they might be friends. They might be from the same country, but especially with the way that Jakub and Casper have been playing, they like to play pots, they like to get creative. You will not see any slow playing, any collusion between these two. They are going after it. Look at this. With the queens, there's a free bet. He even used the time bank to try to confuse Casper. If there's one thing that you should take away from this table is that these players really like to play with their timings. They really like to make sure that even when the action that they're supposed to take is obvious, they take their time. And on the other way, on the other pole, if you take a look at the Greek chip leader, many times he's actually very subtly using the timings against his opponents. He instantly checked hands that most players would at least think about at least a little bit. Like the ace queen, he flops the ace and he instantly checks back. That's not an obvious check back by any means. That's basically, you should be thinking if you should be betting or checking back. But a lot of the timing manipulation you could see here at this table. And because again, these guys are not the pros, they don't just play like computers. A lot of the times, the players have been confusing each other with the timings. There have been some strong acting performances. And look at this, Lidor, he's had enough. King 8, it might be a little bit too loose, but I understand. He might be a little bit tilted from last time still. King 8 off, 11 big blinds, 3.35 million. They are from the same village. Oh my God, is that real? Are you for real? Lidor is taking it down. Guys, was this a joke or are you for real? Are the two Polish players from the same village? Let me know. But as you can see, they are definitely not slow playing against each other. They are both here to win and beat the other guy. And Jakub, you could actually make an argument for sometimes folding, but yeah, he's got a comfortable stack and ace-free off. It's a pretty safe race. Enjoy. The 1 second big stack is down to 6 million and 20 bigs. Does not like to just let go of hands like this one. This time he does. Nice discipline from him. And yet again, we will see Poland on Poland violence. Kasper is never folding this. Will he go with that call or will he free bet yet again? Why are these guys so aggressive against each other?
How much?
There we go. It is that free bet. You know, a lot of the times when you have two players remaining in top 5 from the same country, they take it easy. They don't go as aggressive. But these guys, they are going to fight each other to the bitter end. Oh my God, is he reaching for chips? E4bet! What is going on? This is a civil war inside Poland. Jakub 4-bet against Kasper with ace-free offsuit. What will Kasper do? Oh my goodness, why are the Polish players so hostile against each other right now? Absolutely out of line 4-bet from Jakub and Kasper. I think you should be folding actually. King Queen offsuit is not a hand you want to call with. You don't have it suited, you are dominated against all the strong hands that will be 4-betting against you. It's just good timing by Jakub. But he does not want to let it go. He can smell something is up. He can feel that his fellow countryman is getting out of line. But that's the thing. A lot of the players have been playing by instinct today. He lets it go. Wow. Absolute bullying. Poland against Poland. Jakub takes it down with ace-free offsuit against Kasper's free bet. What is going on here? Back-to-back hands. I must say, it's been such a long time since I have seen two players from the same community go this hard against each other, get out of line, out of their way to try to outplay each other when you still have 3 players from different countries at the same table. Wow. And guys, please, yes, make sure that you follow the rules. Bird is a very experienced mod, remember. We want you to have a good time for players that speak English to understand each other. There's no reason to spam. Of course, we like to have fun here at King's Resort. But as I said, just like with drinking, just like with playing poker, do it in a responsible way, okay? We do have rules for a reason. And Bunjo, look at this. Crazy daisy. Lidor is all in. And it is a call. All in a call. Sevens against threes. Bunjo will be all the way down to a very small stack. So far so good, 47s.
Pairing the board would be fun.
Pairing the board would be fun, the players say. Oh my god, it is paired! It is a paired board. Oh my goodness, we are heading to a chop. I have that feeling. One of the players actually called it. Pair the board, he said. It will be fun, he said. Ah, here we go.
3.8.
Lidor does double up, all the way up to 27 big blinds right now. And Bunjo, oi, 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 oi. Down to 2.3 million, 7.8 bigs. Yeah, Lidor, we have in the chat. Same village is saying in England when you slow play against the opponent, no side of that here. Oh, I see, I see. Yeah, no, guys. Listen, I am so shocked with this Polish on Polish action. Like vast majority of the time, when you are from the same country, you are from the same community, at least you like play normal against each other. But these guys really, really are getting out of line. They're making a point of getting out of line against a fellow countryman from Poland. Both of them. And Bunjo now is all in. This man, I have absolutely loved his performance. He was having fun playing poker. That's the most important thing, guys, in the long run. Money comes and goes, but experiences, they stay with you forever. I know you guys didn't like his crazy bluff, but let me tell you, it was an absolute joy watching Bunjo play. He's not out yet. Why does the country matter? Just wondering. Exactly, you're absolutely right. But Trizari, I can tell you, for example, my friend is a high-level manager in the biggest Czech publishing house. The biggest Czech publishing house. She's really high-level there, so she's been overseeing content for a lot of newspapers, a lot of big newspapers. And I can tell you, every time there is any sporting event or anything happens anywhere in the world, #1 hits on articles in Czech Republic, in this small country, is that there were Czech people present, okay? For example, there could be an earthquake, and the #1 red story will be, oh, there were Czech players 500 kilometers in the same country near that earthquake, okay?
I'm not scared to play. I do 7.
So that's why it matters. And in the end, yeah, I get you, Trizari. It doesn't really matter where you were born. We are all human. We are all people. It's completely irrelevant what your ancestry is and where you were born. But it's just something that humans like to look at. People like to look at, hey, I'm from the same country. It somehow matters. It is completely arbitrary, right? We are all people. It shouldn't really matter where you are from. But like it or not, this is what people respond to. If two people are from the same country, they share a bond, and people like to make a big deal out of it. That's why we play into that when we are commenting on a big stream like this. And Bunjo, take a look at this 7-5 offsuit. He's shaking his head. He knows he has to let go. But even down in the dumps, all the way down to 6 bigs, he is having a good time, and you got to love it. Same for Libor. Smiles all around. Jakub, nice hand, very aggressive. Yes, very, very aggressive. Both of those Polish players, they have shown us that they can pick aggression. They can get out of line. And Torres is saying, it's tribal, we look for common threads. Yes, the human mind loves to look for patterns. It's absolutely right. And many times they are arbitrary. Even if you give people random numbers, they will try to look for patterns in them. That's basically the premise behind gambling. It is what it is. You don't have to like it, but hey, it's just us people. And if there's two people from the same small country and they are somewhere in the world, we make a big deal out of it. That's just how we are. Banton Andre says, we have all the same blood, we all eat food, drink water, and, well, I can't say the last word, but yeah, that's absolutely right. And Bunjo finally is all in. Oi, oi, oi. Unfortunately for him, Jakub wakes up with King 10 offsuit.
You see a king, you push.
This man had an absolute blast. Bunjo from Croatia, I am his big fan. I would love to grab a beer with this guy, I would love to hang out.
Okay, no pressure for you.
Maybe this is the time his journey ends here in the main.
You called for it. You called for it.
We're talking to the dealer right now. Hey dealer, give us those hands. I want some drama at least. So Bunjo, 29%, wants that 5. Wants those backdoor hearts, for example. Can he get there? It was a hell of a show watching this man. And look at this, we have some chance at a split yet again.
I have an eye on you.
It's a 7.
You hate money, yeah? You hate money? You have to match? You hate money.
No, it's an 8. Bunjo, great showing tonight. He showed us that poker can be entertaining. Well done. He really had a banter with all of the players. Chiatka 888. Kasper is also best known fan of. That sounds suspicious. And by the way, guys, there we go. Final 4, 23,500 euro. Locked up already, locked in. Number 1, Georgios with 22 million. Jakub with 15 now. Lidor with 16% of the chips and 8 million. Same for Kasper Pisarski. The writer, Pisarz means writer in Polish. 21 big blinds. So we have 1 big chip leader, a middling stack, and then 2 20-ish big blind stacks. So it's anybody's game. Anybody can take this down. Besides our big chip leader, there is no clear favorite. And obviously the thing is, once we get to free-handed, especially, ICM becomes less and less of a factor. The more players you lose, the less ICM matters, the more aggression starts to pay off. And look at this, Lidor is not waiting. He's going all in right away. Jakub with the ace-10 off. He has him completely dominated. Can he pull off a miracle? Well, Jakub, are you actually going to fold? It's a lot of big blinds. Look at this. It's 21 big blinds. This is a bluff by all intents and purposes.
Very good ace. 1, 2, 3, 4 handed. Wow, sick.
Jakub saying, I have a very good ace. Very good ace. We are 1, 2, 3, 4-handed. Sick. Is a big jam though. 8.4 million. Can he find that call? Maybe he should just be folding. It is an ace-10 offsuit. What is going on today? So many unorthodox plays here. Lidor, look at that. He's so calm, he's staring. Jakub in his shades. I wanted to say eyes, but Jakub is the one who has the dark sunglasses. Lidor doesn't care, just staring right into his soul. And Jakub told him his hand. He says he has a very good ace. Lidor knows that Jakub has him crushed. It should be a fold, but you never know. You never. Oh, look at this. You know what? This is genius. This is actually, these guys, I'm pretty sure they are doing it on purpose. When you are this relaxed, when you drink a drink in the middle of a hand. It's pretty rarely actually a bluff in my experience. But he just does it so relaxed. He drinks right now.
So sick, what the fuck? But you hate money actually, so I don't know.
He told him in his face, 6 spot, but you hate money. He's telling Lidor that he hates money. That would be an incredible call. Yeah, it should be a fold.
So sick actually, so sick.
Ah, it's a fold. He actually lets it go. Lidor, is he going to show? No.
Very good hand. You will see in the... Now we'll see on the stream, yeah.
Najczęściej jak jest taki duży push, to pary jakieś niskie, nie? Mimo.
Albo kruda. Na kruda do przodu będę, ale...
Thank you, Bert, for the information. This is why you are nice in the chat, guys. When Bert tells you something in our Twitch chat, you listen to him, okay? He is an expert, he is a veteran, he knows what he's talking about. And if you are nice, he gives you nice information, like that the last player went out with King 5 off against King 10 off, all in. It was blind against blind, so it was absolutely fine. What is the 4 times T? Right, guys? So you look at the payouts, and actually the players have their payouts, right? So you have 71,600, but top 10 players have the Kings Million European Poker Championship package. So we have 4 tickets in that, and they will be coming here on the 30th of September to play the Kings Million European Poker Championship. 3K worth of tickets, 4 in total. And Georgios, is he raising? Yes, he is. Wow. Kasper is shaking his head. I'm not sure if the guys are checking the stream. I'm not sure if they are checking how Georgios plays. But he does not have the image of someone who would be making these free bets. And this is very interesting. A free bet like this, if you don't think Kasper is going to 4-bet light, it's actually really good. Because when he only calls you, it's likely going to be with hands like Queen Jack suited, King Jack, that you actually dominate. And there we go. You know what? The Ace-5 is the solver hand. Solvers, the computers, they absolutely love Ace-5 suited. I think this actually might be an all-in in this situation. But the thing is, they don't know. They have no idea how this chip leader plays. Look at him. Looks like he's in his 50s, maybe older, you know, very, very calm, doesn't talk much. You just don't expect him to go for these free bets with these very thin hands that a lot of the players would just call before the flop. And these Polish players, they keep fighting against each other. All these young guys, they have been battling, but I don't think they are catching on that actually the chip leader, the oldest guy at the table, he knows how to put in light free bets. He knows when to be aggressive. He's slow playing in very unorthodox times, and he's catching them off guard. So obviously, if you look at his strategy and how he plays from purely the technical standpoint, as the nerds would say, it might not be the best, but really, I think he's really good at not making it easy for his opponents. And look at this, he's open raising with 9 deuce offsuit right now in the small blind. But Jakub, unfortunately for Georgios, this time actually has a strong hand. Remember, it's very hard to make pairs, especially blind against blind in Hold'em. Bert is saying he won 20k euro in a 300 euro tourney. He won't be set for too long. Yeah, obviously. And look at this, Georgios. One thing that is very unorthodox that Georgios is doing are these big bet sizes. Big bet sizes. He slow plays a lot, but when he does bet, he bets big, and this time it's on an absolute stone bluff. But you know what? I was telling you that these players, they have no idea what Georgios is doing. They are very confused by how he actually plays. They made massive blunders. We've seen from one of our Armenian hero who played super well. He was completely caught off guard by Georgios' check on the flop and the way he played the hand. But now, sometimes, what? Oh my God! What is going on? Is this man a wizard? Is this man a wizard? They have no idea what Georgios is doing. Georgios Lekakos is absolutely abusing the image he has right now of this quiet older gentleman that doesn't bluff. Wow. None of these young guys, they have been playing against each other so much. They are taking the stereotype to the absolute extreme. Again, guys, we are all people. Just because other older gentlemen are super tight doesn't mean he cannot be aggressive. Wow. These guys are so clueless as to what he's doing. They let go of King Jack. Blind against blind. This is absolutely insane. Gutter the one. This has to be the worst poker you've seen. The guy, they are completely bamboozled by Georgios. Completely. Look at this. Now he's raising to 3 big blinds. 3 big blind raise. What is going on? They completely forget about this player. They can't even comprehend that someone who is so calm, his frequencies are pretty tight all day long, can pull something as crazy as potting absolute 9 high, blind against blind. This is how completely wrong their read is on this player. Wow. Folding top pair blind against blind. Trezari says, love watching these guys play European so aggressive. Set mining. Yes, guys, I am telling you, I had my blood pressure measured over 24 hours. My doctor told me this might kill me. I had to take blood pressure medication because I had my blood pressure measured during commenting on King's Resort. And Trezari, you are absolutely right. If you watch a $100,000 buy-in tournament, everybody plays the same. You know exactly what will everybody do. Here, I have no idea what's going on. I have no idea what's going to happen. These guys are going to war. They are trying to guess what the other player is doing. They are not playing quote-unquote GTO. They're trying to outplay each other. And this is absolutely bizarre. I can tell you, I can explain very well why he folded that King Jack. They have no idea who they are dealing with. When you play live poker with a €300 buy-in and you see a quiet older gentleman who has been mostly tight the whole evening, right? Who doesn't talk too much, who is nice and he smiles, your brain just cannot comprehend. He would open raise big 9 use offsuit and he would overbet the flop with absolutely nothing. These guys are so oblivious to what he's doing. They are focusing on each other. The Polish players, they have been battling each other left, right, and center. They have no clue. They put him in a box. They make a stereotype about this older player, and they are completely wrong. Gutter the one. This is not normal. This is unhinged. They are going to war. They're going to play street poker. They are trying to outthink and outlevel each other, right? And obviously, when you fold King Jack there, you must have such a strong belief that your opponent is not capable of ever bluffing like this, that you fold the almost absolute top of your range, right? So he is so convinced that Georgios is this older guy who never bluffs big, that he simply folds almost everything to him. And I think when these guys watch this stream back, they will look at these fancy plays against each other. They put in light 4 bets, they go nuts against each other. They will be absolutely gobsmacked at what Georgios has been doing to them all night. Now here we go. Now, of course, Georgios still, he's not a technical player. You can tell that this man, he doesn't study solvers or anything, doesn't study GTO. So obviously, there can be a big blunder coming from Georgios as well. But the thing is, right now, he is showing you a masterclass in abusing how your opponents see you. absolute masterclass in image manipulation. You know what? If I saw this back, if I see this back and I see that he did this with 10-7, I would pull my hair out. I would be like, I am actually dumb. And Lidor now has the king. Georgios. I don't see anything crazy happening here, though. It is a top pair against the middle pair. Look at this. If he turns this into a bluff, I'm gonna lose. I swear to God, if Georgios actually turns the hand into a bluff, yes, he does! Oh my God! Oh my God! Lidor is just whining. What a run out. Somebody has to see through Georgios eventually, right? They have to realize this quiet, old, smiling man is not as passive as he seems. They must realize it, surely. Somebody has to make a stand. Lidor, can you do it now? Look at him. Georgios is just sipping water calmly. He's smiling. This is insane. Who is this man? Who is this Georgios? What the hell? Is this like some super pro sitting here in an older gentleman's skin, just controlling him? look at that. He's smirking. He's as relaxed as a cucumber. It is a fold! Wow! Georgios, you madman! And he calmly, he looks him in the eye, and he says, straight. I'm telling you guys, they have no idea. They've never met someone looking like this, getting this out of line. Wow. He's complaining to his friends. How is this possible? How does this guy hit a straight? What a run out for me again. How am I this unlucky? Boy, boy, boy. I'm telling you, when they watch this stream back, they will be pulling their hair out about putting people in a stereotype, about assuming that someone, just because he's nice and calm, that he's passive. Got through the one. Is this Barney Boatman or what? I have no idea, but I'm a big fan. No matter what happens, I'm a huge fan. Jakub, he's had enough. He's had enough at Georgios' bullshit. Pardon my French. He just puts it in. No small free bets here. And Georgios. I think we're all waiting for him. Can Georgios make a big mistake? I don't think so. Oh my goodness. Younger cousin of Barney Boatman. I guess less money at risk helps too, but this is crazy. Yeah, I mean, oh my God. He hit King Jack. I don't understand that. Yeah, I mean. I understand why he folded King Jack. It's the top of. They just cannot believe in their head. They cannot give credit to someone looking like that, being so calm and playing relatively tight to pull those bluffs off, to fold King Jack. He was sure that that's aces, that's an overpair or a set. He was absolutely sure. So he folds everything, including King Jack. I've never seen such image manipulation from someone like that. This is insane. I think any of these guys, when they watch this stream back, if you guys are watching this stream back, I say to you, ouch. So Gasper with the jacks. 5.3 million. Lidor, he's really getting out of line. He goes for that call, which allows Georgios also to come along. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Georgios with the top trips after calling in the big blind, of course, who else? And Kasper has the jacks here. And that's the thing. Georgios has been getting super out of line. At some point, these players have to make a stand. And I have a very bad feeling for Kasper. He might take a stand right now. He'll be thinking, hey, he can't have it every time. Well, we know, we've seen his hands. We know that Georgios has been bluffing with absolutely nothing multiple times now. He's just been running them over. So now, if he puts the chips in the middle, it's going to be almost impossible for Kasper to let it go. Look at this acting class. He looks like a confused man. Looks like he's checking. Oh my God. Oh my God. He just calls here. He let the time bank go all the way to 4 seconds. This might actually save Kasper. There we go, instant check back. Unfortunately for him, he does have almost exactly put size bet. Georgios, let's see what the big chip leader will do here. How much will he bet? I guess a small size makes sense. Try to get those ace highs to call. Going all in makes sense as well. Yeah, we size it down 1.6 million, and for Kasper, I mean, this is so tough to get away from. So tough to get away from. You either have a flush draw or you have it, he's saying. Jacks is so tough to fold. It's so tough to fold here. Yeah, okay, again, they don't even give him credit for bluffing. They don't even give him credit for bluffing at all. But he's been betting a lot of the time now. He's been getting out of line. At some point you have to take a stand, right? You can't just let him take every single pot. $1.6 million, that's a sizable chunk of his stack actually. It might seem like only 4 big blinds, but it's a lot of chips from his stack. Let's go, Georgios. He has everything under control. Yes, he does. Ah, he is disgusted. They still can't comprehend that Georgios would be bluffing. Yeah, it's the call. Oh my God, this man can't do anything wrong. He bets exactly the amount that gets paid off. I think with his image, they still don't believe that he bluffs big. Kasper would probably just fold to a big bet, but wow. He just bets the perfect amount for the way that the players see him. Just enough for Kasper not to be able to get away. And I think this is a disaster for the other players. They still will not know how he plays. And by the way, we have a question here on YouTube, someone saying, you've seen him slow play, he wouldn't bet that big with a strong hand. I think that there is a big issue for these players. I think all these young players are against each other. They've been playing really loosely, right? They've been 4-betting each other really light. And you see Georgios, he takes his spots. He doesn't really, he's very quiet. He doesn't bluff every single time. He only picks his spot very carefully. But then he just goes for it really big. I think they underestimated him so much that they didn't even bother finding out what he had. They asked about the other young aggressive guys. They tried to find out, hey, what did they have in those spots? But I have a feeling that these guys didn't even bother checking what Georgios has. They write him off as this quiet old man who plays very straightforward. They don't even bother to have some friends tell them what he had on stream. And it's absolutely backfired. That's the beauty of poker. Don't underestimate your opponents. Especially now in 2025. Back in the day, like 10 years ago, if you had a guy come on in a hoodies and sunglasses, most of the time he would be like a sick online pro. Now a lot of the time it's some esports guys or some gamblers that just come have a good time. They are on their bachelor party and actually are really bad. And you can see that Georgios is putting an absolute masterclass. 32 million chips. Oh my goodness. And every time he showed them a hand, every time he shows them a hand, he has it. They just can't believe that he's actually bluffing as much as he is. Yeah, so I just think they simply underestimated this man, guys. But it's not over. It's not over till it's over. He does have a lot of the chips. But remember, guys, especially once it gets free-handed and once you get heads up, it's very tough to just fool your opponents non-stop, right? They will see showdowns a lot more frequently. Look at this. 3.4 big blinds. They just can't believe what he's doing. The whole table is laughing. I guess they assume he has aces. Yeah, there we go. There's the all-in from Kasper. He's had enough. Maybe finally they will figure out that this man doesn't always have it. He can't have it every single time. Well, I believe Lidor is just posturing. And finally they will see a little bit what Georgios is up to. They can't believe it. They can't believe it. They're just laughing at what he's doing. They can't believe how loose he just open raised the 3x. Oh my god. Who is this man? Now let's see. Obviously Kasper, massive favorite. Can Georgios strike back? So far so good. Only some backdoors. Can knock out Kasper. There we go. Kasper actually does double up. A small dent in Georgios' armor. And I think this hand, it's not important just because Kasper doubled up, but they finally might be on to Georgios. That he is not this tight old man. He is actually a shark in disguise who does get out of line. Brother the dealer is laughing. Yeah, Gutter the one. I know. It was, maybe it was a little bit out of line, but come on. These guys have been completely baffled as to what he's doing. And now they know. Now we might actually get serious. Now they will start taking him seriously. They will not just be folding everything. I think this hand was very, very important. Obviously, Georgios, if it would come to hard technical knowledge, if you would try to test him, for example, on what the solvers are doing, he might not do so well. But so far, up until this point, they have been completely wrong about him. Maybe now they will finally start adjusting to him. Finally figure out what he's up to. Lidor jam with the king-queen suited. Kasper does have an easy fold here. We have the Israeli rail here. Malipshi adds post-chat. No, the delay is 30 minutes. It actually is. If you don't believe us, if you've been at King's Resort, I've been checking it all day. You can actually go download the King's Resort app. As long as you have an account already, you have to have shown our ID. you will see the live clock there. You will see the live clock of this tournament. And every single time there's been a bust out, I was checking it. 30 minutes later, it actually happens on screen. So yeah, there is 30 minutes delay. If you don't believe us, go ahead, download the app. If you haven't been to King's Resort, come to King's Resort, make an account. Because in the app, you can see the live clock that the players have seen 30 minutes ago. So you will be basically able to see 30 minutes into the future. And look at this. Lidor goes ahead, goes all in. Kasper lets it go. Very nice shot here. Putting under pressure, and Lidor looks like that he might be the one shipping up here. Lidor is having a good time. See, this is the thing. It's so confusing to them. Georgios folds 8-6 off. He really plays, sometimes plays pretty randomly. Oh, look at this. Jakub goes big, gets that fold. Basically committing Kasper, and Kasper, when you shoot it, you could consider actually calling if you think that Jakub is mostly open raising. He has been mixing it up though. If you don't believe, one more time in our stream delay, check out the app, King's Resort, on Google Play, Apple App Store, I believe it's called. Get it. You have to have been to King's Resort at least once to have shown your ID. Once you have it, you can check. And in the live section, in tournaments, you can actually see the clock that these players have seen 30 minutes ago from our perspective on stream. No spoilers though, guys. You will be able to see what happened in 30 minutes. If somebody busted, you will know. So if you are using the app, if you are checking it, do not tell us here. We want to be surprised as to what happened half an hour ago. That's why we had the delay.
You don't hate money. So sit quiet and wait and wait.
We like money.
Of course. So I thought he's like fake Jewish, right?
But the situation is now, we have two rails, guys. We have the Israeli rail and the Polish rail. And both of them have been interacting with the table. Kasper, he has to go for this. This is simply go time. Queen 8 of diamonds. Oi, 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 oi. There's really not that much to wait for here. I understand that you want to ladder up, but with a hand like that one, you probably should be going for it. Lidor with fours. Georgios lets it go against that big race. Ooh, we have some trash talk from him. And I must say, chat, tell me if you agree. This final table, yes, I agree with you. We have not seen exactly the boring standard GTO plays from the players, right? But we have seen banter. There is rail shouting at the players back and forth. They are being really friendly between each other. I must say this has been one of my favorite final tables this year. Not necessarily because of the skill shown, but just the attitude of everybody. Oh, look at this, Kasper against Jakub. It is an all-in. Kasper does have the force dominated. And he survived yet again. These Polish players, they have been super aggressive against each other. I guess it only makes sense that they would bust each other up. So far, so good. Jakub needs that 4 to bust out Kasper. King on the turn, only 5%. 4 and a 4 only for Kasper to go home. It is a safe jack and a double up. So the two Polish hopes remaining, 50% of the players are from Poland. now have about equal stacks.
Zmieniałem? 3-7.
לא נגמור פה היום, אחי. לא נגמור פה היום. כל פעם חוזר אליי, אחי.
GN saying yaka yaka. And after all is said and done, look at this, look at this. Georgios Lekakos, 52% of chips in play. And the other three players have almost the equal chip stacks. 8 to 9 million, all of them have almost the same amount of chips. And Georgios has more than all three combined. 71,000 up top, 23K, already locked up. I mean, this is a massive payday, no matter what happens. Massive, massive payday. And you got 3K worth of tickets also for our most amazing new event, relatively new, the Kings Million European Championship. All of these guys obviously will be very happy. And look at this, Georgios yet again, four-handed. This is an absolutely premium hand. And he goes for the 3.1 big blinds raise. They have seen that he's doing this with 7-6 suited before. They know that he's getting out of line, but I don't think they will change their strategy too much. Now, the thing is, there is so much money between these three, and they have almost the same chip stacks, that now they can almost ignore Georgios. Right now, with 4 remaining, 23K is 4th place, 44,100 from a 300 buy-in is for 2nd place. The correct strategy, actually, if you look at ICM, is for these 3 players to almost say, hey, Georgios, I don't care what you do. I'm here to outplay the other 2. I want to ladder up. I don't care if you get the chips. I just don't want you to get the chips from me and give them to another player. Lidor, oh my god, blind against blind spot. Is this actually close? I must say, guys, I am not sure. I'm not sure in theory. I think that you should be kind of wary of having the other guy there. Again, there's 3 almost equal stacks. You have to think about the ladder up. Yeah, there we go. He goes for that fold. And it really is between these 3 players now. The goal now, if you actually think about just purely your expected value, you are not trying to win. You are trying to ladder up. You want to get that extra prize and then get to that heads up and then hope for a double up, hope for a miracle against the big chip leader. That's usually how the game should go right now in this situation. Oh my god, that is an absolute premium, certified premium hand, four-handed with the queens. We're going for a 2.5 big blind raise. They are actually learning from Georgios and bumping it up a little bit. Lidor lets it go. Georgios with 6 juice. Oh my goodness! Look at this. Now, we were wondering when will this turn against him, you know? These loose plays, they have to see what he's doing at one point. Jakub goes for that big bet on the flop. Georgios is nothing. Still nothing. And he lets it go. He still is picking his spots relatively well. Casper. It might say under the gun, but he really is in the cutoff because we have only 4 players remaining and ace-9 off is a reasonable open. Now let's see what Georgios does. Just a call this time. We have seen him 3-bet with those offsuit aces. Now we just peel. He has mercy. So far so good for Kasper. Now any 6 and any 10 would give him an open ender. He does have the ace high. He throws a stare Georgios' way and bets small here. Oh, it's 1 million. It's not that small. Ooh, Georgios with that peel. Oh my god. The 8 is a card that does not hit Kasper, but Georgios definitely can have a lot of them. Is he actually going to lead at this hand? He got startled by the water right next to him. Now, oh my god, he actually is doing it, guys. He realizes that he should have a lot more 8x. And he bets at it, wow! 3 million is the bet, and yet again makes the better hand fold. Georgios with the relentless aggression and big bet sizings keeps putting pressure on his opponent, and I don't think they give him credit for what he's doing. Is Jakub checking hands that happened 30 minutes earlier? I think I haven't seen the players go to the rail. They just yell at the rail. They have not been going, but usually what they do is during the breaks, during the breaks they would be checking it. But on the rail you should not have the stream open. You shouldn't have it open. So what you can do, what is actually legal, is on the break you have somebody who is not in the rail actually, that is watching the stream and tells you what was happening. But I'm telling you guys, I just think that they underestimate Georgios so much that they never bothered. Now he has Lidor dominated. Not anymore, look at this. Well, we have the double gutter and we have those overs. Lidor actually goes ahead and tries to pot control with his top pair, but look at this. Georgios doesn't care. He actually has enough equity to put this all in. There we go, check raise. He's had enough. Lidor has had enough of Georgios' aggression. He takes that sip. Georgios actually can call here. But does he know that he's not against aces, kings, or a set? Just a mere queen 9. Now it's all about the odds. And finally somebody stood up to Georgios. To his big bet sizing, somebody has had enough. And it is Lidor, who is taking S10. And now it's Georgios. He is on the back foot. Is he going to fold all that equity? Georgios says we run it twice. You might be laughing, but this is a serious spot. This might actually decide how this whole tournament will go. Ah, he lets it go. You saw that against his hand, he just had enough to call there, but that's the thing. When someone check raises, he can have those aces, he can have those sets, he can have you dominated, so just let it go. But yeah, finally somebody is taking S10. And we might not have an easy way towards the title and the 71k plus for Georgios after all. And it really is the first time that somebody did it. Somebody saw, hey, he's betting really big. He can't have it every single time. I'm gonna close my eyes and just go ahead and check shove my middling top pair. Kasper goes ahead and names blind against blind. Look at this. Kasper might be ahead, but Lidor has a really strong draw, and we know that he's got an appetite for playing aggressively in the recent hands. Kasper with that stare down. Lidor just with the check. And oh my goodness! He gets there on the river with that flush. But Kasper has a straight. How much do we go for here? 4.6 million remaining. $1.3 million, and this is a call every single time. You might even consider raising sometimes. Oh my God, is he thinking about it? Looks like it will just be that call. No! All in! Oh my God! Kasper went for that fin value bet yet again, time and time again. They have backfired in this tournament and he is eliminated. Just like that, he went all in against Lidor and we have 3 players remaining. And this man, Lidor, who stood up to the chip leader, suddenly is with 18 million and 45 big blinds. Oi, 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 Kasper. He thanks his opponent. That was, well, it's blind against blind. It's very tough to make hands blind against blind, guys. And we have 3 players remaining. Oh my God, that really escalated quickly. I didn't expect it to go as crazy as it did right now. Wow. It is very, very tough to make hands when you are blind against blind. Don't get me wrong. These players have been really aggressive against each other. I guess we can't blame him too much for trying to get max value there. It was just a bad beat. I'm kind of an it that might just consider calling, but hey.
Let's play.
Georgios has mercy. This time he only calls. And I have a feeling, guys, Lidor is joking around with Georgios Lekakos, but he is the player who is starting to understand how Georgios plays. Now the 5. Obviously Georgios is going for it. It feels like Lidor is just giving up. I think the way you're talking, you're smiling. You looked at the chip stack, it looked like he would go all in. But I think after you smile like this, hey, hang on, is Lidor actually thinking about playing back? He has seen him go crazy. Now, he knows that Lidor, by now he knows that Georgios is getting out of line. He does not always have it. Not much he can do here, and Georgios, oi, oi, oi. He does take it down, but I have a feeling. I have a feeling that he's starting to catch on. The problem is, Georgios is checking and then he's betting really big, right, as a bluff. The problem is he also does this with really strong hands. He also checks and then he bombs it with, for example, a top set. So it's not that easy to read, but with every single hand, especially if you're a competent player, if you are playing against someone who doesn't play quote-unquote GTO, it will get easier and easier to figure him out.
Multi-way. Multi-culti. Multi-way, yeah.
Multi-culti pot, we're having fun. I'm absolutely in love with these players. There's no deal talk, by the way. Absolutely no deals, but they have a great time at the table, just laughing around. And Lidor now does have the best hand. The thing is, against these two opponents, probably don't want to test your luck. It is Georgios reaching for chips again. Look at this. The big bet size. Oh my god. He goes for 3.1 million overbet. Lidor knows. He knows that by now, Lidor must know that Georgios is getting out of line. You simply cannot have it every single time.
It's not possible.
He's letting it go again. Oh my goodness. Just time and time again. He knows though, Lidor, he's smiling. He knows something is up. He now realizes that Georgios, he's just super out of line in these situations. He will try to get into a spot where he simply traps him. Believe you me. Especially if we get heads up, guys. This will be such an interesting heads up matchup if these two get there. That's really what I'm looking forward to. If Georgios does go heads up, I just don't see this strategy working, right? Because the opponent, he will see the showdowns. They will no longer be fooled by the way you're playing. And look at this, he's loading up the gun again. He's going for that big raise. This time only 1.2 million, only 3 big blinds, which is a little bit on the smaller side for Georgios. Jakub with the king free off. We have seen him getting out of line before, but the hand is just too weak. Oh my goodness, he is free betting. Looks like both of these players now are realizing that Georgios has been playing with them all along. He's been out of line all night long, especially in the last couple hours. Now they finally are realizing that this older-looking gentleman who's very quiet, who's drinking his water and who is smiling, is actually an aggressive shark in disguise, who's actually more out of line than quote-unquote optimal. And we will see. Now the real fight starts, guys. Now the real fight starts. I feel like they will finally take the fight to him and start to fight back. It took them only about 3 or 4 hours to figure out what Georgios is doing. But now finally they do have his number. Look at this, and Lidor, that's the strategy you want to take against someone who's relentlessly aggressive with big sizings. Yes, there we go. Limp re-raise. He doesn't even know how much he did this with, but it's 7.9 million. And if you are wondering what the hell you just tuned into, let me tell you guys, this final table has been absolutely bonkers. And Georgios doesn't want to lose his image. He wants to pretend like he's taking his time. But unless he wants to really gamble, I don't see him going ahead with this one. I'm sure he will fold anytime now. Anytime, Georgios. Anytime he will fold. What is going on here? Yes, okay, he lets it go. And Lidor continues with that check raising strategy against Georgios. And we have to see if we will see some adjustments. What a final table, though. What a final table. It does feel like it's just these two players, but remember, guys, we have another player in the mix.
How much?
Jakub is right here. There we go. All in.
Next time. It worked for 1 hour.
Even Jakub now is realizing what he's been up to all this time. And we have a break, and I'm sure they will try to check out what hands were there. But Georgios still the big chip leader. But Lidor and Jakub with 16 and 11 million, they are onto him. We have a lot of play ahead of us.
Yes?
After the hand.
Can we see numbers? Yeah, okay.
As they discuss a deal.
He's sort of ready for it.
Do you think he's ever boxed a bear? Strikes me as the type. Might go toe to toe.
If we presented the opportunity for, you know, a grizzly slugfest, I think he's ready to upset some people over at PETA. Do you remember that video of the Aussie whose dog was locked up with the kangaroo? And he just jumps off the Jeep and punches it in the snout? What a legend that guy was.
A beautiful 1-2 combo.
I love animals, but that Roo really deserved a bop on the schnoz.
Right, yeah. And he's not going to be any worse for wear. You know?
No.
The dog got home safe.
He really didn't know what to do with it, by the way. Unlike Poodle, who with 2 sevens, well aware of what is required. 16K sails in. Spasado says 2 overs. Let's go.
I'm rooting for Poodle. Not even for good reasons. Because just busting here alleviates the pain. No, Ali.
Oh, you're brutal.
I'm rooting for the 9 big blind stack.
Wow.
Let's keep him in the mix. See what he can do. There you go. Let's go.
Oh, hang on. Threats, even though Poodle has flopped himself a cozy set to remove 1 pair issues, now he must fade a 9.
Clean.
Okay, clean.
Yeah.
Board pairs. Rivers irrelevant. Oh my goodness.
Well, it's sort of relevant.
That deuce was necessary as the gunner did come in.
And you know what? I stand corrected. Poodle now has 12 big blinds, so we're going to get to see a real display of short stack ninja.
But full house. Straight wins.
Full house.
You have to take 3 more
Thank you,
minutes
Mika.
for every chip you put out.
She's staying busy out there on the sidelines throughout the course of the day.
No, please don't. No.
Kamoshi staying busy with King Jack suited. Under the gun open.
He wait till the maximum time.
Without process. It's a good thing.
Action on Ahai. Here we go. He's finally realized it. Now he pulls the King 10. And another King Jack. In the big blind. Will defend for Lee. Couple of open-enders. On this queen high board. Plenty of reason for Kamoshi to follow through, although he is looking over at that 73,000 and taking that into consideration as he charts his course. 7,000, 1/3 pot. Never finding the muck is Lee. Peel brings a board pairing queen on the turn.
This is a difficult spot for... Yeah, this is a difficult spot for Kamoshi because you don't really want to bet and get jammed on. Lee will have some traps. He'll play Jack-9 this way some of the time. He'll play Queen-X this way. Some of the time he doesn't have to just be check-raising all of his good hands on the flop. It's also kind of difficult to know what you apply pressure to. I guess an 8, particularly, would struggle versus like half pot-ish. He's just gonna. And if you're Lee, like, you can't really call this bet.
Well, obviously the arrival of the diamond flush draw helped.
Nice fold, nice fold, nice fold. Well played.
Kamoshi to barrel again. As he
I don't know, man. We're just seeing it more and more. There's a way to fast track this career path if you're lucky enough to be mentored by the right people, if you have a certain aptitude towards learning proper strategy within the framework that works.
What you have? Yeah. Okay, raise.
Kamoshi raises to 8,000, and by the way, there is nothing more validating than the sight in the YouTube chat of one Claudio De Marzo, who says it is indeed pronounced Kamoshi. And with that YouTube handle, that account name,
yeah,
I'm inclined to believe him.
I think so. I think you're right.
Now let's see how Neugebauer feels about ace-9 of clubs out of the small.
Let's see the flop.
A flat and then I believe a lobbying effort from the opener.
If you do too much cabrera, I'll become fatty.
Become what?
Fatty.
What it means?
Fakhreddin Mustafa.
Ah.
You know how he was
Yeah.
shaking on. I'll be the anti-cabrera.
Oh, we have a hand there.
Ooh.
How much is that?
My goodness, of all the things that we expected to glance up at after the raise and call, a jam from Queen-8 offsuit in the big is not among them. And that tilted head, not unlike a puppy being whistled at, that which I'm soaking up in the booth here from Berkey.
It's ambitious.
Too much.
It's
The real cabrera.
It's gonna work.
Jack-9 suited, man.
It's definitely gonna work.
He knows what's coming.
How about it? What did I say about the Persian dudes, Berkey?
Yeah, no, you're right. Stealing the pot was all he had on his mind.
It's my man.
Without remembering, I'm probably gonna smash 3 names together.
That was really great.
That's a thing that I do, by the way. Like with words too.
Really?
I've been doing it my whole life. I don't know what causes it. There's actually a name for it, which I don't recall off the top of my head.
Maybe if we got one of those scans, the little corpus callosum, you know, the thing that connects the two lobes. Maybe you got some extra threads between.
Or maybe none at all.
Wow, that gets cool. By
Real
the way.
disconnect.
Yeah.
Imagine I've just been living this duality for all this time unaware.
Listen, I don't want to medicate the mutants, you know. I want them as they are.
Yeah.
Let's not fix it. This is what makes things interesting.
Right.
As we can see the impact of a monotonous sort of GTO-heavy approach, it would seem, scattered about this particular field.
Yeah,
King, 4 trip kings for Velocevic. They're not here to entertain us. They're here to win a tournament.
This is what happens when you dole out Adderall like Pez and hand them a GTO wizard sim.
Berkey, careful. Pocket sixes, by the way, have themselves some merits to continuing here.
Yeah, no club. Probably always just gonna follow through with a call. It's always a really special time when you just find that random 6 from heaven on the turn.
Well, not available here as the pre-flop raisers follow through. Was called, and he's not going to be slowing down. There's a barrel, and with 38,000 in the middle, he comes with 13.
This is one of the biggest differentiators, I think, between cash and tournament strategy. when we follow through on turns in cash games where the SPR is a bit deeper, we start to play like the king not king game. You know, and you start to go for like really big greedy bets. But in tournaments, you're massaging. You know, it's a constant back and forth of chicken where
the river leaves you with
the nuts. Yeah, basically
a counterfeiting effect. I know that's not where you were going with this
No, but it's actually quite a good event some of the time here for the full house for the King Jack, because sixes can't show down, you know. Now, of course, we know that he's probably just going to bet and win, but...
You mean in terms of what? A bluff?
It happens from time to time, believe it or not.
Not as a raise, does it?
Well...
Berkey, you're just thinking back on your own life right now.
Yeah, you know, you
nutbag.
You got to bluff something, Ali. You know, what better than the 6 high? You know?
Well, here comes a very cozy third and final barrel from Velasovich, and of course, Svetanov. Doesn't matter how deep stacked you are, you're not feeling good about a man who's willing to get after you across 3 streets on that particular board with air. And Max finds his way to the feature table as Ace-King of Clubs finds its way to an open for Arai, and problems for Velasovich should he get frisky from the button with this Ace-Queen of Diamonds.
Yeah, I think at this depth, you do start to see a lot more calling take place. Again, it's one of those things where you have so much hand, but it feels pretty bad to just suddenly start putting in 50 pre. Good things can happen too. You know, you got some deep stacks behind you who may potentially squeeze. I myself probably wouldn't have the patience to flat the ace-queen suited, but you see here he's going to be rewarded one way or the other.
Well, it's curious. Look at all this interference and a setup for Svetanov whereby this King-Queen of Hearts really tempts us to rise up, does it not?
Yeah, but I think it's like, again, one of those things where this is too good of a hand to turn into a bluff. I just struggle to put in a bunch of chips here and then have to fold to a 4-bet.
Svetanov agrees.
Yeah, I think the call here is very good.
Shows restraint, and well served to have done so. Dominated across both of his opponent's holdings. Diamonds favored Velasovich in the window.
So close to everybody having a backdoor.
6-6-4.
Yeah, I think this one's just going to check through at a pretty high frequency, especially with the long tank out of the big blind. You tend to range him more pair dense in that instance, 7s, 8s, maybe unsure of the path forward.
10 on the turn, the product of the round of knuckles. Arai did not waste any time checking his hand. As the pre-flop raiser, perhaps a door opened.
If you're going to start to bluff here as Svetanov, I think you kind of have to commit to double barreling, which it appears as though he's just going to let off the gas. I tend to agree with this. Tricky spot for ace-queen. You still beat some hands here that might take a stab on the turn, but you also still have the big blind behind you to concern yourself with, who may easily still be slow playing trips, checking over a 10 or a 4 that may not just give up to this bet and a call. I imagine he's just going to have to find a fold, yeah. It's a very disciplined laydown.
Really could have been much more violent for Velasovich had he traveled a different path. And for that matter, Svetanov. And it's going to be tough to earn chips in spots like this.
Pocket tens or ace-jack suited for you?
Pocket tens.
Why?
Because a pocket pair is always stronger than ace-jack suited, and ace-jack suited is not my favorite hand.
I like ace-jack suited. Yeah,
And
it's more
why?
exciting. More exciting.
Yeah.
More outs, and I like hearts, you know.
Ace-jack suited.
Why? Why?
Because I have the chance of flush too.
Ace-Jack suited or pocket tens for you?
Ace-Jack suited.
And why?
It's a situation. Maybe hands is better, maybe Ace-Jack is better.
Pocket tens or Ace-Jack suited?
Pocket tens.
And why?
At least you already have something.
Okay. Okay.
But also it very much depends of the stage of the tournament,
Yeah,
depends of the situation you stack.
Yeah.
But at least with pocket tens, you already have something.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back to the final table of the Slovenian Poker Tour KK $500,000 Master. We are free-handed. Get ready though, because all the players are very deep. We have one clear chip leader, and I have news for you. We took a break because we expected them to think about a deal, maybe talk about it. There is no deal. No deal right here. Georgios is with 69 big blinds, 49% of chips in play. Lidor and Jakub with 30 and 20%. We're playing for 71,600. Up top, already 3K worth of packages and tickets locked up. And let me tell you, Lidor and Jakub, they start to seem to have Georgios' number. They are realizing that he's been super aggressive. He has been toying with them all final table long. He pulled some huge bluffs, so let's see if they can bring the fight back to him and take down Georgios eventually. And no matter what happens, this might be a long night, because as you can see, we have 55 bigs, 34 bigs, and 23. I've commented on some 6+ hour long heads-up tables here at King's Resort, so we have our work cut out for us. So let's get into this, guys. Free-handed, no deals were made, and Georgios, oh my goodness, Georgios wakes up with jacks right after the break. And all the other players, they know that he's been extremely aggressive. And this time he raises smaller than usual, 1.2 million, and Jakub all in. He just goes for it straight away with ace-6 offsuit. Oh my goodness, Jakub has had enough of Georgios' aggression. Remember, Georgios has been ultra loose against these players.
Whatever you want.
Time banks are being used. I don't think Georgios is ever folding though. Jakub has had enough. If you are just tuning in, guys, Georgios has been extremely aggressive.
I'm gonna be chip leader.
I don't think we will ever see a fold here. Another time bank used. Georgios, he has pulled so many aggressive bluffs all night long against these players. Jakub is being out of line with the ace-6 offsuit, but he only does it because he is onto Georgios. He knows that Georgios is super loose. He has been open raising so many hands. And Georgios might not realize that Jakub is onto him. He has not been fighting back against Georgios so far. That's why he's taking his time with the premium hand like jacks that many people despise with a passion. But I think sooner or later, Georgios, you will have to make that decision, and I do believe it will be a call. Can he figure it out? Can he decipher that Jakub knows how out of line Georgios has been? That he is taking a stand by being himself out of line with an offsuit ace. Let's see if he can figure it out. If this was half an hour ago, I guarantee you Jakub would not shove like this with the ace-6. He would most likely fold and let Georgios take it down. But because he's seen him time and time again, go ahead and open raise, super loose, bluff big. I think Jakub has decided, hey, I don't care anymore. And Georgios opens, I will try to punish him. And Jakub, he wants that fold, and there's that call. Oh my goodness, it's almost like a slow roll, half slow roll. Jakub does not like what he sees, but he is behind here. He got out of line. He tried to punish Georgios, and Georgios' cards might just punish Jakub back. Will we see a heads-up match, or can we hit that ace? It is an 8. That's 6. For Jakub. He can see the light at the end of the tunnel. All he has to do is try to hit an ace or a 6 on the river. Can he do it, or is he eliminated? Yes, he is out. A really friendly match between them, despite the relentless pre-flop aggression, post-flop aggression. These players have been super friendly, and just like these guys, after one hand, after the break, no deals were made. We are heading into the heads-up with one gigantic chip leader. And I can't blame Jakub too much. Georgios has been super loose. And look at this, 80 big blinds. 8-0, 39,800,000 for Georgios Lekakos. But this advantage, it didn't come in this hand. It didn't happen in the last 5 minutes. This happened over the last 2 or 3 hours, where Georgios has been absolutely dismantling his opponents by them underestimating him constantly. They just couldn't fathom, they couldn't believe how aggressive this man is. Deter Stefan thought it was a break clip. Well, this moved really, really fast, and I would not go anywhere if I were you guys. I would not go anywhere, because we have a massive chip lead. And remember, Lidor, he knows how Georgios is aggressive. He's also had enough. Right before the break, we've seen both Jakub and Lidor go to town. They were fed up. They probably were told by their friends how Georgios has been toying with them all night long. So many bluffs by Georgios. Air bluffs. He's been turning hands into a bluff on the river. He's been slow playing strong hands as well. He's been open raising big with 7-6 suited and other weak hands. They have just had enough against this nice man from Greece, who actually is an absolute shark. He is super out of line in many situations, and it just feels like Jakub, he just had enough. The ace-6 off, yeah, he shouldn't be jamming there. Not for 20 bigs, not in the small blind, but I think that their friends told them how aggressive Georgios was, how many times he's owned these young guns, how he toyed with everybody, and he just fought back. We will be back for the heads up. In the Slovenian Poker Tour.
Just looking over Kim's resume as we see this one brewing with a Lee Open off of Queen 10 of Hearts.
Well, these are the kind of dynamics that can lead to people maybe over-responding, right? Kamoshi's been very active when it comes to the single raise pots. Now he immediately finds himself in a good 3-bet spot. Should somebody wake up behind with the old ace-5 suited, perhaps, maybe they get in a little trouble. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case, though. Now Lee is going to be left to fend for himself with the Queen 10 suited. I imagine he'll continue through a call. Might just fold, given his stacked up.
Or call 22.
So Lee is dominated. Doesn't know it, makes the call here, and these are larger commitments out of his stack. Queen in the window is bad news, especially with a couple of 5s behind it. Berkey, this is a problematic spot for obvious reasons.
Yeah, at an SPR of 2.5, it's going to be very hard for the money not to go in here. Although I do think that it's going to require a little bit of massaging of the pot. You can't go too strong here if you're Kamoshi. You don't want to just let your opponent assume that you have kings or aces and get away cheap. 12,000 is a good start here. Lee's obviously going to follow through with a continue. And then we can probably just get the rest of the chips in through a half pot type of sizing scheme.
12K sets us on this journey, which rates to end poorly for Lee. Another 12 off of his thinning stack. Pot up to 78 now. Ace Queen performing very well. Now our kicker no longer plays. Not that we expect that 10 of hearts is of much use relative to the queen itself if we're Lee.
Yeah, and there's only one combo of Queen Jack suited remaining, so as Kamoshi, you're not very fearful here. You also block Ace 5 of hearts, which is very important, so you're really never beaten in this scenario. You just need to make sure that the money goes in as easily as possible and as efficiently as possible. I think the best way to do that is to set up same percentage of the pot over 2 streets.
Is this what we now? Yeah, I was just going to say, is that the term that's kind of been percolating?
It's a nice little hack that the solver has unlocked for us. So roughly half pot here would get the chips in most efficiently. I think the problem with going this small is you set up a bigger than average river jam. So you're jamming now for like 66% pot on the end. You might be able to get away from some single pairs. It applies a lot of pressure. You do get the call here almost always, of course. You could still have ace king. You could be value betting thin with a jack in order to check back river.
You can sense the discomfort that Lee is experiencing despite having a good bit of hand here.
Yeah.
And it doesn't rate to come to an end on this river. He's got 76, and Kamoshi could very well ask for all of it. Just completely unconcerned about not having a winner with ace queen here. And once we get called across a couple of streets, you do get the sense that a hand that can call does lurk.
Yeah, certainly. You almost always are going to have Lee positioned into having a worse queen here. On occasion, I suppose, he'll have a hand like ace-jack with a backdoor flush draw that might have a very difficult river decision. But most frequently, in order for you to get called 3 times here, he's just going to have an inferior queen, of which there's a fair amount of them. You know, he's probably going to have 2 combos of king-queen suited, 2 combos of a queen-10 suited.
Well, this was a decision for Lee's tournament life, one that has come to an end. Maldeep is always outspoken, never one to bite his lip. In many minds, he's regarded as sort of the resident warden in the poker prison. You know what I mean? Like, he just likes to fact check people, make sure stories check out.
I feel like half the community find him to be a hero, and the other half think he's a heel. So it's
yeah. Maybe just depends if you're on the receiving end of one of his
depends if you've done anything wrong.
Exposés.
Yeah.
The less skeletons you have in your closet, the better off you are if you're on Sean's radar.
That is true.
Meanwhile, Ace-8 suited once more has presented itself, this time to the other Hungarian, Kolozar. His 25K open is flatted by the chip leader's pocket 7s, and that's mindful of the position from which the raise came. Madani in the cutoff, flatting King Deuce of Hearts, however, Justin, and now Karlik mulls over from the small with King Jack of Spades.
Yeah, suited hand on the button, plenty of chips. Not gonna get yourself, not gonna get yourself in too much trouble, but at the same time, it's gonna be tough to win a nice sized pot with King Deuce here. Ooh, all right.
Nice to be able to close the action and not be concerned about anything happening behind us if we're Dietrich fast with these 2 9s in the big blind. Karlik did call as well. Family pot, and Queen Jack 9 is damp. We've got bottom set. We've got a couple of gut shot straight draws, one of which has a pair of jacks to go with it. All we needed was a second diamond out there to really make things spicy.
It might come. I don't think anyone's going to be betting this flop, so...
Well, Madani does have himself a king-high flush draw to go with his gutter, but that is really wet texture.
Yeah, if you bet this, you're okay playing for stacks if you lead this flop, I think.
Well, 30K
Here we go.
Into 137 isn't exactly screaming. Wow, that is a disciplined little muck there from Gerald Karlik.
It's not so much the 30K bet, it's the people behind, and then concerning yourself what's going to be happening on every turn. Unless it's a 10 or a jack.
Well, we know fold is never on this man's mind.
That's right. I like just the call in here, too. That's wonderful.
Ace 8 and the 7s bow out.
Big turn card for fast.
By the way, that bet by Madani got a lot of mileage as it pushed 3 players into the muck. Now a bit of a pesky road to improvement from Madani. He's got top pair, but the 4-liner on board. Plenty of 10x, I would imagine, in the big blind defense range.
Yeah. For it not being a heart, that's a pretty good card from Madani to not put any more money on. He gets showdown value.
Expenses the flight, like it's not. You're not going to crush it there. You can enjoy yourself.
Oh, he's going for it again.
Yeah, you have to go.
I used to play like one series there 2 years ago or something like this. It was fun, yeah.
80K this time into the 197, and I got to say, I'm a bit surprised to see it, but perhaps he anticipates that Fast would be more inclined to lead had he made the king high straight here, just given the face-up nature of it, and that leaves him merging.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. I think he might be trying to get the showdown, but I also think if he gets called here, he might realize that his hand's no good anymore, and he might turn into a bluff. But I think he might just be trying to get the showdown with top pair, just trying to get some value from some other queen X's or other flush draws.
It is, of course, troublesome as we see the board failing to pair on the river. Fast has the best hand, doesn't know it. To have hearts ourselves if we're Madani, because really that's the kit we'd like to assign across the way. And so the shutdown on the end, and the 9s are able to get...
Ladies and gentlemen, hopefully it did not go anywhere. We are back to the Slovenian Poker Tour. KK $500,000 Master, heads up. And it all feels almost inevitable that the one man who has been super out of line is here with us. And that man is Georgios Lekakos from Greece. He has completely tricked the final table. He has pulled some insane bluffs. He made people fold hands that you wouldn't believe they would fold. And this man is up against Lidor Kadosh. The good news for Lidor is he knows now. He knows how out of line Georgios has been all this time. And he wants to fight back. And we might have a long heads up, but it also might end in a few hands. You never know. And the number one question we have to be asking ourselves, Georgios, will he keep opening big, or will he stick to a more standard raise sizing? This is for the Slovenian Poker Tour trophy. And of course, the winner will take down the full amount, 71,600 euro. There were no deals between these players. No deals at all. That's what we are playing for. Second place, 44,000. Both of them have a 3K package for KMEC already locked up. And Georgios, we have a mystery hand. Open raises to 4.4 big blinds. It is actually King 6 offsuit. Can you believe it? This man just does not stop. He doesn't care that you're supposed to be limping a lot. He goes for 4.4 and Lidor goes for the free bet. What is going on here? He knows that Georgios has been getting out of line. Left, right and center. And he wants to punish his big sizes and his loose plays with a very aggressive free bet. He wants to take the fight to him. Georgios calls with a King 6 offsuit. This is such a strange turn of events. Queen 8 free bet, King 6 offsuit calls. And the heads up might be over right before it started. It is a king for Georgios. This is really bad news for Lidor. He's all in. Oh my god, he just checked it in. Can you believe it? Oh my god, what a blow up. He just had enough. Georgios completely tricked. He completely tilted Lidor. He's not playing his game. And he just went all in with Queen High against Georgios' King 6 offsuit. And we might be looking at the new champion of Slovenian Poker Tour, who takes down 71,600 euro in a 3K package, unless an absolute miracle happens. Can Georgios hold? Is this man the new champion of the Slovenian Poker Tour? Yes, he is. Just like that, it's all over. He completely tricked everybody all night long. He had the number of all these players, all too easy for Georgios, and the SPT title goes to Greece. He gets the congratulations. Oh my god, this is one of the most exciting performances. This is the chameleon, absolute chameleon, with a performance of an absolutely aggressive shark in the nicest elderly gentleman's body that I have seen in my career since I started commenting. I've never seen quite a performance like this, but it is him, Georgios, who takes it all down in record time. We went in 4 hands from 3 players to the winner right here at King's Resort. This must be the world's first. If this is not the King's Resort record, I would be extremely shocked. And look at that face. This man who fooled everybody. They didn't see him coming. They underestimated him time and time again. They couldn't believe how aggressive he is. He's calling his family, and the well-deserved champion, the underdog who started in 18th place on the day, built up his stack, and he was unstoppable ever since. He even sustained an absolute bad beat. Aces against kings. He lost those aces and he won anyway. Congratulations and thank you everyone for watching the fastest 3-man finale and the heads up at King's Resort.